Moto are proud sponsors of Commentary Corner. Located at 5 Lisburn Road, Moira, the former Motorshocks building, this is the place to go for something different. Only open 2 hours a week to the public, Wednesday 6 p.m. till 8 p.m. Everyone is very welcome to drop in and check out the weekly change in stock, ranging from mopeds to fireblades. Davey from Moto is looking for all types of motorbikes, vintage, classic, sports bikes, to damaged end-of-life bikes for dismantling. Also job lots of bike spares. Top cash prices paid, in particular looking for good, clean road bikes of any age. Moto is proud to support many racers on the roads and the short circuits. So again, qualifying order, approximately 12 minutes per session. We'll have the lightweight Moto 3, Supersport 300 and the classic GP machines out first, followed by the Super Twins and Production Twins. Then we'll have the Moto 1, then the Supersport Pro, followed by Supersport Cup, and then we'll have the Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines out on track. Superbike Pro then after, and the last qualifying session this morning will be the classic machines. So again, just a few final things to go through around the track, making sure everything's safe and everyone's in their positions. Not looking too bad. Not an awful lot of land water. It's still warm. Looking around the track there, usually get a wee bit of land water around Fisherman's, but I can't see much of a glisten as the cars are just going through there. And that's our chief flag marshal. So the remainder of the lightweight Moto3, Supersport 300 and Classic GP machines, if you can make your way to the holding area, please, and we'll get things underway here. Just another call, please, for Alan Mayers, if you can make your way to sign on, if you already have not. So Alan Mayers, please, if you can make your way to sign on as quickly as possible. Testing 1 2 1 2. One, two.
So the Moto 3 machines are just lining up in the holding area with the Supersport 300s and the lightweight machines. It won't be long now till we get things underway. The first leg of qualifying here at Kirkistown. If you're just joining us, welcome to the 4th round of the Ulster Superbike Championship and the 2nd round of the Big 3 series, brought to you by the Belfast and District Motor Club, sponsored by Charles Hurst. So it's a great wee championship this that the B&D club run. See down there, Ruben Sherman Boyd, the number 71 machine. On the Team Boyd Racing 400 Kawasaki, lovely machine, and cleaned up here last time. Ruben's lap times 103.8 the last time round. Alan Mayers didn't get it easy there, but still brought it home in 2nd, followed by Martin Halford. Dominating the Moto 3s was Alexander Rowan. Matt Davison having a good run there, just in front. Buster Sherman Boyd's. That's Ruben's brother. So these pair are great talent for the pair of them. So a few changes to the programme here for the Moto 3s that are going out on track along with the lightweight and Supersport 300s. So Moto 3s additions: Robert O'Neill, number 21, and number 177, that's Darren Duncan, has been added to the list. So just hearing in my ear there that there's a call for all scrutineers to the stewards room. If we can have all scrutineers to the stewards room, please. The Marshal offering some nutrients there to Ruben Sherman Boyd. A wee bit of sugar to get him hemped up. So it looks like the sun's shining here at Kirkistown. Hopefully it'll dry the track up. And part of the forecast that I'm seeing, fingers crossed, is wrong. And we can get some racing under the sunshine here at Kirkistown. So just hearing there from Mark Sandlin, our clerk of the course, there's a problem with the light panel at Fisherman, so that's why we've got a wee bit of a hold up here. So they're just trying to fix the lighting panel. Of course, they're very important, and signifying the flags, either a yellow flag or a red flag, and sometimes can be a lot easier to see. So there will be a wee delay until we can get these issues sorted. Ruben Sherman Boyd just opting, a few others just opting to go back. Of course, they'll like to get the tyre warmers on. They're all on full wets, of course. Doesn't take an awful lot of time to warm up these sticky compound tyres. A lot of people actually opt not to use tyre warmers on full wets, as it can cause them to harden very quickly when they cool down. So again, just a delay here from Fisherman's. They're just trying to sort this lighting issue. Thanks very much. Attention paddock. So we're going to use flags only at Fisherman's. So if you're looking for the board, unfortunately they didn't have enough Duracell batteries with them. Other batteries are available, obviously. So if the lightweight Moto 3, Supersport 300 and the classic GP machines, if you can make your way back to the holding area, I know some of you escaped from us. So again, just in case you did go back to your vans or your garages, lightweight Moto 3, Supersport 300 and classic GP machines, make your way to the holding area please. We're going to go old-fashioned and use flags at Fisherman's. So if you just keep a wee eye out for them. And another call please for all scrutineers, can you please make your way to the steward's office. That's all scrutineers to the steward's office ASAP. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just here and we're getting a go ahead here, so very shortly the machines will be on track. Again, if you did make it back to your van, please come back to the holding area as quickly as you can and get your machines warmed up. Ruben Sherman boy just making his way back to the head of the group. You hear that wee 400 revving in the background. Young Dobson there on the Tar Services machine. Lovely wee Yamaha number 11 just down below us here. Going to be going out with Ruben Sherman Boyd. Of course, different championship. So we have 3 different championships within this one race as the qualifying session has begun here and the bikes are now out on track. So again, mixture of 400 Supersport machines, Supersport 300 machines, and then the Moto 3, it'll be split grids again. That looks like perhaps Darren Duncan just having, or sorry, it was Brendan Ryan just having issues there with his 400. And Mark Shields as well, the number 26 machine, as he's exiting the pit lane. Just struggling to get that machine going. I think they had the same issue the last time here with that machine. Oh, and another issue, a retirement already. I'm not sure who that is. An orange bib just moving over to the right hand side there, just before Deaders. But the machines are making their way up. Oh, back round already here. So that's Reuben Sherman Boyd and Billy Dobson away through. Again, good call with Billy Dobson just getting tucked in behind Reuben Sherman Boyd. Fantastic wee rider. You have to remember too, way down on par on that 300 Supersport machine. But still, it would be good to get some laps behind the experienced Reuben. Of course, Reuben competing in the British Championships as well. Getting a wee bit noisy in here. So we'll have Rhys Gates, Mantas Sugdennis, Dale Hyland, Roy Creeth, Max Wardy, Marley Brown, Owen Everard, Joe Crossett, Chris Gray, Peter Willis away through, Matt Davison out in his Moto3 machine, Jordan McGahan, as Reuben Sherman Boyd goes through, Billy Dobson just, as suspected, just dropping off the back of Reuben Sherman Boyd. Rhys Gates away through there in his Supersport 300 machine as they just get the grips with the conditions here at Kirkistown. They weren't spectacular the last time they were here either, but again, just blowing the cobwebs. It's been a long time from we were here. End of April. It seems like another winter has gone past again. Peter Willis on the Moto3 machine as they're sorting themselves out here. The timing screens. Just wait for their next lap. All starting to bunch up again here. That's Alexander Rowan just tagging on to the tail end of that group. That's the number 21 of Robert O'Neill. Again, an addition to your programme, the number 21 in the Moto3 class. So Reuben Sherman Boyd way through their fastest so far, a 108.492 for Reuben Sherman Boyd. Where does Billy Dobson go? Billy's actually second now in the Supersport 300, a 112.9. Fastest is Rhys Gates with a 110.9. So 2 seconds quicker than Billy Dobson already. And here he is, the number 15 machine. Dale Hyland all the way through there. There's Peter Willis again, the 99 machine. Second in the Moto3 so far. So the rain's just starting to come down again here at Kirkistown. Hey, difficult conditions for these riders. Again, just a couple of retirements there around the track. You can see the riders walking up pit lane there, looking a wee bit deflated. Not a good start to the day. But the riders that are still out on track and fastest at the minute, Reuben Sherman Boyd. That last time round a 109.3. So maybe making a few adjustments perhaps. That's the number 10 machine, Max Wardy away through. So call please for the Super Twins and Production Twins if you can make your way to the holding area. That's Super Twins and Production Twins to the holding area. Remember, 12-minute sessions here for qualifying. We are 6 minutes gone, so over halfway through this qualifying session. So again, Reuben Sherman Boyd just biting the screen for another time there, 107.9 faster again, even with a wee bit of traffic there. Second in the lightweight Supersport so far is Roy Creeth. So Roy Creeth there in second. Third place then, third place will have to go down to 16th on the road. That's Martin Halford is third fastest in the lightweight super sport, followed by Chris Gray. Oh, Adam Shields just across the line there, so goes fourth fastest in the lightweight super sport. Fastest in the Moto 3 then, Alexander Rowan, followed by Keir Cahoon. Keir Cahoon currently in second. As again, they're just jumping up and down the timing screens here, trying to keep an eye on them. Oh, Keir Cahoon demoted to third place there from Peter Willis as he crosses the line. Fourth in the Moto 3 then, Buster Sherman Boyd from Matt Davison in fifth. Darren Duncan up into fourth then in the Moto 3 class. Oh, Buster Sherman Boyd demoted to fifth. Matt Davison sixth. Supersport 300 so far, Reese Gates. It's gone a bit close there. Reese Gates at 110.6, Max Wardy at 110.7. So Reese Gates actually slower that last time round at 111.6, so going to have to keep a wee eye on Max Wardy here. Third in Supersport 300, Bailey Dobson, the number 11 machine. So Bailey Dobson, and Tar Racing Yamaha. So Super Twins and Production Twins, please make your way to the holding area. That's Super Twins and Production Twins to the holding area. Oh, Buster Sherman Boyd going through there, jumps up to fourth in the Moto 3 then. Ninth fastest out on track at the minute. Of course, remember 3 separate championships in this one race. So again, just another call for the Super Twins and Production Twins to the holding area. Oh, just trying to get more gears there. That's the number 21 machine of Robert O'Neill. Just sounded like he was struggling to get gears coming out of the hairpin. The machines round the chicane coming out of Fisherman's, all starting to bunch up again now. That was Chris Gray way through there. Clear road ahead. Jack Foley, fourth in the lightweight super sport machine. Great to see Shaq Foley back out on track, the number 76 machine. Owen Everard then up into fifth in the Supersport 300, and that's Buster Sherman Boyd away through there then. He's found something else these closing laps. Third for the Moto 3, Buster Sherman Boyd so far. That was his fastest lap at 110.979. So at the most, Darren Duncan then back down to fifth in the Moto 3 class. Again, another call please for the Super Twins and Production Twins to the holding area. Couple of spits of rain, it's lightened off a wee bit here. Hopefully it'll not come to too much. Again, 2 minutes left of this qualifying session. So we're going to need the Super Twins and Production Twins to the holding area as quickly as you can. Again, just looking back at the hairpin, they are bunching up. I don't think we're going to get much more speed out of this group. Just starting to slow each other down that wee bit. Adam Shields then, they got that machine going, he is circulating. Currently 6th in the lightweight super sport class, 20th on the road for the, as they're heading back out on track then. So Shields just going to give it another go here. The number 11 then, Billy Dobson, fastest so far in the Supersport 300 class. Reese Gates holding on to that second from Max Wardy. Max Wardy slower that time at 112.2. Reese Gates at 111.7, so they have slowed up compared to the first few laps. what you can find. Sometimes the riders, they just get a wee bit of movement underneath them, and sometimes it bites and you have to hold back that wee bit. It sticks in your head and it's hard to shake it, but no shaking this man. Reuben Sherman Boyd still fastest on track. A 105.35, the best time. That time right was a 115.9. Again, maybe just making some adjustments, pulling over. He's got a lot of experience already. Just looking there, Alexander Rowan, as the checkered flag goes out for this session. Alexander Rowan still fastest in the Moto 3. That was an impressive time there, 107.1 for Alexander Rowan. Oh, gaggle of them crossing the line there. Alexander Rowan, Peter Willis, Roy Creeth, Rhys Gates, Billy Dobson. And Max Wardy, I must say, Billy Dobson then, that was a... Billy Dobson up in the second fastest in the Supersport 300 class. So then we have Reuben Sherman Boyd, fastest in the lightweight Supersport. Second is Roy Creeth. Third in lightweight Supersport then is Jacques Voley. And 11th fastest on the road. Fourth was Martin Halford. Fifth is Adam Shields. Of course, these machines, along with the Supersport 300s, will be going off together. Split grids for the racing. Moto 3s then. Alexander Rowan, fastest from Peter Willis. Third was Ciara Cahoon. Fourth fastest in the Moto 3, Buster Sherman Boyd. Fifth fastest is Darren Duncan. Sixth was Matt Davison. Seventh is Robert O'Neill. Supersport 300s then, fastest was Rhys Gates, followed by Billy Dobson, who got the better of Max Wardy on the last lap. Supersport 300s then, fifth Owen Everard, sixth was Dale Hyland, and seventh Mantis Zogdenis. So Super Twins up next then. I think we're moving on pretty swiftly here with this one. So just darkens again here at Kirkistown. Just so there's the Super Twins out on track then. First out was Jack Mears. That's the number 68 machine there then of Robert Waddell. John Benson, Shane Doran, Dwayne McCoy, Matthew Curry then, number 33 there of Finn O'Connell. Finn and Wardy there in the WCS Racing Yamaha R7. The Aprilia on track there of Kevian Canny. So great to see so many different machines out here. With the Yamahas, the R7s, the Aprilias, and still Old Faithful Kawasaki's, and of course the SVs, the SV 650 Suzuki's. come then. That was Nicky Burns, followed by Jack Myers. Looks like an McAdoo machine there. Harry McAleese. Shane Doran. Glenn Lewis, Robert Waddell, Dwayne McCoy, Christian Alkin, all out on track, Johnny McKay. Shane Mulligan, Kevin Lavery, Hayden Clinton, Kyle Martin, Ronan Waters, Matthew Curry, Finn O'Connell and Finnan Wardy. That's Alex Duncan away through there. The number 87 there of Sean Benson. Dean McMaster away out on track. So here's Nicky Burns again. Good clear road ahead of him. Nicky for this one. Jack Myers way through there. Harry McAleese looking away past as the dip into Dadders. Very fast on a Super Twin here. Dadders, even in these conditions. And Chris Nelkin's just looking away past the rider in front. And just taking a couple of laps just to get bedded in. He doesn't want to push too hard. As I say that, he rides right on the outside at Colonials 1. Heading for Fisherman's then. Long right-hander. It feels like it goes on forever. And they have to get the power on. Real late apex. Get the power on nice and early. Square it off for the chicane. The entrance of the chicane then square it off so you can get it stood up and get the drive for this long back straight here. Heading for the hairpin. And they were down into second gear and just feathering the throttle. Again, the hairpin, another late apex. The bikes come back out and then back in again before they go on to the start and finish straight. You can see there's Chris Nelkin back round again. So Kevin Lavery at the minute fastest from Colin Irwin. Chris Nelkin third. Hayden Clinton fourth. Robert Waddell fifth as the sun comes out here once again. And we'll just pray that it stays here for now. Kyle Martin away through there, number 25 machine on his SV Suzuki production twin. Finnan Wardy across the line, fastest at the minute, 106.3. But again, they're going to be doing dancing up and down the timing screens here. So number 32 goes through Kieran Kenny on the Aprilia. Up into 10th at the minute as they make their way through the chicane again. Passing the trackside bar lounge, the pit lane cafe. No bar open today, I don't think. The cafe definitely is. 68 away through Robert Waddell now. He's got a clear road ahead of him. He's got past the traffic. And Christian Alkin, just one more rider to contend with, and he can start putting in some lap times here. But Robert Waddell now with a clear road ahead of him. So another call please for the Moto 1 machines to the holding area. That's the Moto 1 machines to the holding area. On a big long look behind him there for Alex Duncan. Stands up on the pegs. And he was actually quicker at lap 2. Dean McMaster just away through there again. This is the first of his qualifying laps. He has got a lot of traffic to contend with as well. He'll just give himself a wee bit of work to do in this one. And there's the Kawasaki then of Jack Myers, 11th so far. Again, new machine just getting dialed in. 108.460 for the 108 machine of Jack Myers. Kevin Kenny dropping down there to 12th place on the road. Lee Hillen then in 18th at the minute, and 1:11.7, Lee's best time. But Colin Irwin at the minute a 1:04.882. Robert Waddell second, a 1:05.9. Finan Wardy third, a 1:06.3. Kevin Lowry is in fourth with a 1:06.3. Christian Elkin has dropped down to 5th place. Has he got past them slower riders? Keep an eye on Christian. He has indeed. So he's down the back straight at the minute, braking for the hairpin, and he's going to need to push these next couple of laps. So there's over 7 minutes gone of this qualifying session. So the Moto 3 machines have used to make their way, Moto 1 machines, apologies, have used to make their way to the holding area as quickly as you can. That's the Moto 1 machines to the holding area. So Christian Elkin, as soon as he got past that bunch of riders in front of him, he's jumped right up into 2nd place now, just behind Colin Irwin. Again, a 1:04.8 from Irwin. Elkin a 1:05.3, just under half a second slower than Irwin. But again, that's his first flying lap, really, if you think about it. So, but there's Irwin posting another cracker of a lap there, a 1:03.9 for Irwin. Robert Waddell third, Finan Wardy fourth at 1:06.3, Kevin Lowry fifth at 1:06.3. Dean McMaster has jumped up the timing screens here, up in the 6th place at 1:06.3. So close there at the top. Hayden Clinton in 7th at 1:06.4. Nicky Burns, first of the production twins, in 8th at 1:06.8. So not far off them super twin times at all. Shane Mulligan there in 9th at the minute at 1:06.9, and Jack Myers clawing his way back up there, up into 10th now, so he's just chipping away and getting used to the conditions, getting used to that machine at 1:07.2. Kevin Kenny then 11th at 1:07.2. So we'll have to go down to 14th place. Alex Duncan is second of the production twins with a 1:07.9. Third of the production twins then is Michael Dunleavy, and currently will be lining up 19th on the grid as a 1:10.9 for Michael. Oh, a bunch of riders there. I think that was Kevin Kenny that had to move over to the right hand side just to try and move up round the outside of the rider in front through deaders. So I say that's that lap over and done with. So that's Robert Waddell away through there, up into 3rd again for Robert Waddell, a 1:05.2. Again, another call for the Moto 1 machines to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. Coming up to 10 minutes gone in this one. So the Moto 1 machines to the holding area. So it's still Irwin in front at 1:03.2. Kevin Lowry is up into 2nd place now at 1:04.2. Robert Waddell third at 1:05.2. Christian Elkin demoted back down to 4th place at 1:05.3 for Elkie. His last lap there was slightly slower. That was a 1:06.9 for Elkie. We'll have to keep an eye on him to see. And he crosses the line. Kyle Martin on the Suzuki way through there. Currently, where is Kyle Martin? Oh, Nicky Burns then still fast as the production twins, but he's been demoted to 11th place there. And here's Christian Elkin then. He goes through, doesn't better that time. That was a 1:06.5 compared to his best at 1:05.3. Well, he hasn't got an awful lot more chances left. He maybe has another lap before he's shown the checkered flag. So again, just bunching up that wee bit. McMaster just getting held back, coming out of the chicane, so he's not going to be able to do anything on this lap. So where is McMaster currently sitting in 7th place there, 1:06.1 for McMaster. Well, here he comes across the line. That was he did better his time, 1:05.8. That was a 105.9 that time round, even though he was held back on the exit of the chicane. So again, another call please for the Moto 1 machines to the holding area. So there's Jack Myers again. Wow, great lap there for Jack Myers, jumping right up into 5th place. That was a 105.4 for Jack. But it's Erwin that's still fastest at the minute, a 103.2, and he's eased off that wee bit. There's the checkered flag out now for Erwin. A 102.3 that time for Erwin. Finn and Wardy across the line as well. So in the last lap, at the minute, Erwin posting the fastest lap. I don't think anyone's going to get near the 102.3. We'll wait for there's McMaster away through there, taking the checkered flag, currently in 8th spot. So we just have to wait now for Elke. Again, another shout please for the Moto 1 machines. Another call for the Moto 1 machines. If you can make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. So it's looking like we'll wait for Kevin Lavery maybe. It's looking like all the machines are through now. So Erwin then fastest with a 102.3 will line up on pole position, followed by Kevin Lavery, a 104.2. Christian Elkin in 3rd, a 104.8. Robert Waddell in 4th, a 105.0. Finn and Wardy in 5th with a 105.1. Jack Myers in 6th, a 105.4. It was a great last couple of laps there for Myers. Hayden Clinton in 7th, a 105.6. Dean McMaster back down into 8th place there for McMaster, a 105.9. But the times are so close there. 1st to 8th, Alex Duncan in 9th. Fastest of the production twins now for Alex Duncan, a 106.4. Kevin Canny in 10th, a 106.5. Finn O'Connell in 11th. So Finn, a 106.5. Shane Mulligan in 12th, a 106.7. Nicky Burns now second of the production twins in 13th, a 106.8. Duane Lewis in 14th, a 106.9. Harry McAleese 15th, a 107.2. Lee Hara in 16th, a 107.2. Matthew Watson 17th, a 107.8. Ronan Waters 18th, a 107.7. Michael Dunleavy 3rd of the production twins and 19th on the road, a 109.8. Dwayne McCoy, so Dwayne McCoy there, that must say a 110.2 in 20th and 4th of the production twins. So again, another call please for the Moto 1 machines to the holding area. That's the Moto 1 machines to the holding area please. So the Moto 1 machines should be heading out on track very shortly here. And Kirkistown leads them off. Number 984 there of Brendan Kennedy, just trying to get that Honda machine going. Team Wood machine. And away he goes. That's the Moto 1 machines now out on track. At the Super Sport Pro machines, if you can start making your way to the holding area, please. Remember, only 12-minute qualifying sessions here today. So the machine's just making their way through the chicane. Again, it could be very hard work, these machines in these conditions. They carry a lot of corner speed. And there's a lot of pressure in them wee tires, especially through Deaders and Colonials. Here we go, the first machine then looks like Kirkistown. It is indeed. Good clear road ahead of her. Here, across the line then. Followed by Hubert Tomaszewski. Harley Smith, William Graham, David Scott away through. And young Joel Herr on the 250 Kawasaki, the number 922 machine. Kira already exiting Fisherman's, heading for the chicane. Hubert Tomaszewski has her in her sights, so it might give him a wee bit of encouragement. Ocean Walsh away through. You can see how much they're tucking into these machines. You have to be part of the paintwork. Brendan Kennedy on the Honda. Wee bit of a backfire there out of the Honda as they're going past. So Kira back out on the start and finish straight then. Just adjusting herself here, getting ready for Dadders. Absolutely flat out in one of these machines. Oh, Hubert Tomaszewski has caught her now on track. Still a wee bit to do, but at the minute, Hubert Tomaszewski is fastest from Kirkistown. Harley Smith away through, William Graham. Joel Herr. So Hubert Tomaszewski fastest at the minute at 1:14.8, followed by Kirkistown at 1:16.3. Harley Smith at 1:21.1. William Graham a 1:23.1. Joel Herr a 1:23.3 in fifth. David Scott in sixth a 1:23.3. David Scott a 1:23.8. So the times are close there, fifth to seventh. Again, a Honda machine, you can hear it echoing through the paddock there as it's backfiring. An ignition issue with that one, maybe. So again, Tomaszewski through, still clawing in Kirkistown. Once Tomaszewski gets past sometime, I think Kirkistown just hook onto the back end of Tomaszewski. Again, Super Sport Pro to the holding area, please. That's Super Sport Pro if you can make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. So again, you can see Hubert Tomaszewski's now right on Kirkistown now into the chicane, just moving over that wee bit. Kira giving plenty of room to Tomaszewski. And out on the start, or the back straight, should I say, Kirkistown trying to get into the slipstream of that machine. But Tomaszewski just has the legs down the straight. So that was a 1:13.2 that last lap for Tomaszewski. Kirkistown a 1:16.3. Harley Smith a 1:18.7. Oisin Walsh then fourth, a 1:20.3. Here's Tomaszewski. Faster again, a 1:12.9. Kirkistown faster again, a 1:16.1. So again, just another call, please, for the Supersport Pro. If you can make your way to the holding area. So we're now 5.5 minutes done of this qualifying session. Mark Conlon there on the Ducati. Again, a few competitors not here, obviously, because apparently there's something happening on a wee island called the Isle of Man. I haven't heard any news. I want to watch it myself and I don't want to spoil anyone else's fun. So just a shout out there, and actually his rider is currently out on track. Joel Herr, shout out to Peter Eaton. Two-stroke racing. Currently set. He's sitting in a pool bar in Corfu watching the Ulster Superbike Championship here live at Kirkistown. So I think I know where I'd rather be, Peter. Hopefully you enjoy your holiday. You can enjoy some close racing later on. The times have been so close here during the qualifying session. And that's Harley Smith. Slightly slower that time there, 1:17.39. But still very consistent from Harley Smith. William Graham away through there, up into fourth place for William Graham, 1:18.5. But it is still Hubert Tomaszewski fastest with a 1:12.7. Kirkistown in second, a 1:15.7. Again, just getting faster as each lap goes right through. Harley Smith in third, a 1:17.3. William Graham fourth, a 1:18.5. Oisin Walsh in fifth, a 1:19.3. David Scott in sixth, a 1:20.3. Joel Herr in seventh, a 1:20.4. And Brendan Kennedy, a 1:57.5 for young Brendan Kennedy. So 8 minutes gone of this qualifying session. We're pretty well spread out now. You can see the bibs flapping in the wind as they come through, as they try and get tucked in behind the screens of them Kawasaki, that wee 250 Kawasaki there of Joel Herr. Of course, out for his first race meeting this weekend on the bigger machines. So he's well versed with the mini bikes, multiple championship winner, and he's cutting his teeth now at the short circuits as he goes through there. Quicker again there for Joel Herr, 1:19.6. So second off his previous lap. Again, getting used to the conditions. I think I heard him earlier saying that he hasn't ridden the machine in the wet yet. So there's no time like the present. Hubert Tomaszewski away through again. Slower that time round. That was a 1:12.5 compared to a 1:12.2. Kirkistown trying to get tucked in behind that screen. She's quite tall, Kira. So it wouldn't surprise me if they had to move that seat back a wee bit. A 1:15.4 that time for Kirkistown. Quicker again. Another call, please, for the Supersport Pro machines to the holding area. And please, everybody, don't forget your rain light on the back of the machine. I would recommend having that turned on so you don't get shouted at in the holding area. Oisin Walsh away through fifth so far, 1:17.6. So faster again there. The only ones that didn't go quicker on the last lap was David Scott and Hubert Tomaszewski. just building and building with these conditions here. Joel Haraway through. Slightly slower that time. That was a 1:25.9, so he must have made a mistake somewhere compared to a 1:19.6. So Hubert Tomaszewski still fastest at 1:12.3, Kirkistown a 1:15.2, Harley Smith a 1:16.1 in third place. William Graham in fourth, a 1:16.3 now he's down to. Ocean Walsh in fifth, a 1:17.5. Quicker again there for Harley Smith, a 1:15.7. Joel Hur up into sixth place now, a 1:19.6. David Scott 1:20.3, and Brendan Kennedy a 1:57.5. So coming down the start and finish then, it is Hubert Tomaszewski. Faster again there from Tomaszewski at 1:11.565. Walsh has jumped up into third place now at 1:15.5 for Walsh. Brendan Kennedy just coming back out of pit lane there, maybe making some adjustments. Checking the spark plug, see if it behaves itself this time. So across the line then, Harley Smith there in fourth place, a 1:15.7. So another call please for the Supersport Pro machines as Jenny lets the checkered flag fly. So the Supersport Pro machines, can you please make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can? So the flag is waving and calling the end of this qualifying session for Hubert Tomaszewski. A 1:11.099 that time. So it doesn't look like anyone's going to get anywhere near Tomaszewski's lap time. As Kirkistown crosses the line, can she better that? They're sitting up a wee bit there, and she does. A 1:14.8 in second place. That was a good lap there for Kirkistown. We're waiting on William Graham now to see what he can do. Good lap there for Joel Hur as well. 1:18.4 in seventh place at the minute. It's the number 19 machine of Harley Smith staying where he is in fifth place. A 1:15.7 there for Smith. Just waiting William Graham then. Few machines still out on track. Bit of clutch slipping there out of the chicane, I think. Just a bit of a practice start behind us. So again, that wee bike still not sounding right as it goes past us here. Still a very sick wee motorbike. So it looks like William Graham then couldn't get the better of Kirkistown at the end, but it's Hubert Tomaszewski who lines up on pole. A 1:11.0. Kirkistown second, a 1:14.8. William Graham lines up in third with a 1:15.1. Ocean Walsh in fourth, 1:15.5 for Walsh. Smith in fifth, a 1:15.7. Then we have David Scott in sixth, a 1:17.6. Joel Hur in seventh with a 1:18.4. And Brandon Kennedy in eighth, a 1:57.5. Still having issues with that tandem machine. So Supersport Pro machines out next. If you can make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. At the minute it's looking like a 2-horse race. Just remember, as soon as that gate opens, your qualifying time, the session begins. You only get 12 minutes here. So I would advise all Supersport Pro machines, please make your way to the holding area. So here we go then. The gates have been opened. The machines are being let out on track, and first away, by the looks of it, is going to be Christian Elkin. It is indeed. So we have Elkie on track at the minute. As he's making his way down to Colonials 1. And then through Colonials 2 and back up into Fisherman's then. Of course, Elkie, he's already sussed out the track conditions. He was out on his Super Twin machine. As Corey McGreevy makes his way down, the number 57 machine on the Kawasaki. Warren Knowles then, number 41 on the Yamaha. And you can see all the Supersport machines now flooding out of their garages, flooding out of the paddock. And this is when they complain they don't get enough track time. AJ Carey on the Honda. That was Irwin then on the Ducati. Here's Mark Conlon on the second Ducati out on track now. The NRG machine. Lovely sounding machine, the Ducati, especially at full tilt. Michael Dunlop fairly agrees with it. Oh, Elkie came in to make some adjustments. I think he was shaking his head just as he was leaving pit lane, so maybe he felt something straight away. Corey McGreevy away through there already, taking no prisoners. That looks like Kevin Canny then. Oh wait, that is indeed the number 32 machine. Wayne Knowles on the R6. Just again feeling that machine, feeling the track conditions. Of course, not ideal here, but it's always great to get out. There's Irwin away through then on the Magic Bullet Ducati. Number 2 machine. His brother Glenn over in the island at the minute, I think. Well, that's the last photograph I seen of him. Mark Conlon away through. And here's Corey McGreevy already. So he's got the bit between his teeth already here. 101.0 for McGreevy, pushing hard. Now Christian Elkin just not too far behind him there. Was that maybe a technical move for Christian Elkin? I think he was hoping for a toe of some sort. Down the back straight then, the go. Back out onto the start and finish straight. There goes Kevin Canny. AJ Carey then on the Honda. A 104.1 there for the Honda. So they're all starting to put in quicker laps here. Next machine's out then, Super Sport Cup. If you can make your way to the holding area, please. That's the Super Sport Cup machines to the holding area. I dare say there will be plenty of Cup machines out in the pro race. 9 Supersport machines out on track at the minute. But Corey McGreevy is the fastest so far, a 59.6 there for Corey McGreevy. Chris Nelkin second, a 101.2. AJ Carey in third, a 104.1 so far. That's Kevin Lavery. Keep an eye on Lavery on that R6 machine. Mark Conlon fourth, a 104.1. Ross Moore in fifth. O'Canny just across the line there, 105.7, demotes Ross Moore to sixth place. Daniel Matheson in seventh, a 106.7 for Matheson. You can hear the bellow of that Ducati coming past us here of Mark Conlon. But Corey McGreevy now down in the 58s. Chris Nelkins a 101.2. Keep an eye on Elke in this next time round. He's back into the paddock again, having issues with that R6 Yamaha. And there's Ross Moore again, back up in the sixth place, feeling his way. Over 5 minutes gone of this qualifying session now. Can we get the Supersport Cup machines to the holding area? That's the Supersport Cup machines to the holding area, please. So Corey McGreevy still a 58.8. We're going to have to wait another 2 laps just to see what Chris Nelkin's doing. Corey McGreevy is pushing that Kawasaki hard. That McAdoo machine just getting tied into knots there a wee bit. I think he's going for a fast lap again as he uses all of the road coming out of Deaders. Very brave move there for McGreevy. There's Warren Knowles, jumps up into 4th place so far, 102.3. That's a very good time there for Warren Knowles. Still waiting on Graham Irwin putting a lap in. He did go out on track. I didn't see him whether he entered pit lane or what. So we're still waiting for a lap for Graham Irwin. That's Corey McGreevy. He stayed out the whole time and it seems to be working for him. That McAdoo Kawasaki, a 58.681 for Corey. There's Daniel Matheson. He betters his time, but a 104.1. He needs to take another couple of seconds off that. He's currently in 7th place. Warren Knowles then. Faster again for Knowles. Still holds on to that 4th place, but a 102.0. Nearly down in the 101s now. As you heard the a wee bit of afterburn there as he tips into Deaders. So there's Graham Irwin now. Just wondering what sort of issues he's had. Maybe trying different setups on that Ducati. Maybe just softening off that wee bit more for these greasy conditions. You can see the track starting to dry now. Pit lane starting to dry. There's dry patches, dry spots through Deaders as well. So again, that heat, the sun comes out. Track temperature just over 18 degrees. Daniel Matheson once again, that number 15 machine. Down in the 9th place now, Daniel Matheson. He wasn't able to better his time. That was a 104.6 that time. Warren Knowles, quicker again, a 102.053. Just squeezing. He needs to squeeze a wee bit more out of that to get down into the 101s. And ever slightly closer to Christian Elkin then, but it's still Corey McGreevy, a 58.6. Kevin Lavery, a 1:07.46. Christian Elkin, a 101.2. Warren Knowles, a 102.0. Mark Conlon, a 102.7 in 5th. 6th, Ross Moore, 103.8. AJ Carey. Oh, AJ Carey just getting demoted there to 8th place. And Kevin Canny jumping up into 6th. Keep an eye now on Graham Irwin if he can get some laps under his belt here. So Matheson back out this season. And he's pushing that R6 hard. Just blowing the cobwebs off. Again, Warren Knowles slightly slower that time of 102.265. Lavery. Faster again there for Lavery. A 1 minute .596. Still not good enough to get close to Corey McGreevy. Nearly 2 seconds slower than McGreevy. Here's Irwin then. Irwin jumps up into third, so third fastest at the minute. A 1 minute .817 for Irwin on the Magic Bullet Ducati. There's the NRG Ducati of Mark Conlon. So Mark's still sitting in that 6th place, a 102.7 for Mark Conlon. Again, just a few adjustments being made to them Ducatis. Supersport Cup machines up next. So this session will be finished in just under 2 minutes time. So just keep an eye then on Graham Irwin. Will he be able to do anything on these last couple of laps? Will he even get another 2 laps? I don't think he will. Graham Irwin just coming on the start and finish straight then. And across the line. Up into second now. 59.2 there for Graham Irwin. Can he do anything? Corey McGreevy was faster again his last lap of 58.6. So he's not too far away. Just over half a second slower than Corey McGreevy. And he's only done half the laps of Corey McGreevy as well. So again, another call please for the Super Sport Cup machines to the holding area. That's the Super Sport Cup machines to the holding area, please. So it's gone very quiet down this section. They're all bunching up down the bottom half of the track. There's Graham Irwin again. Down the back straight, braking hard for the hairpin, down into second gear and getting that Ducati stood up to get all the torque relayed to the tarmac as he comes on the start and finish then. And across the line, what can he do this time? Slower at 105.8 that time round. He's one more chance then. Mark Conlon and Chris Nelkin together. Chris Nelkin jumps back up into third place. That's a 59.9, sub 1 minute now for Chris Nelgan. Kevin Lavery demoted to fourth, a 1 minute .596. Mark Conlon was up into 5th place. So there's the checkered flag out now. So Clocker, of course, just making an announcement there. So it looks like then Corey McGreevy will be on pole for this one, followed by Graham Irwin in second. He wasn't able to better that time of Corey McGreevy's, 59.24 for Graham. Chris Nelkin third, a 59.9 on that last lap. Kevin Lavery fourth, a 1 minute .5. Mark Conlon in fifth, a 1 minute .8. Warren Knowles sixth, a 102.0. Kevin Canny in seventh, a 102.7. Ross Moore eighth, a 103.7. AJ Carey ninth with a 103.8, and Daniel Matheson in 10th with a 103.8. So again, time's not too far away at the top, and it's looking like some great racing later on. But the Supersport Cup machines, if you can make your way to the holding area, please. as the Supersport Pro just make their way back into pit lane.
Brapmoto are proud sponsors of Commentary Corner. Located at 5 Lisburn Road, Moira, the former Motor Shocks building, this is the place to go for something different. Only open 2 hours a week to the public, Wednesday 6 p.m. till 8 p.m. Everyone is very welcome to drop in and check out the weekly change in stock, ranging from mopeds to fireblades. Davey from Brapmoto is looking for all types of motorbikes, vintage, classic, sports bikes, to damaged end-of-life bikes for dismantling. Also job lots of bike spares. Top cash prices paid, in particular looking for good, clean road bikes of any age. Brapmoto is proud to support many racers on the roads and the short circuits.
So that's the Supersport Cup machines being called onto the track. So again, 12 minutes for these qualifying sessions. Next up is the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines. If you can make your way to the holding area, please. That's the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines to the holding area. Massive grid of cup riders here. As they make their way out, Lewis Crompton there in the number 44 machine. Jack Cadwell, Rob McCauley, Ross Martin, Jason Whalen showing on the screens at the minute. But again, you can see a lot of them orange bibs indicating newcomers for this season as they make their way down below us here. Joy Hennessy out this season's Supersport Cup. Mulligan, Cadwell, McCauley, Waddell, Martin, all the way through there. Stephen Love, Alan Mears, James Porter, William Young, Evan Larkin, Lewis Grove, Barry Gaston, Stuart Heason, Connor Curtis, Gareth Dunlop, Ezra Clark, Jamie Dixon. They just keep coming here. Aaron McCann, Jordan Larkin, Lewis Crompton then pushing hard. Done well here last time at Kirkistown. Lewis Crompton clinched himself a 5th place as the rain just starting to spit once again here on the commentary booth window. As the machines go through the chicane once again, all bunched up, massive grid of Supersport Cup machines out. Great to see. Again, a lot of newcomers, a lot of new faces to the sport. So Rob McCauley away through. Fastest at the minute as Larkin goes through there. That's Evan Larkin. Barry Gaston, Lewis Grove, Jimmy Dixon, Brett McCowan. Keep an eye out on Jimmy Dixon this one. Rob McCauley at the minute at 101.9. Shane Mulligan at 102.5. Robert Waddell at 103.5. Cadwell in fourth at 103.9. Hennessy at 104.0. That's Joey Hennessy. Previously racing in the Supersport 300 class. And now up into the bigger machines. A wee bit more power to handle. Ross Martin, 6th at 106.0. Evan Larkin in 7th at 106.2. William Young currently in 8th at 106.9. So again, you can see the rain just coming down that wee bit heavier here. It seems to circle Kirkistown. Just coming off Strangford Lock. Evan Larkin then away through again. Currently in 10th at 105.7. Two of them together there. Christian Boyles. That looked like William Young, I think. Hard to tell sometimes. There's that many black machines out there. Again, the rain just coming down that wee bit harder. Lewis Crompton looking menacing on that Kawasaki. And he is indeed. He's looking away past us. He's going to opt for riding round the outside at Colonials. But he tucks it in tighter then, and he's looking for the exit of Colonials 2. Great drive there into Fisherman's, but just getting caught up a wee bit. He wasn't able to get past that time round. Robert Waddell then away through, currently in 3rd place. Ross Martin up into 4th place now at 103.4 for Martin. Stephen Love up into 5th as they're starting to sort themselves out now. Very busy out on track here. And there's a lot of riders just looking for a wee bit of room, just squeezing each other out. So Lewis Crompton finally getting past, is he? As there's two Kawasaki side by side going down the back straight, but Lewis Crompton has it on the brakes. And he's going to be able to get a good run this time round for Crompton. As you can see, the rain is just coming down even heavier here. But it doesn't seem to be deterring the riders just yet. Going down the back straight then. See some of the machines just moving about as they're trying to squeeze the power. Still quite powerful, these machines. So we're ranging between 115 to someone putting out 130 brake horsepower. Of course, 90% of the field then, well, they are standard machines. As the Suzuki goes through there. Stephen Love again on 103.8. So the rain's coming down that wee bit harder, but Stephen Love isn't for slowing down. Neither is Christian Boyles. That was faster again at 104.8. Brett McCallan at 105. As they go through there, they are slightly slower. They're all going a wee bit slower this time. And you don't blame them. Especially as it gets a wee bit difficult to see then. Stephen Love faster again there at 103.8. He crosses the line. Rob McCauley, that was a 103.4 that time for Rob McCauley. A 119.8 from Mulligan. Really not liking them conditions. A 103.3, Robert Waddell's best time. Last lap was a 105.8, so you can see it dropping off dramatically here. We'll keep an eye out on Stephen Love. I can't see a thing out on the start and finish straight here at the minute, so I'm having to look behind me just and concentrate on the riders going through. Debtors. So again, let's see where Stephen Love ends up in this one then. 103.8 for Stephen Love. Coming down through there, that was Mulligan then. 119.8. So again, another shout please then. Another shout for the Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines to the Holden area. That's Superbike Cup and pre-injection to the Holden area. So that's Jack Cadwell just making some adjustments. them dry patches through deaders are well and truly gone now. Another call. We're over 8.5 minutes gone of this qualifying session now. If I can call Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines to the holding area, please. It looks like this is going to blow over pretty quickly here as the sky's just starting to brighten back up in the distance. So Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines to the holding area. Coming up to 9 minutes gone of this qualifying session. There's 3 minutes left then before the checkered flag is being waved. So at the minute, Rob McCauley fastest with a 101.9. Of course, the majority of them going a lot slower. There's only 3 machines out on track at the minute that has posted their personal best. As Ross Quinn just goes through, actually posts his personal best at 106.7 in this qualifying session. Rob McCauley at 101.9. Second, Sean Mulligan at 102.5. Robert Waddell in third at 103.3. Ross Martin in fourth at 103.4. Stephen Love at the minute in that 5th place at 103.8. Jack Cadwell in 6th at 103.9. Joy Hennessy in 7th at 104.0. Brett McCallan in 8th at 104.1. Christian Boyle's 9th with a 104.8. And 10th is Evan Larkin at 104.9. Evan over there just making some adjustments to that Kawasaki. Back out, can hardly see a thing up here at all. So relying on the timing screens. Alan Mayers, William Young way through there on the Yamaha. A 105.5. A 105.6 for William Young. Alan Mayers a 105.5. Joy Hennessy 7th at the minute, a 104.035. Going through the chicane then. Starting to split up a wee bit, but still a wee bit of argy-bargy there. That looked like Graham maybe just looking over his left-hand shoulder as Larkin's back out on track. So again, Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. That's Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines to the holding area. So Rob McCauley away through again. Starting to up the pace again there. Rob McCauley at 103.2 that time round. Mulligan just deciding not to go back out there at 119.8. He's completed 5 laps. So checkered flag just being readied now to end this qualifying session. If the Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines could make their way to the holding area, please. So taking the checkered flag, number 168, Robert Waddell. So Rob McCauley then. I don't think anyone's going to touch that time now on 101.9 for McCauley. Jack Cadwell across the line then. He did pull in, make some adjustments, but it didn't seem to work there. A 107.3 compared to his best of 103.9. Evan Larkin then got one more lap in there. That was a 5.12, obviously making some adjustments in the background. But again, doesn't take that long to see if he made any difference in the suspension. 1 or 2 clicks makes the bike feel completely different here. Especially in these conditions, everything's amplified. The bike doesn't want to do what you want it to do sometimes. So it's vital to get them adjustments. Of course, Could be looking at better weather later on, fingers crossed. So it looks like Rob McCauley then fastest at 101.9. Mulligan in second at 102.5. Waddell in third with a 103.3. At the minute, Ross Martin in fourth with a 103.4. Stephen Love fifth at 103.8. Jack Cadwell in sixth at 103.9. As they make their way back into pit lane then to dry off. Joy Hennessy in seventh, a great run there for Joy at 104.0. Brett McCallan eighth at 104.1. Christian Boylson ninth at 104.8. Evan Larkin 10th at 104.9. So last call then for Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines to the holding area, please. That's the last call. Superbike Cup and pre-injection to the holding area. Jordan Larkin then in 11th at 105.0. Alan Mayers 12th with a 105.5. William Young in 13th at 105.6. Jimmy Dixon 14th at 105.7. James Porter 15th at 105.9. Michael Clyde 16th at 106.4. Ross Quinn 17th. Barry Gosson 18th. Lewis Crompton in 19th. And Aaron McCann in 20th place then. So the machines are given the green flag and the bikes will be on track here very soon. So just hearing from the cargo course, this is declared now a wet meeting. So it is a wet meeting. The Clogher course just declaring there this will be a wet meeting. So of course if it does dry you can change tyres, but if it rains again there won't be any hold up for you to go back to full wets. So it is declared a wet meeting and Cahill away through out on track. So this is the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines now out for their qualifying session again. 12 minutes. So already a minute gone of this session. As they head down the back straight then, just behind pit lane cafe, still bikes exiting pit lane. Some pre-injection machines still to go out on track, and it is still raining unfortunately. So here's the first of the machines passing us now. Michael Press, Almantas Monteves, Vincent Long. All the way through at the minute. And you can see the rooster tails just kicking up off them machines. Nobody wants to sit in behind each other. Of course you get the spray up onto your screen, the dirty water on your visor. Of course when you rub it with your glove or you turn your head, sometimes it could smear your visor. So if Johnny Irwin out, Paul Demain, Andrew McRae, Alan Armstrong, Alex Duncan, Tom Oliver, John Cahill on the Suzuki. And that's Connor McDonnell then on the R6 Yamaha, the pre-injection machine. Again, we spoke about it before about these machines, the pre-injection machines, the older machines, being that slightly wee bit easier to handle in these conditions. Softer suspension, softer chassis. Paul Demain away through then. And this is proving it at the minute, because Johnny Irwin on his pre-injection 600 machine is fastest compared to the Superbike Cup machines. It's Johnny Irwin on 111.1. Paul Demain on 111.5, also on a pre-injection machine. As Alex Duncan then crosses the line in the Superbike Cup a 110.0, so at the minute going faster. There was Tom Oliver away through there, just hard on the brakes, just feeling his way, trying to get the hang of these conditions again. Next out then is the Superbike Pro. You can make your way to the holding area, please. That's the Superbike Pro to the holding area. So the rest of the pre-injection machines away through there. That's Vincent Long. And Johnny Irwin down in the third place. He's second in the pre-injection 600 machine. Connor McDonald fast is on track and fast is the 600 pre-injection a 109.3. Alex Duncan first of the Superbikes a 110.0. See Duncan starting to push hard now on that Suzuki. Goes faster again, a 106.7 for Alex Duncan. Tom Nicol, a 107.3. Tom Nicol, I'm going to say a 107.3. Conor McDonald then back in the lead of this pre-injection 600 machines, a 109.1. Johnny Irwin. Oh, Damien Carson then up into fourth in the road, but third in the Superbike Cup, a 109.2. The times are starting to plummet now. They're starting to feel their way. Of course, a lot of these riders, it's the first time they've been out on track today. John Cahill away through there with Almontes Monteves and Vincent Long down into 8th and 9th place. So Alex Duncan fastest again as Jonathan Gregory starts the flyer and first of his qualifying laps here now at Kirkistown Superbike Pro. Then please, if you can make your way to the holding area, that's the Superbike Pro machines to the holding area. Well, a wee bit of standing water developing here now just after the start and finish line. Hopefully the rest of the track isn't too bad. You can see a couple of wee splashes there through in the chicane, but plenty of experience out here. And of course, just have a wee look at the track, see where everything is in the first couple of laps. So we're waiting on Jonathan Gregory then to see what he can do on that Kawasaki of his. Is he braking for the hairpin then? Michael Press away through, currently 4th of the Superbikes, 7th of the road, a 112.3. Johnny Irwin and Paul Demain, the two of them, they're always together. There's Gregory away through now, up into 5th then for Jonathan Gregory, 4th of the Ulster Superbike Cup machines, a 110.0. Alex Duncan faster again, a 104.1 for Duncan. Tom Nicol still in that second place. Third is Damien Carson. First of the pre-injection machines, Connor McDonald, followed by Johnny Irwin, who's second. Third is Paul Demain. Fourth, Vincent Long. And fifth is Martin Walsh then. Fourth of the Superbikes is Jonathan Gregory. Fifth is Tom Oliver. Sixth, Michael Press. Seventh, Almontes Monteves. Alan Armstrong in 8th. Andrew McRae in 9th. And John Cahill in 10th. So the machine's just starting to bunch up again. breaking into the chicane. Oh, the moment there, who was that? That was maybe Alex Duncan way through there, was it? He just touches that line out of the seat. Just heard the back wheel spinning up there before he tipped into deaders. So coming out of the hairpin then, again, a bunch of riders just getting tucked in behind each other. That is Jonathan Gregory then, demoted to 5th at the minute. Damien Carson away through. Connor McDonald on the R6. There's Johnny Irwin going back out, maybe pulled in, make some adjustments to that machine. Maybe adding some tape to the radiator, or maybe a click off the shock just to soften the back end up that wee bit more. Of course, these wet conditions, you have to watch the temperature of the machines because you're not revving them as hard, you're not pushing them as hard, and you have to be nice and smooth. Sometimes the engines just don't sit at their optimal running temperature, so you have to put some tape on the radiators. Of course, these machines, they don't run thermostats. Well, a lot of them don't run thermostats because what can happen is the cold air passing through the radiator, once it cools the water in the radiator, and once the thermostat opens, then you've got cold water going into a very hot engine, and what can happen is it can crack the block or crack the head, the cylinder head. This was, we've seen, and I've seen firsthand that happening. It happened one year to myself at the Ulster Grand Prix on the Kawasaki. Of course, brand new bike, and of course we forgot to take the thermostat out of it. It's not ideal, but yes, that's what happens when the cold water touches a very hot engine. It could be disastrous. So Alex Duncan then still fastest in the Superbike, a 104.1. Tom Nicol in second, a 105.7. Third on the road, the fastest of the pre-injection 600s is still Connor McDonald. Fourth on the road, third of the Superbikes then Jonathan Gregory. Damien Carson then fourth of the Superbikes. So another call please for the Superbike Cup machines to the holding area. Can we have the Superbike Cup machines to the holding area? A minute and a half left of this qualifying session, and the checkered flag is being readied. So Superbike Pro machines, please make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can, please. That's Martin Walsh away through there on the 6th lap through. Johnny Irwin then back out after making some adjustments, and it has seemed to have worked. Johnny Irwin jumps up 5th in the road and 2nd of the pre-injection 600s. A 106.808 for Johnny Irwin, just behind Connor McDonald with a 106.524. So Johnny Irwin, he's got another chance of it here. Will he be able to outdrag Connor McDonald for pole position? Alex Duncan, a 104.1. Tom Nicol, a 105.7. So Nicol, a second and a half slower than Alex Duncan, and that will be very difficult to claw back in these conditions with just one lap to go. Damien Carson still holding on third there as across the line at 105.8 for Carson. A couple of latecomers there, perhaps. Derek Royale and Mervyn Griffin coming up on the screen there. Here's Johnny Irwin then. Oh, slower that time round for Johnny Irwin, a 107.9. So that's the checker flag now out on this qualifying session. So Superbike Pro machines, can you make your way to the holding area, please? That's Superbike Pro to the holding area. So it looks like it's going to be Alex Duncan then. So Alex Duncan on 104.1. We'll wait for Tom. I think Tom Nicol pulled in there, so he's going to be just about holding on to second place. Connor McDonald, a great lap there from McDonald. in the pre-injection 600s. Third on the road, but first still of the pre-injection 600s, a 105.8. And demoting Damien Carson to fourth, 105.89. Johnny Irwin in fifth, but second of the 600s, a 106.8. Jonathan Gregory sixth and fourth of the Superbikes, a 106.9. Paul Demain seventh, but third in the 600 class, a 107.0. Tom Oliver in eighth, with fifth Superbike, a 109.1. Michael Press in ninth and sixth Superbike, a 109.6. Alan Armstrong 10th, a 7th Superbike, a 109.7. Vincent Long in 11th, but 4th of the 600s, a 109.7. Almantas Monteves 12th on the road and 8th Superbike, a 110.005. Martin Walsh 13th, but 5th 600, a 115.4. Andrew McRae 14th on the road, but 9th of the Superbikes, a 115.7. John Cahill 15th fastest, but 10th fastest in the Superbikes, a 117.3. So Superbike Pro machines coming out next as the pre-injection and the Cup class make their way back into the paddock. So if the Superbike Pros, the remainder of you, can make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can, please. And don't forget your rain lights on the back of the machines. So another call for the Superbikes, please, to the holding area. They will be on track in less than 1 minute time. So that's the Superbikes to the holding area, please. They'll be going on track very, very shortly. So that's the gate now closed for the spectators and the gate for the machines being opened to go out for their qualifying session. Again, weather being very temperamental here as the sun comes back out here at Kirkistown. Machines now out on track. Nicky Burns there, Aaron Spence, and that beautiful Spence Engineering Sebden Steel Honda. Again, a lot of these riders have been out on track before, including that man Corey McGreevy, who set fastest lap in the Super Sport class. Absolutely on it today. And there's our 2024 Ulster Superbike champion Johnny Campbell out on the BMW. Rossi Dobson on the Suzuki. They're making their way already back up towards the hairpin. That's the number So an additional to the programme, the Superbike programme, number 6, Andrew Smith. So he's an addition to your programme. Great to see Carl Phillips out this season again. He took a bit of a sabbatical from the racing, and he's back at it again, raring to go. Dean Campbell, new machinery this season as well for Dean McMaster, should I say. 2-1-2. Carl McGahan, the number 2 machine way through. There's Johnny Campbell. Pushing hard through there as he tucks in close to the pit wall. Coming back round now then to complete their flying laps. And it's Carl Phillips who leads the way from Ryan Gibson and Daniel Mathis and Rossi Dobson, Nicky Burns as well. So they've got good eyesight on each other. Oh, a wee bit of a moment there for Aaron Spence as he goes through. The back end of that Honda just protesting a wee bit. But here's Corey McGreevy then, fastest at the minute. Corey McGreevy by over 3.5 seconds. But Dean McMaster across the line then, up into second there at 102.4. Corey McGreevy fastest at 1:08.48. Carl Phillips just in behind Dean McMaster in third at 104.4. He's a further 1.7 seconds back on McMaster then. Johnny Campbell then jumps up into third. A few teething problems there for Johnny on that BMW this year. Again, it's new machinery for Johnny Campbell. He was used to that Magic Bullet R1 Yamaha in 2024. Looks like Irwin out on the Honda then. And he's sporting the Works Honda Ferns this weekend by the looks of it. McMaster way through there, but Carl up into second place then at 101.8. McMaster at 102.4 in third. Mark Hewitt jumps up into fourth place at 102.5. Ryan Gibson in fifth. Or Ryan Gibson in sixth, apologies, just behind Mark Hewitt at 102.7. Aaron Spence in seventh. Johnny Campbell jumping up into second place. So the names are jumping about the screens here at the minute. Just let them settle themselves as they come back through once again, down past the start and finish straight. And a whole gaggle of them coming through here, down past us. Daniel Matheson was one of them, so Nicky Burns is in the middle of that group as well. Second from the back. He moves over the right hand side, maybe someone just pulling over there from the back of that group, looking behind them, pulling off the track at Colonials 1. Again, just looking at a clear road to get a good lap time in. But Corey McGreevy still fast as a 1:06. Johnny Campbell second at 1:01.8. Carl Phillips a 1:01.881. That's Irwin back out again. Don't think still to complete an actual lap then. Carl Phillips across the line on the JMC racing machine. Back up into second place from Johnny Campbell. Ryan Gibson still in that fourth place. Interesting to see what Irwin can do on this Honda. And that's the Ducati away through there. Andrew Smith goes up into ninth place at 103.6 for Smith. Andy Reid then 10th at the minute at 103.7. That's not where Andy Reid wants to be. Nicky Burns just in behind him then at 103.8. Connolly in third at 103.8. Abbott in 13th at 104.2 for Abbott. There he is, number 9, Irwin across the line then. So Irwin's he needs to push this lap. He needs to get the feel of that machine and the feel of the grip levels of this track on that Superbike. So call for the classic machines to the holding area, please. That's the classic machines to the holding area. Corey McGreevy getting close and personal there as he tries to get round the slower riders as quickly as he can up the inside. That Colonial's one. But again, he's going to have to wipe this lap out because he had to slow up going through Deaders and he lost all the drive towards Colonials. But Carl Phillips, on the other hand, has a good clear road ahead of him. Still holding on to that second. Corey McGreevy a 59.5 that time round. Carl Phillips a 1 minute 0.6. Faster again, Aaron Spence up into third place, a 1 minute 0.6. Daniel Matheson in fourth, a 101.1. Johnny Campbell has been demoted to fifth place. Keep an eye out for Johnny. Here he is. So he's starting a quick lap there as he just gets tucked in behind Ross Irwin. Irwin crossed the line, a 105.2 that time for Irwin. Currently in 17th place. But this is the lap that I think is going to matter. Still has a lot of work to do. Andy Reid still down in 9th place. Johnny Campbell down in the 6th now. Dean McMaster 7th. But Mark Hewitt, great result there so far for Mark Hewitt, down in the 1 minutes. 1 minute 0.976 in 4th place for Hewitt. Great to see Mark to get front row start. There's not long left of this qualifying session, just over 8 minutes gone. So the classic machines, please make your way to the holding area. That's the classic machines to the holding area for your qualifying session. Johnny Campbell across the line again. He's got the better of Irwin that time. Has he towed Irwin along? Ross Irwin up into 10th place. Johnny Campbell still in that 6th place. Faster that time again for Johnny Campbell. A 101.3, but it's not good enough. He has to push that BMW a wee bit harder. Having problems getting it off the line, but once he gets up and going, was seen it the last time, he got a bad start and he wasn't able to hold on to them. But once he got going near the end of the race, and that's when he was starting to pump out some fast laps. He can lap the same time as the leaders, but unfortunately it's just getting that German machine off the line. So still Corey McGreevy from Aaron Spence. Johnny Campbell up into third now. That was a good lap there from Campbell. A 1 minute 0.196. Just 0.084 off Aaron Spence, who's up into second place now. Carl Phillips demoted to fourth. Everybody's up on their pace now. Corey McGreevy posting the fastest lap, a 59.5 as he crosses line on the McAdoo Kawasaki. Nicky Burns across the line then. Currently 14th place. Rossi Dobson up into 15th, a 103.1. So again, the times aren't too far away. Andy Reid on the JMC Racing machine up into 9th place, a 101.1. Again, very close. There's Spence away through. Slightly slower that time, a lot slower that time actually, a 116. Maybe pulled over somewhere to try and get a clear road. Here's Johnny Campbell then. That BMW, the front end, absolutely planted in that BM. Up in the second place goes Johnny Campbell at 59.7. So 1.5 minutes left of this practice session if we can have the remainder of the classic machines. Here's Corey. Slower that time from Corey McGreevy, but Johnny Campbell is going to get another chance at it here. He's going to be pushing hard this lap. He needs that pole position. Burns across the line, still holding on that 14th, a 102.8. Again, Caddy's going through there. Ross Irwin just crawling up the timing screens here. 7th at the minute there for Ross Irwin, a 101.0. Corey McGreevy with a 59.5. Johnny Campbell a 59.7. Here he comes. Can he better it? Oh, 59.9 that time round. So Johnny Campbell still in that second place. It looks like he's going to get another chance at the pudding here. But will he know? He has to push that bend harder again. Corey McGreevy a 59.6 compared to his best of 59.5. So he's still in with a chance here. Johnny Campbell unclinching this pole position. Mark Hewitt then 6th. There's the checkered flag out now. So the checkered flag being waved there. Rossi Dobson across the line. Andrew Smith takes the checkered flag, the number 6 machine. And he's currently in 12th place at the minute, a 102.1. That's the number 96 machine of Connolly. Just looking another wee lap or two. Pulled in to make some adjustments on that Yamaha R1. But unfortunately he's not going to get back out. So again, classic miss. Johnny Campbell. So Johnny Campbell goes fastest, a 59.3 as he crosses the line to take pole position. Corey McGreevy, is he still circulating? It looks like he's already pulled in. So it's going to be Johnny Campbell then who takes pole from Corey McGreevy. Johnny Campbell at 59.3. Corey McGreevy in second at 59.5. Aaron Spence in third at 1 minute point 1. Andy Reid up into fourth that last lap at 1 minute point 6. Carl Phillips fifth. The teammates lined up together at 1 minute point 6. Mark Hewitt in sixth at 1 minute point 9. Ross Irwin seventh at 1 minute point 1. Daniel Matheson in eighth with a 101.1. Dean McMaster in ninth. Ryan Gibson in 10th, again not where he wants to be, lining up for the Superbike race later on today. Aaron Abbott in 11th, Andrew Smith 12th, Connolly 13th, Burns in 14th, Rossi Dobson 15th, Waters in 16th, McGahan in 17th, and Johnson lining up in 18th place. So again, another call, please, for the classic machines to the holding area, please. That's the classic machines to the holding area. So just a wee bit of a clearing up to be done around the circuit. Again, the marshals doing an absolute fabulous job here under the conditions that we have. So we'll be maybe another minute or so. But if the remainder of the classic machines, if you can make your way to the holding area, it looks like there's maybe all the classic machines in the holding area. Big grids this weekend. Great to see. Good grids in nearly all the classes. Quite impressive considering the Isle of Man TT was on. I haven't seen anything or heard any news just yet. So we're giving the all clear now, and the classic machines will be going out on the track now for their qualifying session. You can hear them wee 250 Suzukis slipping the clutch. Of course, these machines, no need for tyre warmers, no need to swap and change different compounds. They've got the one tyre, and that does them all year round. So again, a couple of orange bibs out here, newcomers for this season. And unfortunately for them, they have to wear them all season. So again, it's great to see newcomers even in the classic machines. A lot of young riders opting to race the classic bikes. Sean Leonard there just out in front. Sean Leonard was talking to Sean at the Kirkistown 100, and he was having some issues with that machine. Just misfiring, but the actual carburetor of the bike, the vibrations through these things are absolutely unreal, and the carburetor actually vibrated off the bike. So that was a good find by Sean as he's working in through the late hours, and he just noticed the carburetor was set off to one side of it, and that would definitely make anything misfire. So Andy Kildare out on track, Malcolm Benson, Sean Leonard, George Stinson, Brian Mateer, Nigel Moore, Linton Irwin, Phil Lunny, Callum McCann, Adam McKee, Phil Murphy, Ian Simpson, Brian Harding, Brendan Neeson, Malcolm Love, and of course Brian Matthews all the way through. So the classic machines just rounding the chicane. You can see the obvious. They're not as much lean angle with these machines, especially in these conditions, but the tires are like blue tack. They're really, really sticky. It's just in these conditions, it's a confidence thing really, but we'll see who has the most confidence in this qualifying session for these classic machines. 17 bikes out on track, and it's Andy Kildare who leads the way, but only just there as Malcolm Benson gets tucked in behind. Sean Leonard away through then. We'll start to see some times on the tables here. So Nigel Moore goes through. So Nigel jumping up the screen a wee bit from where he is in the row position. Linton Irwin does the same thing. So 5th fastest so far. Nigel Moore 3rd fastest. Second of the 350s, Malcolm Benson just in behind, but he's in a great position there, tucked in behind Andy Kildare. And he's still in behind Andy Kildare as they exit the chicane. So that wee 350 is doing well to hold on to that 500. And that's Matthews away through. So Malcolm Love coming back out of pit lane, pulling in, making some adjustments to that wee 250 Suzuki, a Cleaver Brown machine. Andy Kildare then, it'll not be long until they're probably actually going to catch Malcolm Love just before the chicane. And he could get a long look behind him. Malcolm Benson still not too far away from Andy Kildare. 1.2 off the pace. Just waiting for Nigel Moore now to see if he can better that. Oh, but Nigel's just getting the number 24 machine of George Stinson. So 1:19.9 that time round for Nigel Moore. So number 511 of Callum McCann. And Phil Lunny, young Phil Lunny, just in behind. He loves that. Thompson then on the silver Dream Machine. Number 63 away through, currently in 11th on the road, but second fastest of the 1000, the open class. Brendan Neeson up into 13th then. 7th of the 350s. Johnny Parker there perhaps in the Moto 3 machine, just making his way back up through the paddock. The Parker Transport Moto 3. Oh, look at, so Malcolm Love has tucked in behind Andy Kildare now. So he stole Benson's idea. As long as he can sort of stay with him on the brakes in mid-corner, he might get a wee bit of a slipstream. Not an awful lot, but as the bike will pull away in front of him. But if he gets that wee bit of a slipstream to help the drive out of the corners, every little helps in these qualifying sessions. And of course, with the smaller bikes, you want to be up the front as much as you can. Brian Mateer away through. Brian go up in the 6th, fastest of the 250s then for Mateer, a 122.6. So it is, there's Lunny, Phil Lunny up into 8th place now for Phil Lunny, 2nd of the 500, a 123.5, but it's Andy Kildare who's fastest, a 117.3. Malcolm Benson in 2nd, but fastest of the 350s, a 117.4. As the 250s come down below us here, lovely sounding wee bikes. Adam McKee, 2nd of the 250s there. Sean Leonard, fastest of the 500s, and Brian Mateer, fastest of the 250s. Malcolm Love there then, just dropping back off again. But he's 5th at the minute, fastest of the 250s now for Malcolm Love, a 120.4. That time round, 120.466. So getting ready for the first race of today then, the lightweight Moto 3 and Supersport 300 machines. They're already making their way to the holding area. So that's the lightweight Moto 3, Supersport 300s and the classic Grand Prix machines. I don't think there is any classic GP machines out, unfortunately. Would have been nice to see a wee 250 Honda or TZ. But it's Andy Kildare in this classic qualifying, who's still leading the way, a 117.3. Malcolm Benson in 2nd, still holding on to that, leading the 350 class, a 117.4. Linton Irwin in 3rd, 2nd of the 350s, a 118.3. Nigel Murren 4th, 3rd of the 350s, 118.4. Malcolm Love leading the way in the 250 class, 5th on the road. As he just goes past there, the wee bike didn't sound too well coming past. A wee bit of a misfire there, or maybe missed a gear or something, but he's still circulating anyway. Brian Mateer in 2nd of the 250s and 6th, a 120.7. And Sean Leonard leading the way in the 500s in 7th place as he crosses the line there. Faster again there for Leonard, a 122.3. Linton Irwin goes through then up in the 3rd place, a 118.3. That last time was a 118.5, so just pacing himself now. There's the number 51 machine then. That was maybe McCann away through. So again, another call please for the lightweight Moto 3 Supersport 300s to the holding area for the first race of today. Ian Thompson away through, 2nd of the 1000 cc's. Long way to go if he wants to win that one from Andy Kildare. Still fastest then, a 117.3. Not far away, Malcolm Benson, a 117.4 on a 350. Linton Irwin in 3rd then. Again, that machine, that 250 of Malcolm's, just not a wee machine at all. So 10 minutes gone of this qualifying session now. So the lightweight machines making their way. There's Brian Mateer goes through. Oh, Brian Mateer goes up into fifth, and leapfrogs Malcolm Love. So now the fastest 250 out on track is Brian Mateer. Malcolm Love down into second. Third of 250s is Adam McKee with a 131.2 for McKee. So nobody's touching that time. Andy Kildare only completing 4 laps on his machinery. As you can see, the lightweight machines flooding their way into the pit lane. Warm up for their race. So 1 minute to go then. The checkered flag will be flown, putting an end to this qualifying session. Oh, cross. Take my eyes off the screen for 1 second, and Colin McCann goes across the line on a 350. Fastest there for McCann, a 1:16.8. Number 511. Just making sure that's correct, but it looks like it. That's what I'm seeing anyway. I'll just have to confirm that one, but it's saying here that Colin McCann, a 1:16.8 for McCann. Andy Kildare in second, a 1:17.3. So McCann leading the way on the road and the 350 class. So Linton Irwin, then Malcolm Benson in third. Linton Irwin fourth, but third of the 350s. There's the checkered flag being flown now. Margaret Patterson taking over the flag from Jenny Gartland at the minute. Jenny away for a wee break there. Malcolm Benson then. That's looking there. So it's actually Malcolm Benson now. So fastest lap goes to Malcolm Benson at 1:16.4. I was wondering what was happening there. Linton Irwin just cruising across the line as they all take the flag. So Malcolm Benson with the fastest lap. That's an impressive last lap there from Benson. That looks like they're nearly all through. So again, another call for the lightweight Moto 3s and the Supersport 300s to the holding area. So it looks like Benson is going to take pole position. And first of the 350s, a 1:16.4. Andy Kildare in second. Firstly open a 1:17.3. Linton Irwin third. Second of the 350s, a 1:18.3. Nigel Moore in fourth. Third of the 350s, a 1:18.4. So again, nice and close there at the top. Brian Mateer clinching the fastest 250 there. Fifth in the road from Malcolm Love with a 1:20.3. Malcolm Love in second, a 1:20.4. Sixth on the road. Sean Leonard, fastest of the 500s and seventh on the road, a 1:21.8. George Stinson in eighth. Fourth of the 350s, a 1:22.7. Andrew McCrum then, currently in ninth. Second of the 500s, a 1:23.0. There may have been an issue there with McCrum's transponder at the start of that qualifying session. Let's see, he got 8 laps in. Colin McCann, Phil Lunny in 10th. Third of the 500s, Colin McCann in 11th. Fifth of the 350s, Ian Thompson then second of the 1000s in the open class, and 12th on the road. 13th on the road and 6th in the 350s is Brian Harding. Brendan Neeson then 7th of the 350, 14th on the road. Adam McKee, third 250 across the line, 15th on the road. Phil Murphy, 16th fastest and 4th fastest of the 500s. Brian Matthews, 4th fastest of the 250s, lines up on 17th. So the lightweight Moto 3, Supersport 300 and the Classic GP machines going out on track for their warm-up lap. And we're just letting a few spectators through here and we'll be ready to go very shortly. So that's the lightweight Moto 3 and Supersport 300 machines out on track. Try my best to keep up with this. Each individual championship that's running in this one race. It sounds like Darren Duncan on the 125 Honda. So the machine's out on their warm-up lap then, and they will line up on the grid in this order. Ruben Sherman Boyd taking pole position there on the lightweight Supersport. Rory Creeth, a late comer there unfortunately. Rory Creeth then in second. Rhys Gates, first of the Supersport 300s, will line up in third. Billy Dobson in fourth. Max Wardy in fifth. Sixth is Jordan McGahan. Jack Foley in seventh. Martin Halford lines up in eighth. See. Owen Everard then lines up in 9th. Dale Hyland in 10th. Adam Shields 11th. Manta Suggs Dennis in 12th. Chris Gray 13th. Marley Brown in 14th. Joe Crossett 15th. Mark Shields lines up in 16th. 17th is Brendan Ryan. And then we will have the Moto 3 machine split grids. The Moto 3s will start behind with Alexander Rowan on pole from Peter Willis and Ciara Cahoon. You see Roy Creeth just making up his position there in second place. Ruben Sherman Boyd busting to go here for this race as there's a few adjustments just being made. This race, as they're just sorting themselves out. Up next will be the Super Twins and the Production Twins. That's the Big 3 Series President Cup. That's race 2 in your programs. So if you can think about getting yourselves ready. So a wee bit of confusion on the grid here of the who's who and where goes what. So again, the rider's just getting a wee bit impatient here. Engine's overheating. They're very temperamental as it is, these wee machines. So I think that'll do, and we'll get things underway then. Of course, the Moto 3s as well at the back there. Just a reminder for all the riders as well, your grid positions are posted on the window just at the sign-in building. So if you want to make sure you know where you are and you can have a wee nosy at it. But I think we're good to go then. I would organise the Moto 3 bikes now. So it's looking good then. 8 lapper, remember, they're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Oh, Roy Creeth stuck on the line. Roy Creeth stalled it on the line. Can't get that machine going again. But it looks like Ruben Sherman Boyd got the whole shot in that one. So Roy's going to have to get off the track here. The Moto 3 machines have to get going here very, very soon, because it'll not belong to these lightweight machines. We'll have a back round again. So I think they're getting ready now. The green flag is up. And away they go. Oh no, Kirkistown, what happened there? A long, long wait for the lights. A disaster there for Kirkistown. Looked like a great start. Yeah, just here and there now. It is a red flag. So a red flag for a false start. That was a good call. That was a wee bit of a disaster. So I think the best thing to do is to try that again. But hopefully everyone knows where they have to be now. I think it was just a wee bit of impatience there, and a couple of jump starts, and I think then, I'm not sure what's happening with Roy Creeth. He still can't get that machine going by the looks of it. He might be able to start from pit lane, I'm not sure. And there's another rider too in the lightweight super sport. So there's a couple of riders there that have actually missed the start. Trying to get my paperwork in some sort of order. So the Moto 3 machine's just coming back round now as they're getting lined up. That's Adam Shields that missed the start of that one. But here we go, they're getting ready again. They're told to watch the lights. Roy Creeth won't be able to start this one. Away they go, another great start there from Ruben Sherman Boyd. And now for the Moto 3 machines then. That was a wee bit cleaner that time round. Moto 3s. No Kirkistown this time. And away they go. Great start there. It's like Alexander Rowan around the outside there, but through Fisherman's. The lightweight machines. Coming out of Fisherman's, it looks like Ruben Sherman Boyd then just turning into the chicane now. And it is indeed. That wee Kawasaki 400 stretching the lead already. Just a shame Rory Creeth wasn't able to start that race. I thought he was maybe going to be able to start it from the pit lane. The bikes making their way up past Pit Lane Cafe. The 400 Supersport machines with the Supersport 300s. The Moto 3 bikes. Alexander Rowan has already caught the Supersport machines, but here we go. Ruben Sherman Boyd across the line. And that's the number 10 machine then of Max Wardy. Max had a great qualifying session. He just came on there a wee bit at the end. Jack Foley, Rhys Gates all the way through. Bailey Dobson, Martin Halford, Jordan Gahan. But it's Alexander Rowan who's leading the Moto 3s from Peter Willis and Matt Davison in third place. On corrected time then, Alexander Rowan is up into second on the road. That's Johnny Parker on the Moto 3 away through there. He ran into difficulties during qualifying. 6th so far, 18th on the road then for Johnny Parker. Alexander Rowan already through past pit lane, but the group in behind then. Look at the speed difference of that machine. That looked like that was maybe Buster Sherman Boyd. But here's Ruben then, the older brother, across the line. And we'll wait for the others. It's just a long, long wait there. Buster Sherman Boyd. Ruben, apology, 104.5. So Jack Foley across the line. Max Wardy. It was Foley, that machine, just blasting past Wardy down the back straight. Peter Alexander Rowan already away through there in the Moto 3. Fastest there from Peter Willis in second, and Matt Davison still holding on in that third spot. Back at the chicane, Ruben Sherman Boyd miles in front now from second place Jack Foley. Nearly 11 seconds of a gap back from Ruben Sherman Boyd to the next lightweight Supersport machine. You can see he's just starting to get away now. Dobson as well is on the push. He's in the slipstream as they make their way down. Passes here once again. Ruben Sherman Boyd a 104.57 won that time round. Super Twins then to the holding area. And Super Twins, Production Twins for the Big 3 Series President Cup race. Again, down through passes here. Their names jumping everywhere around the screen. Jordan McGahan as Alexander Rowan again goes through, still leading the Moto 3 class. Peter Willis in second. Matt Davison still holding on to that third place. Nigel Moore away through there as well. Johnny Parker just getting caught by Ruben Sherman Boyd. A big long look behind him, Ruben. There's nobody there, no need to worry. You just do your own thing at the minute. Alexander Rowan posting good times as well, a 105.9 on the Moto 3. Ruben Sherman Boyd on the Supersport 400 machine, a 104.5. As he crosses the line again, he's already got past Johnny Parker on the Parker Transport Moto 3 machine. Maybe having issues with that bike as they're powering out of the hairpin then. Oh, a big movement there. And that looked like, was that Wardy perhaps? It was indeed, and that's upset the whole apple cart now. Dobson trying to go round the outside of Wardy, and he makes it stick through Deaders. Joe Crossett there, getting well tucked in behind that screen. And there's Ruben Sherman Boyd then. So another call for the Super Twins and Production Twins to the holding area, please. That's the Super Twins and Production Twins to the holding area. So 4 laps to go, 3.5 laps to go this race. And there's Ruben Sherman Boyd already down passes here. So 3 laps to go. The Moto 3 machines just cutting through the lightweight machines now already. There's Johnny Parker. And look at Alexander Rowan. Absolutely phenomenal run there for Alexander Rowan. Jack Foley pushing hard now as well. So Jack Foley, that was a 108.6 that time round for Foley. Peter Willis just ahead of him, a 107.6. Matt Davison across the line there then. Buster Sherman Boyd in behind, 4th of the Moto 3s. So up into 5th on the road and cracked the time. Keep an eye then up along. Ruben Sherman Boyd is going to be crossing the line again here. Faster again for Ruben Sherman Boyd, a 104.4. He's just nipping away at that time. He's coming into heavy traffic now as they come down below us here. Up the inside for Ruben Sherman Boyd, making short work of the slower riders, and round the outside, I think that was maybe Darren Duncan. Alexander Rowan, a 105.8 that time for Alexander Rowan compared to Ruben's time, a 104.4. They're all quicker on that last lap. Oh, a great battle here going through. Wardy just through there as Jack Foley. And Wardy just got up the inside there of Johnny Parker, no more at Deaders. At the chicane then. Oh, Nigel Moore on his Moto 3 machine. The clutch slipping a wee bit in that bike by the sounds of it as he comes past us here. But here's your leader then, Ruben Sherman Boyd. Last lap flag out now. So that's the last lap flag. If the remainder of the Super Twins and Production Twins can please make their way to the holding area as quickly as you can. So again, they're well spread out now. Joe Crossett then makes her way through. There's Alexander Rowan, currently 2nd on the road, 2nd corrected time, leading the Moto 3s. Peter Willis in 2nd, the Moto 3s. Jack Foley still pushing hard on that 400 Supersport machine, but Max Wardy isn't letting him go. Wardy was trying to make a move up the inside there, but wasn't able to make it stick. So we'll just keep a close eye out for, let's see, Ruben Sherman Boyd then. And here he comes. There's the checker flag. There's your winner, Ruben Sherman Boyd, across the line, a 104.4 fastest lap. Now we're waiting for, we'll have to wait to see 2nd place Jack Foley. He was getting it tight with Max Wardy there for a long time. A few slower right. There's Alexander Rowan across the line. And here we go. Who's going to get the better? Oh, and they're coming across the line side by side. It's going to be Foley. So Foley takes 2nd place. Max Wardy dropping back that wee bit. They had a good battle, but of course Wardy still holding on to that 2nd in the Supersport 300 class. So Ruben Sherman Boyd taking the win in the lightweight Supersport. 2nd was Jack Foley. Lightweight Supersport, Martin Halford in 3rd. Moto 3s then, Alexander Rowan takes the win from Peter Willis and Matt Davison. 4th place was Buster Sherman Boyd. 5th was Nigel Moore. Darren Duncan in 6th. And Johnny Parker rounds up the Moto 3s in 7th place. Lightweight Supersport 300s then. It was Billy Dobson who took the win from Max Wardy and Rhys Gates. Jordan McGahan in 4th. 5th was Owen Everard. Dale Hyland in 6th. 7th was Marley Brown. Mantas Dennis in 8th. And 9th was Joe Crossett.
That should be all the qualifying times. And when you get a asked those riders not to see me.
Oh, in trouble.
Transponders weren't working.
Oh, right, okay.
Weren't on or something, so it's hard to get them here.
Oh, yeah. So Super Twins and Production Twins lining up in the holding area now for their Big 3 Series President's Cup. So just an announcement from the timekeepers. We have certain riders that were struggling to read their transponders. So if the following riders can please come to the timekeeper's office. In the pre-injection class, number 19, Derek Royale. In the Superbike Cup, number 151, Keith Richardson. Superbike 44, Aaron Abbott. Number 96, Shane Connolly. And number 911, Andrew McCrum. In the Classics, can you please come to the timekeeper's office as quickly as you can? So Malcolm Lowe way out on his wee 250 Suzuki. Has obviously made some adjustments there to that bike, and hopefully he's got it sorted then for his race later on. So that's the Super Twins and Production Twins out on track for their warm-up lap now. So we'll have Colin Irwin then will take pole position from Kevin Lavery. Christian Elkin in third, Robert Waddell in fourth, Finan Wardy in fifth. Jack Myers will line up in sixth. Hayden Clinton in seventh, Dean McMaster line up in eighth. Alex Duncan will line up in ninth place, and of course first of the Production Twins. Kevin Canny in 10th. Finn O'Connell in 11th. Shane Mulligan in 12th. Nicky Burns, second of the Production Twins, lines up in 13th. Dwayne Lewis in 14th. Harry McAleese 15th, Lee Harra in 16th, Matthew Watson in 17th, Ronan Waters 18th, third of the Production Twins then Michael Dunleavy in 19th, and fourth is Dwayne McCoy, and he lines up in 20th. So as they come round to take their grid positions, the Moto 1 machines, if you can get yourselves ready, that's race 3 in your programs. If you can make your way to the holding area. There's Algie just making his way to his grid position with Waddell in behind him. Kevin Lavery then having a good run today, Kevin. He's had a good start to today's meeting. Irwin then taking pole. Jack Myers on the very familiar colours on that 650 Kawasaki. Again, just a wee bit of organisation being done here. Kyle Martin, so the green flag is waved at the back. They're told to watch the lights. Revs go up, away they go. Great start there from Irwin with Kevin Lavery got a good start too, just tucking in behind Erwin as they're through Deaders. Erwin looking the way, moves over to the right hand side. Is he going to try and make a move into Colonials? I don't think so. He has to get tucked in behind Erwin. But again, Christian Alkin, he got a pretty even start there off the line. He didn't make any ground, but he didn't lose any. So 3 fishermen to go. In through the chicane then. It is still Erwin. Oh, had a wee bit of a lift there just at the apex, just at the exit of the chicane. Down the front straight then. It is Erwin, Lavery, Elke and McMaster got a good start there too. Just a reminder for all riders, please know where your grip positions are. They are on the window at sign on, so please have a wee look before you go out. So here we go across the line then. It's Erwin from Lavery, Elke as they were on the grid. Dean McMaster in 4th, Robert Waddell in 5th, Finn and Wardy 6th, Jack Wires across the line in 7th. 8th is Alex Duncan leading the production twins at the minute. Hayden Clinton in 9th, Mulligan in 10th, O'Connell 11th, Burns in 12th, still 2nd of the production twins. So the leaders back through Fisherman's now. They've closed up a wee bit. Elke's closed up on Lavery. Looking away past, he doesn't want Erwin getting away with this one. Once that Aprilia's wound up, the Kawasaki seems to struggle just to stay with it even on the straight. But there's that bike of Lavery's isn't slow at all. Elke seemed to be in the slipstream there and he was still pulling away from him. So we make our way out of the hairpin. Still Erwin. Great battles further on back in this race as well. But it's Erwin, Lavery, Elke, McMaster staying with them too. Finn and Wardy doing a great job now. Up into 5th place for Wardy. Hayden Clinton now up into 8th and Mulligan's up into 9th now. Alex Duncan then still leading the production twins but down in 10th place. That looked like Lee Hara, good move there. Lee Hara up into 15th then from Matthew Watson. So the leaders in through the chicane. Elke starting to drop off this leading pack a wee bit. Lavery's still, he's just struggling with getting that torque down on the Kawasaki as they make their way back towards the hairpin here. A whole freight train of machines coming through the chicane once again, but out onto the start and finish straight comes Erwin. A lovely machine, that Aprilia. So a 102.0. Kevin Lavery a 102.1. Christian Alkin in 3rd, a 102.7. As the Thunder tosses here and make their way towards Fisherman's. And they'll be coming up to slower riders here pretty soon as well. A reminder please for the Moto 1 machines, if you can make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can. So Colin Irwin still pushing hard. That's a 102.0. Fastest lap again that last time, and he is starting to gap Kevin Lavery. Times are pretty consistent there. Lavery a 102.1 that time. Irwin a 102.0. There's not an awful lot in it, but they're going to be coming up into slower riders now. Irwin across the line. The gap is now up to 1.6 seconds back from Irwin. Chris Nelkin 1.5. So Lavery is starting to pull away from Elke once again. He's just dropping back a wee bit. Dean McMaster then still holding on to that 4th place. Oh, Nicky Burns across the line there. And that was Ronan Waters, was it, just getting the better of him round the outside at Deaders. But Nicky Burns moves over to the right hand side. Is he able to return the favour into Colonials 1? He is up the inside, but he runs wide. Waters get him back. No, he's held it. So through Colonials 2, and he holds the position into Fisherman's then. Great move there by Nicky Burns. So the leaders then back up to the hairpin. The gap last time 1.6 seconds. Chris Nelkin back from Kevin Lavery, 1.5 seconds then. Irwin pushing hard right out to the white line. Across the line goes Irwin. 1.5 seconds now. Chris Nelkin dropping further back again, 2.1. Dean McMaster a lonely 4th place there. But great battle then for 5th, 6th and 7th. Finn and Wardy leading the way from Waddell and Mears. Oh, gaggle of machines going through there. Lee Hara just at the back of that as the scramble for possession before tucking into Colonials 1. There's 2 abreast going through Colonials. And again, just having the short shift coming back out of Colonials. You have to remember there's a lot of torque in these twin cylinder machines, and you have to feather the throttle, as they say, especially in these conditions. It's been declared a wet race, but the track is drying dramatically. We've seen this earlier in qualifying, and again it came down heavy. The rain, it was an absolute pour. So again, the gap 2 seconds back to Lavery and a further 2 seconds back to Christian Elkin then. So that was Finn and Wardy still ahead of Robert Waddell. Hayden Clinton ahead of Jack Mears now. Jack Mears under pressure from Mulligan. So Mulligan now pushing hard on the brakes. Mulligan looking up the inside of Mears, and he does. So Mulligan into Colonials 1. Gets the better of Mears. Up another position there. So Mears demoted once again, just slowing off the pace. So here's the leader then. 3 laps to go of this race. The Moto 1 machines have used to make their way to the holding area, please. Lavery, a big long look over to the right hand side, looking for a pit board there. As Dean McMaster gets his pit board nice and clear. A lonely 4th place there. Robert Waddell really struggling here with Wardy. Oh, nearly touched on the exit of the Deaders. So Waddell again moving over the right hand side. He tried to make a move on water of Wardy there, but he wasn't able to do anything about it, and it cost him time as he ran wide coming out of Colonials 1. Irwin posting the fastest lap again. So as they exit the chicane then, Irwin with a 101.1, Lavery a 101.7. Chris Nelkin a 102.1, Dean McMaster a 102.9. So there's Irwin again, coming into slower riders now. As he makes his way through, heading through Colonials. That's Kevin Lowry, Chris Nelkin, comfortable 3rd place there. Here's Dean McMaster just dropping off the pace a wee bit. He doesn't need to push too hard. Oh, and he has. So Waddell has got the better of Wardy on that lap. He ran wide of Colonials, but he was able to get the better of him somewhere around the lap. But Wardy not letting him go. He closes up on the brakes. So again, he runs a wee bit wide. He runs a lot wide, but he might get the drive through Colonials 2, and he'll be able to short shift, maybe just hold it out a wee bit through Fisherman's. No, he loses that time then. So he drops further back on Waddell. So the leaders then coming into slower riders now on the closing part of this race. Here we go, there's Irwin. So the last lap flag goes out for Colin Irwin. Lavery then making short work of the slower riders. So does Chris Nelkin. Will he get caught even more? I don't think Dean McMaster is going to be able to catch, even if Chris Nelkin does get caught out with the slower riders. But up the inside then, Elke just taking it easy. He knows he's safe in that 3rd place. He needs points. And Mears out on his own now on that ex-McAdoo machine. So we'll keep an eye at the leader then just exiting the chicane. Not long to go now for Irwin. Still pushing hard. Irwin on the brakes, in through the hairpin then, and getting that Aprilia stood up straight for the last time in this race. Here he comes then. Irwin takes the checker flag and the win in the Super Twin class. Lavery then. That was a busy last lap there for Lavery. Christian Elkin in third, actually caught back up 2 seconds then, the gap back from Lavery. Caught a wee bit of ground there as he was cutting through the slower riders. Dean McMaster across the line of fourth. Robert Waddell got the better of Finn and Wardy at the end, but Wardy was still right on him that whole last lap. Hayden Clinton then and Mulligan. Mares across the line. So again, great racing there once again. So it's Irwin who took the win in the Super Twin class, a 101.1. Kevin Lavery in second, a 101.6. Christian Elgin in third, a 102.1. McMaster fourth, a 102.9. Robert Waddell in fifth, a 103.2. Wardy in sixth, a 103.4. Clinton in seventh, a 103.4. Mulligan in eighth, a 103.3. The times were really close there for them, 5 to 8. Ninth then was Jack Mears, just getting tangled up at the start of that race a wee bit. He needs to get the elbows out at the start of the next one. A 104.0. Apologies. Ronan Waters in 10th, 104.6. Alex Duncan, winner of the production class, with a 105.3. Second in the production class, Michael Dunleavy, a 107.9. Doran then in third, a 107.9. Fourth then was Dwayne McCoy with a 108.4. Next up then, the Moto 1 machines. So we'll get the Moto 1 bikes as the sun's still shining here at Kirkistown. The track's still drying, and hopefully we don't scud it for this race. So that's us ready to go then for the Moto 1 machines. Rory Creeth just doing a lap. Rory unfortunately not being able to get out in his first race, having issues with that machine, stalling on the line. Very lucky not to get hit from behind. All the riders did a fantastic job in preventing that incident. So Rory just doing a lap just to make sure that machine is right. You can see him there just at the chicane. Roy Creeth just pulling over on the exit of the chicane. He's maybe going to do, he's just making sure the bike can get off the line this time. And he looks down the left hand side of the bike. He's up and going again, so everything seems to be okay this time round. Lovely sound, and then we Kawasaki 400s. Kirkistown warming up the tyres. So as they come to the grid then, it's Hubert Tomaszewski who takes pole position, followed by Ciara Cahoon. William Graham will line up in third. Owen Walsh in fourth. Harley Smith in fifth. David Scott lining up in sixth. And Joel Herr lines up in seventh. Brandon Kennedy in 8th. Again, Kennedy just struggling, having some difficulties with that tandem machine. Misfiring during qualifying. Hopefully they've got that rectified. Again, so many of these riders coming from the IMC Irish Minibike Championship and still competing in the Irish Minibike Championship. We've made champions of them there, and we're hoping to make champions of them here as well. And that's Joel Hurt. First race of the season for Joel on that 250 Kawasaki. He seems to get in the hang of it. Okay, he's been dropping a couple of seconds each time during the qualifying. So the green flag goes up at the back. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Great start there here with Tomaszewski and Kirkistown. Kirkistown just going for the wide line there and tucking in. Two Deaders, just missing out in second place. They're side by side going into Colonials, but it's Hubert Tomaszewski who gets the whole shot. Kirkistown back up into second place then. Just can't see, she's under pressure there from someone. And it looks like a newcomer just trying to ride round the outside of Cahoon there, going through Colonials 2. But they're at Fisherman's, or Tomaszewski's at the chicane actually. And in through the chicane, it's Tomaszewski. Cahoon just can't work out who that is in third place. So down the back straight then they go. That maybe looks like William Graham in that third place, but we'll know better when they cross the line here. At the hairpin they come. These wee bikes again, you have to get the power on so early, you have so much corner speed here. So Tomaszewski across the line, Kirkistown then, number 777 across the line, and it is William Graham in that third place, Ocean Walsh 4th, Harley Smith in 5th, David Scott 6th, Joel Hare in 7th. Unfortunately, Kennedy obviously not able to rectify that issue on the tandem machine. Oh, he has indeed. So across the line then, not registering there at the minute. But it does definitely sounds a lot better, that wee bike. So back at the chicane then, Tomaszewski exiting. Oh, it looks like Graham up into second place then. So William Graham has got the better. Oh, just about Kirkistown round the outside on the exit of the chicane. And they're side by side, the two tandem machines knocking elbows down the back straight. But it looks like William Graham with the advantage, maybe in top end, but it's on the brakes that matters here into the hairpin. And he holds on to it then as Tomaszewski crosses the line then, miles ahead of everyone else. The gap is up to 8 seconds, nearly 9 seconds of a gap. Kirkistown just struggling with the speed of that bike. William Graham, he looks like starting to pull away already from Cahoon. But the gap, nearly 9 seconds now, up to Hubert Tomaszewski as he comes through the chicane then. A lonely race, but it's all points at the end of the day for the championship. Anything can happen throughout the year. William Graham through the chicane, they're battling it out there. And Kirkistown back in another place by the looks of it, but she's not giving up without a fight. I think that's Walsh now then, just ahead of Cahoon. And Smith in behind. So Cahoon going backwards in this one. So Smith is down past her now. So Kirkistown on the brakes is going to run wide, is she? Come back out on this. Ran a wee bit wide, maybe just on the exit. Not able to get the power on as early as what she would like. But it's William Graham from Smith. Kirkistown is Walsh that's getting tucked in behind. getting the better of Cahoon on down the straights. But look at Ciara on the brakes then. Big wide lines, that's exactly what you need on these wee machines. Try and carry as much corner speed as you can. So the leader out through the chicane then, he can start pacing himself now. That last lap, fastest lap for Hubert Tomaszewski at 1:10.4. William Graham in second at 1:14.1. Harley Smith in third at 1:13.7. Ciara Cahoon fourth with a 1:15.4. Walsh in fifth at 1:14.1. Her in sixth with a 1:15.6. So great chunk out of time there from his qualifying earlier on. Tomaszewski across the line, and as we wait for second place, William Graham. And they've all closed back up again by the looks of it. They have indeed. And Ciara Cahoon just dropping back again. The bike looks a lot slower in other places than these 250 machines. So the gap back from Tomaszewski to William Graham is now up to 16.7 seconds. That's a huge gap now. Harley Smith in behind Graham, and Walsh just tagging on the back, just waiting to pounce in this race. So Tomaszewski with his own race here. Through the chicane, just coming up. Brendan Kennedy just exiting the chicane now. And that looks like William Graham. William Graham's lost a position there, so Harley Smith has got the better of William Graham as they get into the slipstream of each other. Absolutely vital there. But Kennedy actually pulling away down the straight, and on the brakes they have to move over to the right hand side, give each other plenty of room. Out of the hairpin then, Smith is a tuck in behind each other then, waving across the track. They don't want to give each other a slipstream here. So Smith up in the second now from William Graham. Walsh, Cahoon across the line. Then now, number 777. Just dropped back a further 6 seconds off Walsh on that lap. Now under pressure. So Joel Herr, a 1:15.0 compared to Ciara Cahoon's a 1:15.4. So nearly half a second a lap quicker. And we can see this gap closing for Cahoon. So Joel Herr in for a chance of a top 5 here in this race, in his first race. But at the chicane then, it is still Smith from Graham. And Walsh just holding there no more. We'll watch the slipstream to get down the back straight. Here's Tomaszewski. Absolutely pinned through deaders, not holding back one bit, stretching the cables on that wee machine. You can see visibly now Joel Herr and Davy Scott are pulling, reeling Ciara Cahoon in. Smith still just starting to gap Graham now. And look at the gap, so the gap's down to 1.4 seconds back from Ciara Cahoon. So Joel and David Scott definitely in for a chance here of getting the better of Ciara Cahoon. As we wait for the leader, the last lap flag is being ready in this race. The battle further back, still raging. William Graham is not giving up in this one. Walsh is still, the gap is absolutely identical. But here's Hubert Tomaszewski. A 109.9 that time, or 110.0 compared to 109.9. So he's paced himself. He's finishing. And by the looks of it, he's going to take the win of this race. So Ciara Cahoon, Joel Herr right up behind Ciara Cahoon now as they make their way to the hairpin, but it's still Smith from Graham and Walsh. So who got the better of who on the brakes? Coming out onto the start and finish straight. Oh, it's Joel Herr from Ciara Cahoon, but only just, they're side by side. So Joel Herr has the line 4 deaders. Will he keep it pinned? Kirkistown just cutting across the front of Joel. David Scott still holding on there in that group just in behind, but Kirkistown on the brakes. She started to gap it already, but it looked like she ran a wee bit wide, so Joel Hurst right back on her again. Into Fisherman's. Will he make a move on the brakes? Here we go then. Your leader and your winner, Hubert Tomaszewski, takes the win and the fastest lap on the last lap of 109.9 for Tomaszewski. Looking back now to second place, the battle for second. It's getting messy there. It looks like William Graham was trying to find a wide line so he can get the drive on Smith. But it looks like it's going to be Smith that's going to take a checker flag. Further back then, Joel Hurd under pressure. There it is, Smith taking second from Graham and Walsh. But Joel Hurd, they're side by side going into the hairpin. Scott pushing them out wide. He's looking at an inside line as they're coming on the start and finish straight. Who is it? Who's going to take it? They're in the slipstream. Joel and Scott. It's got to be David Scott who gets the better of Joel Hurd, but the both of them on the brakes with Kirkistown at the hairpin. What a result there from the newcomers. So there it is, confirmation. Hubert Tomaszewski with the win, a 109.9. Harley Smith, great fought battle there for second place, holding off William Graham, a 112.5. William Graham, a 112.4 in third. Walsh in fourth with a 112.3. Scott, again, just getting the better of Joel Hurry. Held on to the back end of Joel that whole race. But it's the last corner, the last lap. It's the checkered flag that counts in that one. David Scott in fifth, a 114.5. Joel Hurd in sixth with a 114.8. Seventh was Kirkistown. Poor Kirkistown just dropping off. It looked really good there at the start of that race, but just started dropping off. Something maybe wrong with the machine, maybe a confidence thing. Might have had a slide in one of them damp patches, but seventh place for Kirkistown, a 115.4. Brandon Kennedy in eighth with a 131.6. Comedy race control just confirmed it was 1:15 back on post. So just an announcement, we are going on break, going on lunch here now. So if everyone, all marshals can be back on their posts for 1:15, and we'll get things up and running shortly after that with the Crown Prince of Kirkistown Super Sport race, a 10-lapper. That's race 4 in your programme. So if the Super Sport machines can get themselves ready after lunch in around 1:15, that would be great. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll be back soon for some more racing.
Andrew McCrum from the Classics game.
So just another announcement for the following riders, if they can please come to the timing hut, as they call it. We haven't called it a timing hut in a long time, but the timing office, please. Derek Royale, Keith Richardson, Aaron Abbott, and Shane Connolly. Can you all please come to the timing office? That's Derek Royale, Keith Richardson, Aaron Abbott, and Shane Connolly. So I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. The marshals, the medics, and all the ground staff just heading back to their points. They're having a wee brief there, just making sure everything is as it should be. So the last race just before lunch there was the Moto 1 race, and great race it was. Well, a lonely race for Hubert Tomaszewski, but he'll not be complaining. He brought it home with a win from Harley Smith in second, William Graham in third, Walsh in fourth, Scott fifth, and only just from Joel Herr. It was very close across the line. They were side by side, but Scott just got the drive out of the hairpin. And Cahoon in seventh, Kennedy then in eighth. Next up then is the Crown Prince of Kirkistown Supersport race. This is a 10-lapper, and this is part of the Big 3 Series Championship. So if you can start making your way to the holding area, and just typically it has started to rain. Here I'm sure there was panic stations, what tyres are we going to use. It's rained right up to lunchtime. The track dries over lunch, and now it starts to rain again. So it has been declared a wet meeting earlier on this morning. So the clerk of the course, Mark Sandlin, has declared it a wet meeting. So unfortunately, if there is tyre changes, you won't really have much time to do that. They might give you a wee bit of leeway, but at the minute it has started to rain again. And I've also heard news from the Isle of Man TT roads. Let me see, get my paperwork right here. So the roads will be closed throughout the mountain course at 5. There will be a track inspection at 6, and they're hoping to get racing for 7 p.m. tonight. So hopefully we can all get home and we'll be able to watch that as well. And that will be over, the senior will be over 4 laps. So it'll be a 4-lap race. Hopefully they'll get going at 7 o'clock tonight. The roads are open at the minute. They will close again. They will start to close at 4 o'clock around the mountain course. The roads will fully close at 5. And then again, hopefully get racing for 7 o'clock. But we'll all be home watching that live on the TT app or listening to Manx Radio AM. My good friend Chris Kinley on board. So I always try and get as much information off Chris as I can. Obviously I don't want to torture him that much, but that's the information I have so far. So next up then, can you start thinking about getting your way to the holding area, please? That's the Supersport machines. So if the Supersport machines make their way to the holding area, that's race 4 in your programs. That's the Supersport machines, please. Make your way to the holding area. Again, a couple of wee things to do in and around the track, but we will be going here very shortly.
Prop Moto are proud sponsors of Commentary Corner. Located at 5 Lisburn Road, Moira, the former Motor Shocks building, this is the place to go for something different. Only open 2 hours a week to the public, Wednesday 6 p.m. till 8 p.m. Everyone is very welcome to drop in and check out the weekly change in stock, ranging from mopeds to fireblades. Davey from Brap Moto is looking for all types of motorbikes, vintage, classic, sports bikes, to damaged end-of-life bikes for dismantling. Also job lots of bike spares. Top cash prices paid, in particular looking for good, clean road bikes of any age. Brap Moto is proud to support many racers on the roads and the short circuits.
So again, another call please for the Super Sport machines to the holding area. That's the Super Sport machines to the holding area, please. So another call please guys for the Super Sport machines to the holding area. We will be going here very shortly indeed. That's the Super Sport machines to the holding area. Last call, guys. Super Sport machines to the holding area. We're going to be moving here pretty quickly. That's last call for the Super Sport machines to the holding area. Apologies, guys, just for the rain on the window. Not much we can do for that now, anyway. So the majority of the Supersport machines are in the holding area. Great to see such a busy paddock as well, and spectators flocking here to Kirkistown, braving the weather, hugging underneath the umbrella. Proper road race motorcycle fans, and the photographers as well. Chris Nelkin there. Just getting the tire warmers on these wets again. Wets, soft compound. They don't have to be on the tire warmers as long as slicks have to be. Sort of thumb a rule that we had ourselves, about 45 minutes or so at least on the tire warmers for slicks. Full wets, it depends really what manufacturer you're using. Dunlops, I think Dunlop always recommended maybe 10 minutes or so, but you don't really have to. Especially at road racing when there is so many delays, not so much delays, but just waiting for the riders coming back round from their cool down lap or their warm up lap. You don't really need, it's not as essential as what there would be for slicks. Corey McGree, I don't think we'll have Corey McGreevy, unfortunately, for the rest of the day. I've seen the McAdoo truck leaving there, and I think he had a wee slip off the Superbike earlier on, so I'm not sure whether he was fit to ride or not, or maybe the bike wasn't fit to ride. But Corey McGreevy had qualified on pole with a 58.6, and in wet conditions, mind you. Graham Irwin didn't get many laps in that qualifying session. He really only got 2 flyers on that Magic Bullet Ducati, but the second lap that he done was phenomenal and jumped right up the timing screens and put in an impressive time of 59.2 for second place. You hear the klaxon going there. The team's scrambling to get the tire warmers off, to get the stands off, riders getting their gloves on. Chris Nelkin just clearing the plugs on that Yamaha R6 machine. Graham Irwin needs a step ladder to get onto that Ducati. It's that high off the ground. Graham Irwin then qualified second in this Supersport race. Chris Nelkin qualifying third, of course, with no Corey McGreevy. That bumps them up one at least on track. Chris Nelkin told to come on ahead, but he doesn't want to be the first out on track. He doesn't want to be the first back onto the grid. Problem is that the tires get cold, your engines get hot, and it's not really ideal for a race bike. With Graham Irwin just holding back a wee bit. Just waiting. Jeremy McWilliams there as well. McWilliams on the JMC machine. Graham Irwin nearly not getting out there, actually, just holding back a wee bit too much. Very risky there from the team. But the Magic Bullet Ducati is out on track then. Kevin Lavery had a good race there with Chris Nelkin on the Super Twin. Kevin Lavery once again lining up beside Chris Nelkin. Mark Conlon second with Ducatis. Paul Cranston late to the gate. Don't think he's not going to be let out. He's not going to be let out, unfortunately. Very recognisable colours there. The McAdoo racing Kawasaki, and I dare say them colours will never be changed. Christian taking his time coming around there as he doesn't want to be first on the grid. Yeah, Paul Cranston purchased that machine from McAdoo. Jason, I text Jason McAdoo at the Northwest wondering who's riding his bikes, and he says our bikes aren't out on track. He says, well, you may check your garage because there's one on the grid, but Paul Cranston had bought it. A call now that the Super Sport machines are lining up on the grid. So we have a call for the Classic machines. That's race 5 in your programs. If the Classic machines could please make their way to the holding area. Bikes lining up. I thought the rain was going to stop there, but it's just coming down a wee bit heavier now. You have to see the back there. You can see Graham Irwin. So the green flag goes, and they're told to watch the lights. Away to go. Quick start there from Graham Irwin. Just dumped the clutch on away, and he gets the whole shot in through Deaders. Wayne Knowles just a mistake off the line there from Wayne Knowles, unfortunately. I find it hard to see out the windows here. But the riders are down in through Fisherman's. In through the chicane now. And it looks like the black and orange machine, the Ducati of Graham Irwin. And Alki in second place then on the R6. And is that McWilliams perhaps? Braking hard for the first time into the hairpin. Pouring out, sliding that Ducati. Graham Irwin gets the power down. And across the line to go. It is indeed Jerry McWilliams in that third place. Mark Collin fourth. Rob McCauley first of the Cup Riders in 5th, Stephen Love in 6th, second of the Cup Riders, third of the Cup Riders is Ross Martin. And the weather is just teeming down here now at Kirkistown. Through Colonials 1, 2, in through Fisherman's. Again, just watching that curb on the outside of Fisherman's, very tempting to run up onto it. But we all know what paint's like when it's wet. Oh, Graham Irwin through the chicane. Front end moving about a wee bit there on that Ducati. But the R6 of Chris Nelkin is in the slipstream now and catching Graham Irwin. The gap was 0.59 of a second the last time round when they crossed the line. And then Jerry McWilliams was a further 1.3 seconds back. And look at Elkie now. Look at the drive that he gets out of the hairpin. Jeremy McWilliams had to sit up there, but he posted the fastest lap. McWilliams with a 101.5. He's closed that gap to 0.7. And a whole gaggle on the way through there. Daniel Matheson in the middle of that group. Just behind Robert Waddell. AJ Carey on the Honda, sitting in 10th place at the minute. And it's still teeming down here. Doesn't look like it. Maybe blue skies over there. Maybe being too optimistic, but they're in through the chicane. Jeremy McWilliams right on Christian Elkin now as he gets tucked in, tries to get the drive on that Ducati, but he's lost a wee bit of it as the back end is moving about on the back straight here. Hard to get the power down on these big V2 Ducatis. Here we go, they're close right up to each other. The drive that Chris Nelkin's able to get out of the chicane, out of the hairpin, is phenomenal as he's right in behind Graham Irwin now. Disappeared through Deaders then, in through Colonials. Again, just struggling to see out the windows here. But Chris Nelkin looking to make a move up the inside of Fisherman's. They're side by side. And I think perhaps they're going through the chicane then. As we'll have a look to see who got the better. It looks like Christian Elkin, is it? Oh, Christian Elkin still in that second place. Graham Irwin still in the lead. Christian tried to make a move, but he lost a lot of time, and now he's dropping back into the clutches of Jeremy Williams on that JMC roof in Ducati. Mark Conlon then still in that 4th place, but Rob McCauley is very close. So here we go then, out on the start and finish straight, and it's Graham Irwin this time with the fastest lap, a 101.40. Williams, Conlon, Rob McCauley, Ross Martin, Robert Waddell, and we've got a red flag here at the start and finish line. So we have a red flag, unfortunately. They still look like they're chanting on here, but it is a red flag. And the front 3 are still racing here. They've bound to have seen the red flag now. I think they have. Maybe not. McWilliams, he has seen it now. So they're gonna stop the machines at the hairpin by the sound of it. But if we hear anything, we'll be soon to let you know. We are under a red flag situation at the minute. Attention paddock. So this super sport race will be rerun over 6 laps. So a 6-lap restart. So again, just dealing with that incident at the minute. No update just yet, other than it will be a restart over 6 laps. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving on with this pretty shortly. So if any of the super sport machines who have headed back to their vans or their garages, can you please return to the holding area? So the marshals just finishing up the great job that they always do. And they're just clearing a wee bit of debris there, so they'll not be too much longer. If the remainder of the super sport machines, can you please head to the warm-up area? And again, it will be a restart. So you'll be lining up in your qualifying grid positions, and it will be over 6 laps. Attention paddock, could all super sport machines please return to the holding area for their rerun 6-lap race. That's the medics are back in doing a great job. They're going to assess the rider in the medic hut just underneath us here. That's always a good sign. So the super sport machines, can you please return to the holding area? So that's the klaxon to get tire warmers off, and we'll go out on our warm-up now. One warm-up lap and a 6-lap race. So Graham Irwin's team there just topping up the fuel on the Ducati. The green flag is go, so the tyre warmers are to be removed. And the machine's going out on track now for their warm-up lap. McWilliams just getting a wee clean of the screen. I don't think that'll last too long. So here we go then, the machine's out on track and they will line up as they did for their qualifying times. So Graham Irwin then will be on pole, followed by Christian Elgin. Of course, they're all up a space because unfortunately Corey McGreevy had an incident there during qualifying.
For this part of the race is made up from their finishing, where they were at the end when the red flag went out.
Was it? Oh, right,
It's not
okay.
a complete restart, it's like a two-part race.
Oh, I thought it was a complete restart. Oh, great. So just hearing there from the Oracle, Richard, that they will line up from the red flag from where they were on the track. So it's not a complete restart. So Graham Irwin then lined up on pole, Christian Elgin in second, Jeremy McWilliams then in third. Mark Conlon will be in fourth then. Rob McCauley in fifth. Ross Martin in sixth. Robert Waddell in seventh. Ross Moore in eighth. Stephen Love in ninth. AJ Carey in 10th. Daniel Matheson lining up in 11th. Brett McCallan in 12th. Warren Knowles 13th. Christian Boyles in 14th. Joy Hennessy in 15th. Jordan Larkins, apologies, in 16th. And Jack Cadwell in 17th. So McWilliams then just taking up far better position than where he started, but it didn't take him long to get up into third place there. So the bikes look like they're forming here pretty quickly. Just a reminder, please stay off the pit wall. Here we go then. Watch the lights. And away we go. Once again, Graham Irwin. He just knows how to get that Ducati off the line as they thunder through Colonial. Debtors heading for Colonials. And it's Graham Irwin then. Looks like Christian Elgin and Jeremy McWilliams then back up into that third place. So heading for the chicane then. Oh, move there up the inside. Jeremy McWilliams up into second place then as he goes up the inside of Christian Elgin and powers down Christian Elgin in the slipstream. And the power towards the hairpin, hard on the brakes. See who emerges behind the buildings. It is Graham Irwin, closely followed by Jeremy McWilliams, Christian Elgin. And a whole gaggle of riders behind him then. Christian Elgin, Mark Conlon, Rob McCauley, leader of the Cup class. Ross Martin up into 6th place then. And second Cup rider, Robert Waddell, third Cup rider, 7th on the road. Daniel Matheson up in the 9th place. So the rain has stopped for now. And the riders back out of Fisherman's then. Graham Irwin under a lot of pressure now from Jeremy McWilliams. Chris Nelkin just dropping off that wee bit. Pouring on to the back straight then. McWilliams in the slipstream of Graham Irwin. He's thinking about a move. He's making a move. He's gonna let Graham go, will he? He's not making a move this early in the game. He is indeed. McWilliams up the inside of Graham Irwin. And pouring out on the start and finish straight onto the white line. McWilliams on the JMC racing machine, followed by the Magic Bullet machine, and Christian Elgin on the R6. Mark Conlon then chasing in behind. The gap back to Mark Conlon, 3.6 seconds. Rob McCauley then in 5th. Ross Martin 6th. Still lying second in the cup class, pressurising McCauley. AJ Carey 7th. Daniel Matheson 8th. Ross Moore in 9th. So leaders once again towards the chicane. So Graham Irwin has got the better of McWilliams once again. Out of the chicane, back on the start and finish straight. McWilliams gets the drive, gets the power on nice and early once again. But I think he's going to have to settle in behind Graham Irwin for this lap. So classic machines then to the holding area, please. That's the classic machines to the holding area as they're coming back onto the start and finish straight. Still Graham Irwin, and they're right out to the white line. They're making me nervous here as they're just touching the line and tipping into deaders. McWilliams had to lift it there a wee bit as he hit the dip, but breaking down into Colonials then. McWilliams, outbraked himself, did he? He went a wee bit wide there, but he's tucked it back into Colonials too, and he'll be able to get the drive up to Fisherman's then. Chris Nelkin just starting to drop off a wee bit, but he wants McWilliams to catch up to Graham Irwin, and the two of them will start slowing each other up as they're dicing for position here. Graham Irwin last lap was the fastest lap at 101.0. Jeremy McWilliams at 101.097. Still as they were, Chris Nelkin just dropping back. It was 0.9 seconds gap last time back from Jeremy McWilliams. Oh, them Ducatis just backing it into the hairpin. And again, getting them stood up as straight as they can. Pouring on the start and finish straight then. Remember, there's only 2 laps left in this race. So McWilliams is going to have to do something pretty quick. Mark Conlon then in a lonely 4th place. Graham Irwin posting the fastest lap once again. Graham Irwin a 1 minute .695. Down to 1 minute now. Remember, in qualifying they were down to the 58s. So still a wee bit left in this. Graham Irwin starting to pull away from McWilliams now. He has to keep steady lines, keep it nice and smooth through this chicane. Out on the start and finish. Rob McCauley 5th, Ross, but leading the cup class. Ross Martin still 2nd in the cup class, 3rd in the cup class. Jordan Larkin. So the leaders then again coming out of the hairpin. Oh, look at the gap now. Graham Irwin starting to pull away now. Has McWilliams got an issue? Has he ran wide somewhere? Because Chris Nelkin has closed right up to him now. Chris Nelkin, lovely drive through deaders there. He can sniff this 2nd place now. Elke, big wide line there through Colonials 1. And he's right on the back end of Jeremy McWilliams now. So through Fisherman's then. McWilliams under a lot of pressure. He's got issues in this last lap here. Graham Irwin, they're coming up the slower riders, but I think Graham might get away with it, but it might make a wee bit of a mess of McWilliams' chance of 2nd place. Elke pushing hard, that R6 machine moving about underneath him. Graham Irwin braking for the hairpin now. Out onto the start and finish straight. For the last time in this race, the checker flag is being readied. The slow rider moves over. It's the Magic Bullet Ducati of Graham Irwin takes the win, followed by McWilliams and Christian Elkin in 3rd. 4th place then, that's the NRJ machine of Mark Conlon. More points on the board. And a great win there for Rob McCauley in the cup class. AJ Carey across the line, just getting the better of Ross Martin. But Ross second place in the cup class. Jordan Larkin, third in the cup class. He'll be over the moon with that. Phenomenal run there. And Mr. Paul Cranston himself across the line on his new machinery. There we go then. Graham Irwin gets the win and really bit the screen on that last lap. Jeremy McWilliams making a mistake somewhere perhaps, but Chris Nelson clawed him back in. And it was just that last lap. McWilliams looked behind him and he had to do something to hold on to that second place. So Irwin with a 1 minute point 0.55. Jeremy McWilliams 1 minute point 871. Chris Nelson in third on 1 minute point 929 best lap. Mark Collin a 102.5. Rob McCauley, the winner of your Super Sport Cup class, in fifth, a 103.6. AJ Carey, what a result there for AJ, up into sixth place, a 103.5. Ross Martin in seventh and second in the Cup class. What a result there for the Martin team, a 104.4. Daniel Matheson then in eighth, a 104.2. Ross Moore in ninth with a 103.6. Jordan Larkin then your top 10, but third in the Cup class, a 104.8. Brett McCallum in 11th. Christian Boyles 12th. 13th with Joy Hennessy. 14th with Jack Caldwell. And Stephen Love was 15th. Classic Machines up next then. Hopefully the rain holds off, but the Classic Machines will be up next for their warm-up lap. And 8 laps in this race. So the Classic Machines waiting patiently in the holding area. They are just moving an ambulance at the minute. So that's what the hold up is at the minute. So we shouldn't be too much longer here. Just waiting for this ambulance to park up, of course. They have to move them about if they're there's one being used, it had to be in a prime spot. See number 51 there, Andy Kildare, wearing what looks like a motocross jersey, sort of coat, keeping nice and dry. Andy Kildare qualifying in pole position, the fastest of the open class on his Honda, followed by Ian Thompson, second in the open class. Of course, 4 different championships within the one. In the 250s then, Brian Mateer was fastest, followed by Malcolm Love, Adam McKee and Brian Matthews. Malcolm Benson was fastest in the 350s and fastest on the road as well, so he'll be on pole. Linton Irwin second, Nigel Moore in third, George Stinson as the thunder down below us here and head out on for their warm-up lap. Just close the window because it can get very noisy in here with these machines. Callum McCann, Brian Harding and Brendan Neeson seventh. Fastest of the 500s then was Sean Leonard, followed by Andrew McCrum in second, Phil Lunny third, and fourth was Philip Murphy. And the lineup on the grid in this order, so Malcolm Benson will be taken up on pole position, followed by Andy Kildare, Linton Irwin and Nigel Moore on the front row. Brian Mateer then in fifth, Malcolm Love in sixth, Sean Leonard seventh, George Stinson in eighth, Andrew McCrum in ninth, Phil Lunny lines up in 10th, Colin McCann in 11th, Ian Thompson in the Silver Dream Machine in 12th place, Brian Harding in 13th, Brendan Neeson in 14th, Adam McKee in 15th, Philip Murphy in 16th, and Brian Matthews in 17th. Benson lining up. Benson put in the fastest lap on the last lap in qualifying. So a call now that they're lining up on the grid. Can we have race 6 to the holding area, please? That's Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines. Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines to the holding area, please. So Benson putting in a phenomenal last lap in qualifying there, and to put himself on pole from Andy Kildare. So here we go, green flag. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Benson with a great start there, but Andy Kildare gets the taps open on that big 750 Honda. And he gets the whole shot into Deaders. Not sure. Nigel Moore looked like he got off the line well as well, but he, 4th place there for Nigel, I think. So the larger capacity machines just making short work of the 350s and the 250s there. But a great start for Benson. Andy Kildare, once he just got that throttle stuck wide open, out-drag them all, 2 Deaders and Colonials. So into the chicane they go. It is Andy Kildare's Nigel Moore in second place, trying to make a move up the inside of Andy Kildare, going into the chicane. Benson in third by the looks of it. As they come down behind us here, Nigel tries to get into the slipstream of that Honda. Just not enough there. You can notice Nigel doesn't have a screen on that wee 350 of his. So braking for the hairpin then, and getting them steadied up for the start and finish straight here. Listen to that 750. Lovely machine, the number 84 there of Nigel Moore. Linton Irwin didn't get a start that he wanted. Linton Irwin dropping back to 5th place there, so we'll keep an eye on him as he tries to chip away and get up to more of podium contention here. And through Colonials 1, 2. Heading for Fisherman's Ferry, tricky in one of these machines. Again, no wet tires for these machines. I'm sure a lot of teams would love that, just one set of tires for the whole year. Nigel again, let's see. So it's Nigel then. Nigel Moore in the lead, but not for long, as that 750 blast past. And Malcolm Benson as well got good drive, but it's just not good enough for that machine of Moore. So he's going to have to do all that all over again as the brake for the hairpin disappear behind the buildings at the top. And there is Andy Kildare. So Nigel Moore's given himself a lot of work to do again. Malcolm Benson would learn an awful lot here from Nigel Moore. If he stayed in behind him, he could tow him along a wee bit. If they start dicing, then this is Andy Kildare's race. So across the line, Kildare with the fastest lap, a 1:18.4. Nigel Moore, 1:18.8 there in second place. Malcolm Benson, a 1:18.7, so close at the top 3. Fourth place and leader of the 250s, Malcolm Love, a 1:20.0. So we'll see if Nigel Moore was able to close in on Andy Kildare again. It doesn't look like it. It looks like it's still Kildare. It is indeed at the chicane as the tip into the left. Square the right off and get the power on nice and early. Look how much Nigel Moore closes up on Andy Kildare. But once that 750 standing up straight, it just pulls bike lengths on Nigel Moore. Linton Irwin still struggling there. Brian Mateer tucked right in behind him in the slipstream on that wee 250 Suzuki. Again, another call for the Superbike Cup and Pre and Jackson machines to the holding area, please. That's Superbike Cup and Pre and Jackson machines to the holding area. Here they come then. Andy Kildare across the line. He's opened that gap from 0.8 to 1.3 on Nigel Moore. Nigel Moore pulling away from Malcolm Benson a further 2.3 seconds back. Malcolm Love then closing up a 1.6 seconds on Malcolm Benson. And he's bringing Linton Irwin with him here, so he could be within a chance of a podium. Andrew McCrum away through there in 9th. Recently became an uncle there, so congratulations to Andrew McCrum. 10th place, Phil Lunny. Ian Thompson in 11th. Colin McCann 12th. Brian Harding 13th. And that's Adam McKee across the line on the 250. So again, leaders through the chicane. Also Malcolm Benson. No Malcolm Benson through. That's Malcolm Love then. Brian Mateer just getting the better of Malcolm Love. And Linton Irwin in behind. There's Brian Matthews across the line, but here's Andy Kildare then. So it's just the two of them. Andy Kildare, Nigel Moore, Brian Mateer up into 3rd place now on the 250. Malcolm Love going backwards now. So Linton Irwin up into 4th place. Malcolm Love demoted to 5th. Something seriously wrong with that bike. It hasn't behaved itself all season. In through Colonials 1. But the leaders should be coming out of Fisherman's now. Oh, so close here at the front. Nigel Moore's close right back up to Andy Kildare. Nigel Moore has to stay as close as he can before this back straight so he can try and get some sort of slipstream off at 750. But Brian Mateer, what a result this will be for Mateer in the 3rd place. And of course, he's leading the 250 class at the minute. But as we can see from Malcolm Love, anything can happen in these races. Malcolm Love seems to have got going again as he's tucked in behind Linton Irwin, and he doesn't seem to be losing any more ground. So it might have been a small issue with that 250 that's cleared itself. Andy Kildare across the line then. So 3 laps remaining of this race of the Superbike Cup, and Prian Jackson machine can please make your way to the holding area. So Malcolm Love still circulating there, but that wee bike is not well. So the leaders then heading into Fisherman's. It looks like Andy Kildare is maybe just maintaining this gap back to Nigel Moore. Look at Nigel Moore on the brakes there on Andy Kildare, closing right back up to him. Brian Mateer with a leg out. The doctor's dangle on the 250 Suzuki. So Kildare then starting to stretch out. He's just maintaining that. Once he's able to hear Nigel Moore behind him, he just stretches that out a wee bit more. Malcolm Benson then down in 6th place. George Stinson in 7th. Sean Leonard still leading the 500cc class in 8th place. There's been another great win here for Leonard. Great battle further back there. Nigel Moore posted the fastest lap that time round. 1:17.010. Andy Kildare 1:17.052. So Nigel Moore closing that gap up once again. So looking back then towards Fisherman's, we're keeping an eye on the leaders here, but across the line there is George Stinson. Oh, and Andrew McCrum's got the better of Sean Leonard now. So Andrew McCrum on the 500, he is leading this class now, the 500cc class. And he's looking like he's pulling away from him as well. So he's got nearly half a second on Sean Leonard already. Coming into slower riders now, Andy Kildare is going to have to make a move pretty quickly. And he opts to go around the outside, does he? He's not close enough. Nigel Moore has closed right back on him again. So Nigel Moore has to make sure he gets past before they get in through Deaders. So there we go, the last lap flag is out now. It's too much now for Nigel Moore. Andy Kildare has bit the screen. And he's starting. So again, another call please for the Superbike Cup and then Prian Jackson machines to the holding area. See George Stinson. Has Andrew McCrum been able to hold off Sean Leonard? 9-1. Just hearing there. So no Andrew McCrum. Andrew McCrum has retired from this race, possibly ran out of fuel. But the leaders then up the back straight. It's too much now for Nigel Moore on this last lap. He got caught behind that slower rider. Nigel Moore, the gentleman that he is, has just been too polite, and that's allowed Andy Kildare to stretch that lead. But Nigel Moore still leading the 350 class, of course. He's thinking about championship points. He doesn't want to throw it up the road. He needs to take it home like this man. Andy Kildare across the line for the win. Nigel Moore in second, but winner of the 350 class. And what a run there for Brian Mateer, third and winner of the 250 class. So 3 separate classes, 1, 2 and 3 on the road. That's Malcolm Benson, who up into 5th place there for Malcolm Benson, and third 350. Linton Irwin clinching second in the 350 class. Malcolm Love made it home after what looked like a fantastic start, but just started dropping backwards in that wee 250 Suzuki. But he made it home in 2nd place of the 250 class. Oh, Sean Leonard there. He'll be over the moon with that one. Another win in the 500 class, 8th in a row. Callum McCann 9th. And there's Phil Lunny. He had seen all that unfold in front of him. Phil Lunny then 2nd of the 500s, 10th in the road. Ian Thompson across the line. So Ian Thompson 2nd of the open class. Unfortunately, Andrew McCrum just in that battle there with Sean Leonard, and he was leading the 500 class, but he had to retire due to a mechanical. Great to see there's still competitive racing in the classic bikes and still very popular. Next up then, Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines. They're lining up on the grid and they're getting ready to go here very shortly. So that's the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines now getting ready to go out on track. Again, 2 separate championships here. Pre-injection machines, Conor McDonald, fastest from Johnny Irwin. Paul Demain, Vincent Long in 4th. 5th was Martin Walsh and Derek Royal in 6th, or Royale, depending where you're from. Alex Duncan then fastest in the Cup Superbike Cup class. 2nd was Tom Nicol. Damien Carson in third. Fourth was Jonathan Gregory. Fifth was Tom Oliver. Sixth is Michael Press. Alan Armstrong seventh. Almantas Monteves in eighth. Keith Richardson in ninth. Andrew McCrae in 10th. And John Cahill in 11th. Split grids once again. So the Superbikes will go first, followed by the Prain Jackson 600 machine. So Jonathan Gregory on pole from Tom Oliver and Michael Press. Alan Armstrong, again, times are pretty close there from second place, a 109.1. Alan Armstrong did a 109.7. Even Almantas Monteves there in fifth place, a 110.005. Keith Richardson in sixth. Andrew McCrae 7th, John Cahill in 8th. Conor McDonald then will head off the Prain Jackson machines from Johnny Irwin and Paul Demain. So again, very impressive lap times from the Prain Jackson machines in qualifying. Alex Duncan with a 104.167 in the Superbikes. Conor McDonald fastest of the 600s, a 105.8, so there's not an awful lot in it. So here we go then. They're told to watch the lights. The revs go up. And away they go. Tom Oliver with a great start there. As they head in towards Dadders. And now we've got the Prain Jackson machines. And they're all Superbikes all through there safely. Prain Jackson machines. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go. So there we go. Johnny Irwin with a cracker start there. The number 9 machine. In through Dadders. So the Superbikes then heading towards the chicane already. We'll keep an eye on a big wide line there, looked like from Johnny Gregory there. It didn't seem to work for him, but he gets that ZX10 planted. Tom Oliver looks like he's just pulling away. Almantas Monteves just in behind. You can see the luminous wings on that BMW. Prain Jackson machines then. It does look like the number 9 machine of Johnny Irwin there, but the Superbikes out on the start and finish straight then. Tom Oliver in the lead from Jonathan Gregory. Almantas Monteves is indeed in third place, followed by Alan Armstrong, Michael Press, Andrew McCrae, and Vincent Long through there. John Cahill in 8th place. So here's Johnny Irwin then, and Conor McDonald, Paul Demain, and Alexander Rowan. Derek Royale, Martin Walsh away through. Already through the chicane. Tom Oliver is making short work of this one. Gregory struggling to stay with him there. Almantas Monteves now under pressure. It looks like we've got a retirement there. A rider just looking down over the left hand side of the bike, puts his hand in the air and looks like he's going to be retiring out of this race at the hairpin. But the Superbikes are through here already. A call please for the Superbikes. That's the big 3 Series King of Kirkistown Superbike race. That's a 10 lapper. If you can make your way to the holding area, please. That's race 7 in your programs. That's the Superbikes. Make your way to the holding area, please. Johnny Irwin through there. Conor McDonald third. Paul Demain still in 4th, but keep an eye on Paul Demain. Sometimes it takes him a wee while to get going. He'd remind you nearly of a young fella called Bruce Anstey. Just takes him a wee bit once he gets the feel. He's hard to stop. Again, Tom Oliver on that Yamaha is just thundering away with this race. As we're looking, Almantas Monteva is just dropping back that wee bit into the clutches of Armstrong. So here we go once again, out on the start and finish straight. We'll keep an eye on the pre-injection machines as well, but that's Jonathan Gregory. Across the line there, Michael Press, so he's pulled a massive gap on Amantas Montevez, but look, Amantas Montevez is going to be under pressure now. Armstrong, I thought he was going to make a move up the inside there at Deaders. So Conor McDonald has got the better now of Johnny Irwin, so Conor McDonald now leading this pre-injection 600 race. So the Superbike's now heading towards, already through the chicane. As the rain's starting to come down here once again at Kirkistown. Tom Oliver away on that R1. Jonathan Gregory in a lonely second place, but I'm sure he'll be over the moon with that. Michael Press then, again further back on the BMW. Amantas Monteva still ahead of Alan Armstrong. Still under pressure. Armstrong on that Suzuki. So the leader's away through, just touching that line there. Tom Oliver with the fastest lap of 104.5. So that the rain that is coming down now isn't deterring him at the minute. Amantas Monteva still holding off Armstrong. Armstrong not looking very comfortable on that Suzuki. In fact, the rest of the group in behind have closed right up against them now. So 3.5 laps to go with this race then. So at the chicane then, Tom Oliver is just maintaining that gap now. Over 5 seconds of the lead on the last lap. Although he doesn't seem to be slowing any. As they come down long passes here. More of the pre-injection machines then. So there's Tom Oliver across the line. 3 laps to go in this race. So Superbike machines to the holding area, please. That's Superbike machines to the holding area, please. We're waiting on Michael Press away through. The number 104 in 3rd place in this Superbike Cup class. Conor McDonald then he's pulling away, but look at Paul Demain. So there it is, Paul Demain. He's finally woke up in this race, up into 2nd place. Was lying 4th for a long time there, but he's chipping away and he's up. Conor McDonald maybe too far ahead now, but they're running similar lap times. Conor McDonald a 106.04, Paul Demain a 106.134. Nearly 2 seconds of a gap back, but I think it's going to be just too much in the closing parts of this race. So again, Tom Oliver already coming out of the chicane, or the hairpin, sorry, out onto the white line. 2 laps to go then. There's a whole gaggle of them come through there, and through the chicane goes Paul Demain. He's ahead of Amantas Montevez now. Johnny Irwin now pressurising Montevez on the brakes on the pre-injection 600 machine. Moves over to the right hand side. And he came back from absolutely nowhere. So Johnny Irwin on the old 600 getting the better of the BMW. Again, getting fire. I don't know what it's like for the riders, but I surely can't see anything in the comedy box with the rain coming down here. And we're just looking at Tom Oliver, still that back end of that R6, just moving about a wee bit. You can see it travelling up through his body as he tries to wrestle it even in a straight line. But the last lap flag is being ready then for Tom Oliver. So the remainder of the Superbike, can you please make your way to the holding area? This is the last lap now. Jonathan Gregory then. You hear the overrun on that Kawasaki. Lovely sounding machine. So the rest of them coming through then we're looking for Conor McDonald away through, Paul DeMay and Johnny Irwin then. Third place, he's pushing hard, he's trying to claw everything back here. Just getting caught up a wee bit with them Superbike machines. So here we go then. Oh, Tom Oliver maybe making a mistake there. Because Jonathan Gregory has caught right back up, not right back up to him, but he's caught an awful lot of ground on Tom Oliver. So round the hairpin then for the last time in this race. Tom Oliver stands that Yamaha R1 up straight and takes the win in the Superbike Cup class, followed by Jonathan Gregory. Now we just have to wait. There's a whole gaggle of them coming here, and Michael Press is under pressure now from the pre-97 machine, pre-injection should I say. Michael Press then third in the Superbike class, and Paul DeMay just across the line wins the pre-injection class from Johnny Irwin. Alexander Rowan third. So great result there for Tom Oliver. Controlled that through the whole race for taking the win in the Cup, Superbike Cup class. Jonathan Gregory in second in the Cup class. Third was Michael Press. Fourth was Alan Armstrong. Fifth, Keith Richardson. Almandas Montevez in sixth. And seventh was John Cahill. Winner of the pre-injection machines, the 600cc, Paul DeMay from Johnny Irwin. Third place was Alexander Rowan, followed by Derek Royale and Martin Walsh in fifth. So it's really teaming it down here now as the Superbikes get themselves ready in the holding area. No question of what tyres to be using today. But at least we get some racing over in the Isle of Man. Unfortunately, as we all know, no wet weather racing for obvious reasons. And unfortunately, they're not going to get going until 7 o'clock tonight. So hopefully we can get home and we can stick it on the TT app. Johnny Campbell there, sporting the number 1 on the BMW. Again, he was just having issues there with sensors on the bike and trying to get the bike off the line, but sometimes you find the more sensors something has, the more there is to go wrong. Same with cars, same with everything, same with washing machines. The more they have, the more to go wrong. Carl Phillips' machine just getting wheeled up to the dummy grid. I think they're calling the circuit is clear, so hopefully we can get things up and running pretty quickly here. So if you're not in the holding area, please get a move on as quick as you can and get things up and running here. So just here and there, 30 seconds till the Superbikes are on. And of course, they will have 1 warm-up lap and 10 lap race. This will be followed by the Supersport Cup class. So once the Superbikes are away, the Supersport Cup, can you start thinking about making your way to the holding area? As the klaxon sounded now, Aaron Spence's machine has dropped the ground off the stands. I think that's looked like Jamie Hamilton there. So the Spence Engineering Sebden steel machine. Great qualifying this morning for Aaron Spence. 3rd place on the grid, and he's away already. So no messing about there for Aaron. Johnny Campbell follows. Daniel Matheson then. There's BMW. Mark Hewitt. Mark running the Black Ferns again this weekend. Let's hear the pops and bangs, the quick shifters. So no sign of Andy Reid. There's Andy Reid hiding under the umbrella. Now he's going to jump on that JMC racing machine. He'll have to hurry up because the gates are closing. Maybe taking a leaf out of Graham Irwin's book. Just holding back again. Doesn't want the machine overheating. He wants to keep as much heat in them tires as he can. Oh, Dean McMaster just seeing what that ZX10 has. Clearing the guts out before the start of this race. Making sure the plugs are nice and clean. So line up on the grid then. Johnny Campbell on pole from no Corey McGravy unfortunately due to an incident in qualifying. Aaron Spence in 3rd, Andy Reid 4th, Carl Phillips 5th, Mark Hewitt lines up in 6th. Ross Irwin in 7th, Daniel Matheson in 8th, Dean McMaster 9th, Ryan Gibson rounds up the top 10 in this Superbike race. Aaron Abbott in 11th, Andrew Smith 12th, 13th, Shane Connolly, Nicky Burns 14th, Rossi Dobson in 15th, 16th is Ronan Waters, 17th and first of the Cup riders is Alex Duncan from Carl McGahan in 18th, Jimmy Johnson in 19th. So Andy Reid then. Last machine back. Carl Phillips just making his way through to his grid position. Johnny Campbell, you can hear them just launch control then. On the go, they're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Oh, great start there from Carl Phillips and Mark Hewitt right up the middle of them all. Does Carl Phillips get the whole shot? I think he does. What a start there from the JMC racing rider. In through Colonials 1 then. As they disappear behind the haze. As the rooster tails is really hard to see when you're on one of these machines. So obviously that was one of Carl's technique. Get in front, get away from the spray. As he tips into the chicane then. Johnny Campbell looked like he got a far better start than what he did in previous times here on that BMW. So he seems to be getting the hang of it now. But it's Carl Phillips from Andy Reid. Mark Hewitt in 3rd place then. Johnny Campbell in 4th. As he gets the front end of that BMW planted onto the ground. Braking for the hairpin. Carl Phillips pulling away. Look at the confidence he has in that machine. Andy Reid way through. Oh, Johnny Campbell up the inside of Mark Hewitt through deaders. Does he make it stick? Oh, they're side by side. Mark Hewitt back round the outside of Johnny Campbell. You're not meant to be able to do that. But Mark Hewitt says, excuse me, sir. You're not coming through. So we'll look back to Fisherman's then. Has Mark Hewitt been able to hold off Johnny? And the lead Carl Phillips has now as he backs it into the chicane. And it looks like he has indeed. So Johnny Campbell has got past Mark Hewitt then through Colonials. And now the next victim then is Andy Reid. Does he do him up the inside? He moves over the right hand side. Will he be able to hold it tight into the apex? Back at the front then. Carl Phillips with a lovely wee wheelie there. And it's Johnny Campbell up in the 2nd place then. Andy Reid, Mark Hewitt right in behind. And Ross Irwin in behind Hewitt. Aaron Spence going really well there in 7th place. Ryan Gibson up into 8th now. He's on the chase from Dean McMaster. Connolly, Aaron Abbott, Nicky Burns up into 12th now. So we're looking, Carl Phillips is coming out of the Fisherman's now. He is indeed. Staying away from that curb. Using as much as the road as he possibly can. Keeping it nice and smooth. He's had plenty of experience around this short circuit, especially in the wet. Johnny Campbell pulling away now from Andy Reid. But look at Mark Hewitt. Mark Hewitt's thinking about something here. And he indeed moves over to the right hand side on the brakes. You'll not outbrake Andy Reid into the hairpin mark as they splash their way through. Carl Phillips, look at the rooster tails off these machines. Johnny Campbell, that BMW is looking far more planted than previous weekends. It looks like Mark Hewitt is actually being held up by Andy Reid. Mark's looking past. And Andy Reid's he's starting to get frustrated now with Reid. Is that Dean McMaster looking away up the inside? Ryan Gibson. Again, they talk about wet weather specialist. And it looks like Carl Phillips is an all-round specialist here. Great to see him back out racing this year. Johnny Campbell starting to pull away now. Carl Phillips down to 59.7 with the land water on the track. Mark Hewitt now makes a move, but Andy Reid lets the brakes off and rides back round the outside of Mark Hewitt. So these pair are starting to slow each other up now. And it looks like Ross Irwin is on the chase and starting to catch up with Mark. Johnny Campbell way through. Mark back in the slipstream. He's really getting frustrated now. Mark Hewitt tries to make a move up the inside. Andy Reid at Deaders. You can't do that. The two of them were neck and neck through Deaders there. So a call for the Supersport B, the Supersport Cup to the holding area, please. That's the Supersport Cup to the holding area. Carl through. Johnny Campbell in a safe 2nd place there. 5.5 laps to go of this race then. As Phillips powers down beside us here. So Mark Hewitt has dropped off a wee bit from Andy Reid. He's able to put the power down really early on that BMW. Ross Irwin under pressure from Daniel Matheson now on his BMW. Carl Phillips again, you can hear the traction control even on a straight line on that JMC racing machine just starting to kick in as the bikes go light over the start and finish straight. And that BM is really looking menacing of Mark Hewitt. Andy Reid, I think it's just maybe a matter of time. Don't forget, Mark Hewitt is still a rookie. This is only his 2nd year in the Superbike class, so very, very impressive. Only his 2nd year racing motorbikes, full stop. So to be up there with the best, just in behind Mark, Andy Reid, maybe not for long. Carl Phillips still pulling away there. I think Johnny Campbell is settling now with his pace. Andy Reid still holding off Mark Hewitt. Mark Hewitt goes for the same move again. Tries up the inside of Andy Reid. Andy lets the brakes off again, but so does Mark Hewitt. Mark Hewitt, is he able to pull it back to the corner? He does indeed. So Mark Hewitt now up into 3rd place in this Superbike race. Andy Reid dropping back already. So Andy definitely holding up Mark Hewitt by the looks of it, because he's got a lot of confidence here in the wet. So we'll look back, coming out of Colonials then. Very difficult to see here that machine of Andrew Smith just popping and banging on the overrun, unburnt fuel through Deaders. So that's Carl Phillips then. Down past us, Johnny Campbell. Look at that BM, he's really got it sorted this weekend. Mark Hewitt, he's bringing Andy Reid along, but look at Ross Irwin. Daniel Matheson has dropped off the back of Irwin now, and he's in the clutches of Aaron Spence on that Spence Engineering Honda. Johnny Campbell then a big number one, and so it should be. Mark Hewitt looking super comfortable here in that third place. He was nervous going into the pro class. So Spence now trying to make a move on Daniel Matheson. He's just too far away now. Daniel Matheson maybe starting to go defensive. 2.5 laps left of this race then as they go through the chicane. And he is just maintaining that. So Carl Phillips, the last lap was a 101.3. Johnny Campbell a 101.0 compared to their best times. Carl Phillips a 59 and Johnny Campbell a 1 minute .5. So again, thinking of points in this championship, but further back they're still racing. Personal best there last time for Andy Reid. 2 laps to go then. Carl Phillips dominating this class this weekend. Mark Hewitt through the number 25 machine is towing Andy Reid along. I'm sure Mark Hewitt won't mind Andy Reid's following him. Ross Irwin 5th, Daniel Matheson still in that 6th. We're keeping an eye out for Aaron Spence. Carl still pushing that ZX6, that JMC racing machine. Andy Reid now right on the back of Mark Hewitt. But Mark's able to get the power down nice and early in that BMW. Is really well set up for the wet. Ross Irwin still pushing hard. Aaron Spence has got the better of Daniel Matheson. And Ryan Gibson now in slipstream contention of Daniel Matheson. Is he going to try and do something on the brakes? Oh, he's too far back. He thinks better of it. So the last lap flag is out now. So Super Sport Cup machines, can you make your way to the holding area? That's the Super Sport Cup machines to the holding area. Daniel Matheson lifting really early for Deaders there, just before the flag. So on this last lap, it's Aaron Spence now. That's a personal best this race, a 101.0, up into 6th place then. Can Mark Hewitt hold off Andy Reid for 3rd? But there's no doubting the leader, Carl Phillips, at the back of the cafe now. A comfortable gap back to Johnny Irwin, but look at Mark Hewitt and Andy Reid. Andy Reid is still right on him. Mark Hewitt throwing up all the water in his face. But here he comes then, Carl Phillips. There's the checker flag, there's the win, and a big wheelie for Carl Phillips. Johnny Campbell in 2nd, but who's going to get the 3rd? Mark Hewitt gets the drive, gets the head down out of the hairpin, and stretches that gap. Mark Hewitt with a fantastic 3rd place. Last step of the podium for Hewitt. Andy Reid then had to settle for 4th place. Ross Irwin in 5th. Aaron Spence in 6th. Ryan Gibson 7th. Daniel Matheson in 8th. Dean McMaster in 9th. Aaron Abbott in 10th. Andrew Smith there on the R1, followed by Sean Connolly in 12th. And then there's Alex Duncan. Great run there for Alex Duncan. And winner of the Cup class, followed by Ronan Waters in 14th. Damien Carson 2nd of the Cup class in 15th. Jamie Johnson 16th. Nicky Burns then. Looks like Nicky non-finisher there, unfortunately. So Super Sport Cup to the holding area, please. That's Super Sport Cup to the holding area. So just an announcement here, could Andy Reid, that's Andy Reid, can you please report to the clerk of the course? Andy Reid to the clerk of the course. So that's the Super Sport Cup class now out on track. Hello. Better for you up here.
Yeah. Never seen anything done that.
So lining up on the grid then, Alan Mayers on pole from William Young in second. Third place, Jimmy Dixon, followed by James Porter. Michael Clyde in fifth. Ross Quinn in sixth. Barry Gaston then in seventh. Lewis Crumpton in eighth place. Ninth is Aaron McCann, followed by Scott Clements in 10th. Gareth Dunlop in 11th. Ezra Clark in 12th. Lewis Grove in 13th. 14th is Keith O'Brien. Connor Curtis in 15th. 16th is Dean Graham. 17th is Stuart Heason. 18th is Lee Hillen. 19th, Jason Whelan, and Dara Ward rounds up the top 20. Great grid of Super Sport Cup riders. Again, a lot of newcomers out here too, which is great to see. They're still filtering in through into the sport. And a lot moving on to the road racing scene as well. Dean Graham, newcomer at Tandragee this season. Of course, Tandragee running at the end of the month. We're all looking forward to that, being back. So Alan Mayers then on the Slamish Water Suzuki. William Young on the R6. Great to see William Young back out again. So the revs are going up. They're getting a wee bit impatient, but the green flag is waved and they're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Alan Mayers, what a start there on the Suzuki. You see the back end just skipping that wee bit, but he definitely got the whole shot there. So unfortunately, we have a red flag here just off the start, so a red flag situation there. The bike's on the track. The rider is up and okay, although a wee bit annoyed. But he's walking towards the machine now, so we'll get this cleared up. And we'll get the machines back onto the grid, the line back up for a restart. So we'll clear that up, move the bike, make sure there's nothing on the road. And good to see the rider is up and okay. And so the bikes will form back onto the grid again for a restart. And the marshals will just check the track, make sure there's nothing on it. And we'll get going here very soon. just waiting now on confirmation to get things underway. So here we go then. The green flag waved at the back. They're told to watch the lights once again. Can Alan Mayers get off the line like he did the first time? And he does indeed. He gets that Suzuki absolutely planted. In through Deaders then. And in through Colonials 1 and 2, all away safely there this time. And just calling for a scrutineer, please, to the start and finish. Can we have a scrutineer to the start and finish, please? So the machine's now heading for Fisherman, coming out of Fisherman's now. And it looks like the red and white Suzuki of Alan Mayers. Into the left, squaring it off to the right to try and get good drive. Just touching that wee bit of extra tarmac or cement as it was on the outside there. Oh, it's not Alan Mayers. So looking like, it looked like Jamie Dixon there actually. That's in the lead of this one. So Jimmy Dixon then, we're missing Alan Mayers. It's Jimmy Dixon that's in the lead now. Followed by Barry Gaston and Aaron McCann. William Young in the 4th place there. William Young, Scott Clements, James Porter, Lewis Crompton, Ezra Clark, Gareth Dunlop, Dean Graham, Stuart Hazen, Lewis Grove in 12th place, Noel Carroll 13th. Just here and there. Alan Mayers just slipped off of Colonials. He's up and okay. So in through Colonials. You'd be guaranteed it's slow enough. We're good to hear Alan is absolutely fine. Jimmy Dixon then. Once he gets away, once he gets the head down, he's a hard man to catch. But Barry Gasson still holding on to him. The head into the hairpin then. Get these super sport machines stood up. Oh, a wee bit wide there from Jimmy Dixon. Could have lost a wee bit of drive on that ZX6 machine. 2 ZX6s out in front and the R6s just in behind of Aaron McCann and William Young. Jimmy Dixon with the fastest lap of 109.8. Gareth Dunlop on the ZX6. Good to see Gareth Dunlop back out again this season. He's on the ZX6 machine. Lewis Crompton up into 7th place. That's a better start this time for Lewis Crompton. So again, leaders just coming out of Fisherman's then. We'll keep an eye on that gap. 0.7 seconds back on Jimmy Dixon. Aaron McCann a further 1.5 seconds back on Gaston. Here we go then, he's trying to get in the slipstream. Oh, William Young then just moves over on Aaron McCann. Up the inside then at the hairpin, it's William Young who's been promoted to 3rd place at the minute. Out on the start and finish straight then. It is Dixon from Gaston. Oh, William Young just losing it there. So he's back down into 4th place. Aaron McCann maintaining that 3rd. But William Young, he's going to be annoyed at himself. And the red mist will come down. Look how late he is on the brakes this time in Colonials 1. Scott Clements away through. That's the 5th so far for Scott Clements. James Porter in 6th. And that was Ezra Clark, Lewis Grove away through. Stuart Hazen. So through the chicane then, Gasson, he is opening that gap of 1.2 seconds back to Barry Gasson. 1.4 back to Aaron McCann. But of course McCann and Young starting to dice it out now, so they may slow each other up. But if there's any chance of a podium, look at the speed of that R6 Yamaha of William Young. Once again, moves over to the right hand side. He's got the inside line into the hairpin. Will he do the same again? He pulls it back to the corner and then he runs a wee bit wide. So there's McCann back up the inside of William Young and still ahead, but Young is far closer this time. Oh, William Young up the inside at Deaders into the first corner, but he loses the drive, and McCann, they're side by side going into Colonials. I think it was William Young that was able to ride round the outside of McCann in through Colonials 1. The leaders then coming out of Fisherman's. Oh, it looks like, was it William Young now up into third place? He's pulled a massive gap already on McCann, and he actually looks like he's closing up on the leaders. The gap back from William Young on the leaders was 3.2 seconds. That definitely doesn't look like 3.2 seconds here as the come passes behind us into the hairpin then. It is still Jamie Dixon who posted the fastest lap, the last lap of 109.1. Let's see what William Young can do as he takes a nice wide line there to get the power on. Look how close William Young has got already to the back. William Young with the fastest lap, a 107.4 compared to Jamie Dixon's 109.1. So Barry Gasson, he mightn't know it, but he's under pressure here now. William Young on the brakes into Colonials 1. He closes right up, runs a wee bit wide there, but he'll take it back in through Colonials 2 for the drive into Fisherman's. He's on an absolute mission here, William Young. Nearly 3 seconds in one lap, he's caught the leaders into the chicane. Back out, still Dixon from Gasson, but William Young, it's okay catching somebody, but it's getting past them, making sure you don't slow up to their pace. And I think that's might be what's happened here. So William has to get past them as quickly as he can. Oh, and he's getting held up by slower riders here. So again, another call then please for the lightweight Moto 3 and Supersport 300 machines as they come on to the start and finish straight. Look at William Young once again over the left hand side. And he gets by Gaston before Deaders. So William Young then now up into second place. Jamie Dixon's next through Colonials 1. He decides just to stay where he is. Colonials 2. And we'll keep an eye further back then. That's Gareth Dunlop, Dean Graham pressurising him. Dean Graham on the brakes on Dunlop then, closes right up through Colonials 1. Again, just runs a wee bit wide, but back to the leaders then. As they come out of the chicane, it's still Jamie Dixon from William Young and Gaston. So Barry Gaston, the last lap flag is being readied here. They're at the hairpin now. William Young not able to do anything on the brakes for Jamie Dixon. Out onto the start and finish straight then. Can William Young get the drive? Is he going to do the same thing? He moves over to the right hand side this time. Can he make a move up the inside on Jamie Dixon? Last lap time now. William Young stays wide, stays over the right hand side. He's going to try and outbrake Dixon into Colonials 1. Has he made it stick? Can he pull it back into Colonials 2? He does indeed. So William Young up into the lead of this race on the last lap. You couldn't have timed that perfectly. Through Fisherman's. It's still Young from Dixon. Gaston. He's got a front row seat. Dixon up the inside of William Young into the chicane. Coming back out of it then. William using a wee bit more of the road than he should. He needs the drive. He needs to get into the slipstream. But Jamie Dixon now starting to pull a bit of a gap. This is the last lap. One last chance for William Young. But he looks like he's too far back. Jamie Dixon goes really defensive there. Is he going to lose the drive? William Young gets tucked into the slipstream. Jamie Dixon still ahead, only just. William Young can't get him. It's Dixon that takes the win from William Young and Barry Gaston. So Aaron McCann then takes fourth from Scott Clements in a respectable fifth place. Jamie Porter in sixth and Lewis Crompton. Great result there from Crompton in seventh place. But here's Dunlop then. Oh, just about across the line. Gareth Dunlop gets the better of Dean Graham. And that's Ezra Clark then. Coming home in 10th place. What a race there. Jamie Dixon thought he had it in the bag, but fair play. William Young taking 3 seconds off the gap in 1 lap to catch Barry Gasson. Made short work of Gasson, and he just couldn't handle Jimmy Dixon in the end. Jimmy Dixon posting the fastest lap on the last lap, a 106.8. William Young in second with a 106.9. Barry Gasson in third, a 107.9. Aaron McCann in fourth, a 109.1. Scott Clements in fifth, a 107.2. That's a great time there for Scott Clements, but unfortunately it was too little too late. He did catch on to the back of Aaron McCann, just under half a second across the line then. James Porter in 6th, a 107.6. Lewis Crompton 7th, a 108.7. Gareth Dunlop and Dean Graham had a good dice there, but it was Gareth Dunlop that took the spoils for 8th place, a 109.3. Dean Graham 9th, a 109.3. Ezra Clark in 10th, a 110.5. Then we have Lewis Grove in 11th, Lee Hillen in 12th, Keith O'Brien in 13th, Stuart Heason in 14th, Jason Whelan 15th, Noah Carroll 16th, and Dara Ward in 17th. Lightweights, Moto 3, Supersport 300s and Classic GPs up next then. If the remainder of you can make your way to the holding area, please. So here we go then. On the Super Sport machines, just doing the sighting lap, making sure everything's in order.
So first setup.
There you go. So again, 3 different championships within this one race, so we'll try and keep up with it as best we can. The young boy there on the Bitcoin machine. So fastest in qualifying the lightweight super sport was Reuben Sherman Boyd, who in the end took the win in the first race from Jack Foley. Martin Halford was third and Chris Gray in fourth. Unfortunately, Roy Creeth wasn't able to get out. As his machine stalled. Hopefully they've got that sorted, but the machine stalled on the line. Luckily got away with it and was able to bring the bike back into the paddock. Alexander Rowan then leads the way in the Moto 3 class from Peter Willis and Matt Davison in third. Buster Sherman Boyd ended up finishing up in 4th place then from Nigel Muir and Darren Duncan in 6th, Johnny Parker in 7th. In the Supersport 300 then, Bailey Dobson had a great race to take the win from Max Wardy and Rhys Gates and Jordan McGahan in 4th. But Reuben Sherman Boyd lines up on pole then. Remember, split grids for the Supersport machines and the Moto3s. Roy Creath in 2nd, Rhys Gates in 3rd, Billy Dobson 4th, Max Wardy in 5th, Jordan McGahan in 6th, Jack Foley in 7th, Martin Halford in 8th, Owen Everard lines up in 9th, Dale Hyland in 10th, Adam Shields lines up 11th from Mantis Sugdenis in 12th, Chris Gray in 13th, Marley Brown in 14th, Joe Crossett 15th, 16th Mark Shields from Brendan Ryan in 17th, Alexander Rowan on pole for the Moto 3 from Peter Willis and Ciara Cahoon. So getting ready to go now then, Roy Creath on the front row, green flags waved, they're told to watch the lights. And on the way to go, Roy Creath nearly stalled it again on the line, just couldn't get that machine off the line at all. But Reuben Sherman Boyd is away like a rocket. Moto 3 machines then. Supersport machines are clear, they're told to watch the lights. Moto 3 machines are away. Alexander Rowe with a good start there. But again, Alexander, it looked like Peter Willis then. He didn't get the whole shot, but Alexander Rowan tucked right in behind him now. And looking away up the inside at Colonials. And out through Colonials too then. But look at the leaders of the Supersport machines. Reuben Sherman Boyd starting to disappear already, but Roy Creath has got the head down. The red mist has came down from that mistake that he made. Nearly did the exact same thing as what he did in the first race. But Roy Creath seems to be going with Reuben Sherman Boyd somewhat. Two identical machines, of course. So here we go then. Reuben Sherman Boyd across the line. Roy Creath getting this 400 machine up and going now. Just here and there, so we have a red flag, unfortunately, as the sun comes out here at Kirkistown. So a red flag has been called on this one, and as soon as we'll hear anything, we'll let you know, but the machines will make their way back round. So the machines will be heading round to the grid then. They'll be lining back up on the grid. And as soon as we hear anything, as soon as we have any updates, we'll be sure to let you know. So I don't think they'll be much longer.
Not quite there yet, but that's just the transponders to contact. So
The hit list.
get going.
So I don't think we'll be too much longer. The problem is the Moto 3 machines are overheating, I think. I've seen there Peter Willis just signalling it's maybe close to 80 degrees there, which is not ideal. And of course these Moto 3 machines, they need a roller start. So a lot of them would have a wee generator engine. So the bikes are coming back into the paddock then. You can't be having these machines overheating, unfortunately. Too much of a delay here for these Moto 3, these Grand Prix machines sitting overheating on the line. Matt Davison looking to come back into the paddock as well. The machines are overheating, so I think these are going to have to be started in the warm-up area. There's no point in risking the damage to these engines. Of course, being Grand Prix machine, no starter motors. So we use a small generator engine with a go-kart wheel strap to it. Because you can push one of these bikes all day around this circuit to get them going. So it looks like we're very nearly ready to go here again, folks. Matt Davison machine just getting fired up there. They're just waiting then. They're going to have the warm-up lap. The Moto3 machines just getting warmed up once again. Have their warm-up lap and the 6-lap race. Notice the machines just before the start, the Moto3 machines, you can see them rocking the back wheel just to get the top dead center, and then it's a lot easier for them to get started. Of course, still a risk of flooding these machines, although they are fuel injected. Now Alexander Rowe, Matt Davison, Ciara Cahoon all the way out there. Not sure. Didn't notice there, but it didn't look like Ciara Cahoon had a screen on the front of her machine. Keep a wee eye out on that one. Not easy racing without a screen on. The machines now out on their warm-up lap. Ruben Sherman Boyd in a rush to get back. Billy Dobson then on the Yamaha. Roy Creeth, Kawasaki. Keep the eye on Roy Creeth just off the line. Hopefully he's got that issue sorted. A lot of these machines, the Moto Supersport 300 machines, start in second, maybe third gear, and they just hold it. You can hear them on the limiter, some of them as well. So I think that's why they're so good off the line, and they just dump the clutch then. But these 400 Supersport 400 machines are slightly sharper off the line, so you just have to be careful, ride the clutch a wee bit. You can't snap them out like these Supersport 300s do. Moto3 machines lining up. Alexander Rowan, Peter Willis, Buster Sherman Boyd there on the far right. Mark Shields then getting out in this one as well. So here we go then. The green flag goes up. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go once again. Roy Creeth a lot more gingerly off the line this time, but at least no kangaroo fuel this time. Up the inside of Dobson. Moto3 machines get ready to go. Watch the lights. Away to go. Peter Willis once again with a cracker start and heading for the whole shot into Deaders then. Matt Davison on the white line. Darren Duncan just giving it stacks off the line, that wee RS125 Honda. You hear the echoes of that two-stroke through the air here at Kirkistown. But Ruben Sherman Boyd then at the front of the Supersport class. Roy Creeth a wee bit closer this time to Ruben as they head towards the hairpin. Look at the speed difference compared to them Supersport 300 machines. You can see some of the older 400 machines, the Kawasaki's and the Hondas, but look at the Moto3 class already dicing their way through the Supersport class. Ruben Sherman Boyd then in the lead, Roy Creeth in second. The Supersport, Billy Dobson leading the Supersport 300 from Max Wardy. Max Wardy got a bit of a clear road there. He got stuck behind Owen Everard there, but He's now starting to chase down Billy Dobson. There's a Moto 3 class through now. So Alexander Rowan from Peter Willis and Matt Davison once again. Oh, Kirkistown, as you like, just riding round the outside there. And it just shows how nimble these machines are and how brave the riders are. Not many would ride round the outside of anyone through deaders. Never mind on a Moto 3 machine. Big long look behind him, Reuben Sherman Boyd. Roy Creeves just dropping back that wee bit, but he'll be in a comfortable second position here in this Supersport class. A wee bit of wind picking up there. The wind direction has changed again from this morning. Here's Reuben Sherman Boyd down across the line. Lovely sounding machines, these 400 Kawasaki's. So Billy Dobson then still ahead of Max Wardy. The gap is closing there, 1.2 seconds back on Billy Dobson. We'll keep an eye on that the next time round. And the Moto 3's away through. There's Buster Sherman Boyd now up into third place. Matt Davison demoted to fourth. Nigel Moore across the line there, he's sixth. The rest of the Supersport class, Mark Shields, the number 26 machine, currently in 18th, but 5th of the lightweight Supersports. Reuben Sherman Boyd and Roy Creeve just stretching that lead again, but we're looking at the gap, remember, back from Billy Dobson to Max Wardy, 1.219 seconds. Supersport machines head down. Look at the gap now back to Roy Creeve. Over 9 seconds of a lead, Reuben Sherman Boyd over Roy Creeve. So next up then, Super Twins and Production Twins, if you can make your way to the holding area, please. That's Super Twins and Production Twins to the holding area. So the gap there again, it's opened up once again from Max Wardy, 1 point, as he disappears there, but it was 1.6 seconds then back from Billy Dobson. So Billy Dobson up in the pace a wee bit as they come through the chicane once again. Reuben Sherman Boyd on the brakes into the hairpin, and Roy Creeth only coming on to this back straight now. Young Katie Clint, hope you're staying dry, Katie. Katie Clint, an absolute superstar in the IMC Mini Bike Championship. And that belonged to Katie's up onto these machines. Racing Supersport 300s before you know it. And here's Roy Creeth then. You can see that wind just buffeting them, their heads moving about there. Alexander Rowan then, the Moto 3 machine, leading this class and second on the road on corrected time. Peter Willis's machine there, a wee bit of a misfire by the sounds of it, but still circulating, still going well there in that second place. Roy Creeth up into second day, or fourth on the road in corrected time, but Buster Sherman Boyd then third from Matt Davison, still in that fourth in the Moto 3. Look at Reuben Sherman Boyd just making short work. Very mature for all the age of Buster and Reuben. The two of them great techniques on the machines. So coming on the start and finish then, there he is. Last lap flag then for Reuben Sherman Boyd. He just rolls it that wee bit going through deaders and then straight back on like a comfort roll nearly. Just getting the weight onto the front end of that machine. Just before the dip. Roy Creeth doing the exact same thing. A lovely smooth line there from Roy Creeth. Alexander Rowan now with the fastest lap, a 105.746. Peter Willis in second, a 107.665. Reuben Sherman Boyd posting a 105.939, so there's not an awful lot in it. So again, Reuben Sherman Boyd just at the back. Braking now for the hairpin. So here we go then, Ruben Sherman Boyd coming on to the start and finish straight now, still pushing hard. Big long look over the right hand side to his team and takes the checkered flag for win number 2, Ruben Sherman Boyd. Now we're looking for, let's see, Alexander Rowan then, the Supersport 300 machines. There's Alexander Rowan, winner of the Moto 3 class. Peter Willis then in second place. And there's Billy Dobson, number 1-1, taking number 1 once again, Supersport 300 winner. And Max Wardy in second. Buster Sherman Boyd across the line in third in the Moto 3 class. Matt Davison in fourth and Nigel Moore in fifth place. Nigel Moore still has it, not far off the pace from the 3 in front. Billy Dobson then will be over the moon with that. Third place in Supersport 300 was Jordan McGahan, as my window just blows open, scared the life out of me. But McGahan then in third. Owen Everard fourth in Supersport 300. Fifth Supersport 300 was Dale Hyland. Sixth was Mantis Sugdenis. And then we'll move on to then the lightweight Supersport winner, Ruben Sherman Boyd. Roy Creeth in second. Third place was Martin Halford from Mark Shields in fourth. And fifth was Chris Gray. Moto 3s then, Alexander Rowan, Peter Willis, Buster Sherman Boyd in third, Matt Davis in fourth, Nigel Moore in fifth, Kirkistown in sixth, seventh was Darren Duncan, eighth was Johnny Parker. And a great result there for Alexander Rowan with the fastest lap, a 105.746. Up next then, the Big 3 Series President Cup Super Twin and Production Twins race. And they're lining up on the grid, in the warm-up grid, I should say. Remember, all the riders, please line up in the dummy grid as you would on the grid on track, just to save any confusion. So Super Twins up next then, and that will be followed by the Moto 1. That's race 11 in your programs. And then we'll have the Big 3 Series Crown Prince of Kirkistown Supersport race. That's race 12. Race 13 will be the Classic Machines, followed by race 14, the Superbike Cup pre-injection race, back around again. And then the Big 3 Series King of Kirkistown Superbike race, race 15. And that will be followed by the Supersport Cup. Just a reminder, please, for anyone who rented transponders. So in the Moto 3 class so far, we have Darren Duncan, number 177. So if Darren Duncan can please return his transponder. And there's loads of names here in the Super Twins and Production Twins borrowed transponders. So after your race, can you please give it to one of your team members or run up and hand it straight to Richard, please? So Super Twins then going out onto the track now. Production Twin winner on the first race of today was Alex Duncan. Second place was Michael Dunleavy, and third was Shane Doran. Super Twin winner then Colin Irwin from Kevin Lavery, and Christian Alkin in third place. So the line up, Irwin on pole then from Lavery in second, Alkin in third, Robert Waddell in fourth, Wardy in fifth, Mears in sixth. Jack Mears really started to get going there in the later parts of that first race. Hayden Clinton then in seventh, Dean McMaster in eighth, Alex Duncan, winner and fastest of the Production Twins, in ninth place, Kieran Canny in 10th, Finn O'Connell in 11th, Shane Mulligan in 12th, Nicky Burns in 13th. Oh, thanks very much. Oh, lovely, your star, thank you. So just here and there, unfortunately, Alex Duncan has slipped off in that warm-up lap. He is up and okay, but these things happen. I remember a race at Knockhill, I fell off in the warm-up lap, did the race and fell off in the cool-down lap as well. But to be fair, that was Knockhill in the wet. So here we go then. Super Twins and Production Twins getting ready to go. The green flag is being waved at the back. The rider's just about ready there. Kevin Lavery near caught off guard. But here we go then, the start. Irwin with a cracker of a start there once again on the opinion of Kevin Lavery with a wee bit of panic off the line there. Has managed to tuck in behind Irwin this time. He's a wee bit closer than what he was in the first race. Through Colonials 1 then. Colonials 2, flick to the left, short shifting again to try and get as much power down as they can and keep it as smooth as they can. That's good timing. The sun comes out here once again at Kirkistown. Through Fisherman's into the chicane now. It's Irwin from Lavery, Christian Elkin. Oh, Christian Elkin running a wee bit wide there, coming out of the chicane, but he is able to hold that third place, but only just. In the slipstream is Dean McMaster. Just can't see who that was. Just moved over the right hand side, and I think has took Dean McMaster and Christian Elkin in the one move up the inside at the hairpin. Potentially running wide there, but on to the start and finish straight again. And it's Irwin, and there's Lavery and Christian Elkin side by side going through deaders. Lavery had to ease up and let Elkin through. But Dean McMaster, I think it was maybe Hayden Clinton that had that move at the hairpin and just running a wee bit wide as they're all bunching back up at Colonials again. So I think Christian Elkin is right on Irwin. He's not letting him go this time. The first race he seemed to have settled down in that third place. So it is Irwin, Elkin. I'm just looking to see Elkie in that second place. It's Dean McMaster who's up in the third now, but Lavery's in the slipstream, moves over to the right hand side. There's 3 of them abreast going into the hairpin. Who's going to be brave on the brakes? And they settle themselves just before. Very sensible move here in this Super Twin class. But look at Chris Nelgan again moving over the right hand side. He's taking a big wide line through Deaders, so he has the drive into Colonials. But that Aprilia, there's Kawasaki just struggling with the Aprilia at the minute, as they were then. Erwin Elke with the fastest lap that time, a 104.6. McMaster in third with a 104.7. Kevin Lavery in fourth. Finn Wardy fifth. Hayden Clinton in sixth. Burns leading the production twin class at the minute in seventh place. O'Connor back out of the hairpin to come then. Keep an eye on Nicky Burns, the production leader. Chris Nelgan as close as you like. Fastest lap once again for Chris Nelgan, a 103.6 compared to Irwin's 103.651. It's 6.46 for Elke. Right on the limit here. Burns across the line then, still leading the production twins. Second place in production twins is Dwayne McCoy down in 12th place. Back up the chicane. Coming up the slower riders already in this race. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them now. Dyson for the lead. They're desperately looking past as the track is drying very quickly here. Track temperature up to 17.5 degrees. And a wee bit of wind there as well, so this track will dry very quickly, especially down this front straight. We're all bunched. Constantine back up at the hairpin. Made short work of that slower rider. Christian Elkin's in the lead now. He got ahead of Irwin. So Irwin back in the slipstream then. It looks like Lavery really under pressure now from Wardy. Wardy with another wide line. But the Kawasaki just doesn't have the legs on the Kawasaki through the corners there. It seems more planted. Irwin's back in front now. So Irwin back in front of Elke. Up the inside, round Colonials. Elke's going to have to do something with this. Next race there, Moto 1 machines, if you can make your way to the holding area, please. That's the Moto 1 machines to the holding area. Elke pushing hard, he's pushing the back end of that Aprilia, but now that he showed his front wheel, will Irwin disappear with this one? McMaster still holding on to that third place, but Kevin Lavery seems to be braking a lot earlier than the rest of them into the hairpin, but he gets good drive onto the start and finish straight here. So here they come then. Irwin opening that gap. It was 0.133 last time. 0.234. Oh, Kevin Lavery with the fastest lap. A 103.035. So he means business, but is it too little, too late for Lavery? Through Colonials then. The leaders are starting to gap Dean McMaster here. So Irwin has upped the game, but so has Christian Elkin. Christian Elkin starting to push that ER 650 at the chicane then. He's looking for a way around. 4.5 laps left to go then, as the power out of the chicane, out on the start, or the back straight. That Aprilia, can't get much more out of that Aprilia. Chris Nelgan on the brakes then. A master on the brakes. Closes right up to Irwin once again. Pouring out of the hairpin. Elke staying a wee bit. I was going to say staying off the white line, but he's right up against Irwin once again. That Aprilia of Irwin. Dean McMaster closes the door on Kevin Lavery. I thought Lavery was going to make a move up the inside. They're side by side going into Colonials. I think McMaster was able to hold that one in through Colonials 1. And the leaders are breaking now for Fisherman's. On the exit of Fisherman's then, it is still Lavery from Elke. Elkin's not letting this one go this time. Slower riders, but he's going to get them on the straight before the hairpin. It might get caught up a wee bit with the riders behind. Look at Lavery on Dean McMaster then. Dean McMaster is through. Lavery is through on Dean McMaster, with McMaster on the brakes then, moves over to the right hand side. Back to the leaders, still neck and neck here, right on the back wheel of Irwin. Oh, Chris Nelson moves over to the right hand side. Irwin then dives up into Debtor's Dip, and good drive there on the exit of the Debtor's Dip. So Kevin Lavery getting the better of Dean McMaster. Chris Nelson posting the fastest lap that time round, a 102.145 as they head back to Fisherman's, and they really are coming up the slower riders now. 2.5 laps left of this race, so the remainder of the Moto 1 machines, can you please make your way to the holding area? That's the Moto 1 machines to the holding area. Back out onto the back straight then. Oh, Chris Nelson just losing out a wee bit on that slipstream. Lavery back up into third place. Dean McMaster in fourth. Finnan-Wardy then. Finnan-Wardy was in for a chance there. He was biting at the heels of Kevin Lavery. But here we go, there's Irwin. So the gap is up now to 0.449 of a second. Irwin with the fastest lap this time, a 101.938. Further down the field then, look at Nicky Burns, looking like he's in a comfortable position there to win this production class, as they're all spread out. This should be O'Connell then, and Waters, and there's Lee Hara and Harry McAleese then. Back at the leaders, the last lap flag getting ready now. Oh, slower riders of Chris Nelson just getting caught up at the chicane there. He won't be a happy chappy. And it looks like Irwin's starting to pull away with this one. So Chris Nelson is going to have to do something very, very special here as they come on to the start and finish. So Kyle Martin then, second of the production twins now for Kyle Martin. Nicky Burns still leading the production twins in 11th place there at the minute, but Kyle up into second place now. Dornan down into third, and Dunleavy now up into fourth, 15th on the road for Dunleavy. So just keep an eye then further down the track to the leaders. So Irwin now, a huge gap back to Chris Nelson now on this last lap, down the back straight. Irwin, Elke, and Lavery's going to get caught up too, is he? No, he makes short work of that before they make it to the hairpin. Pouring out of the hairpin then. They're brilliant, right out onto the grass goes Irwin. But it's worth it, he takes the win, the checker flag, and Chris Nelson in second place. Lavery didn't make life easy for himself, but he finished last step of the podium there for Lavery. Third place, racking up the points this weekend. Dean McMaster will be deflated with that one. He had to settle for fourth. He was looking like a good third place there after Kevin Lavery's mistake, but he's still be happy again to take them points. Finnan-Wardy in fifth. That's Hayden Clinton then, number 914 away through. Oh, Finn O'Connell got the better of Ronan Waters on the last lap then. And Lee Hara seen it all in 9th place. Harry McAleese in 10th. Waiting for Nicky Burns in. There he is, production twin winner, Nicky Burns across the line. He'll be over the moon with that one. Lee Millen, Sean Dorn, Michael Dunleavy, Michael Watson, Matthew Curry, Dwayne McCoy, and Sean Benson all across the line then. Another great super twin race there. Next up then is the Moto 1 machines that will be going out on track any second now once the machines make their way back into the paddock. here we go then. The Moto 1 machines are out on track for their warm-up lap. Machine there just struggling to get gears there. Perhaps, hopefully there's nothing too wrong with that wee machine. But here we go then for the Moto 1 lining up on pole, and race 1 winner Hubert Tomaszewski from Kirkistown in second, William Graham in third, fourth is Owen Walsh, number 995, Harley Smith in fifth, David Scott in sixth, Joel Herr lining up in seventh, and Brandon Kennedy in eighth. Winner of race 1, Hubert Tomaszewski then, posting the best time, a 109.940. Harley Smith, a second for Harley on the Kawasaki, the 300, a 112.505. William Graham in third, Walsh in fourth, Scott in fifth, only just from Joel Herr across the line, and Ciara Cahoon in seventh place. So hopefully Ciara, whatever gremlins were bothering her in that first race, she's got that sorted for this one then. Just a reminder for anyone who's borrowed any transponders, can you please return them? Sean Benson, Shane Dorn, Michael Dunleavy, Colin Irwin, Jack Mears and Shane Mulligan, can you please return your transponders as soon as possible? So Walsh lining up there, the green flag, told to watch the lights. Oh, and away they go! Hubert Tomaszewski with a cracker of a start there. And the machine just coming from further back there, I think. Was that maybe Harley Smith? Will have to have a wee look through the looking glass as they come through the chicane. But it's definitely Tomaszewski who got the whole shot in that one. So they're all through Colonials 2 now. Leaders breaking for Fisherman's. The leader coming out of Fisherman's actually is Tomaszewski. And into the chicane then. Ciara Cahoon in third place. Just can't grasp who that is in second at the minute. It looks like Walsh is pressurising Cahoon already as they make their way down past the pit lane cafe here and the trackside bar and lounge. Just tucked into each other's slipstream. Slipstreaming is absolutely paramount in these wee machines. You get as much as you can out of them. But here's Tomaszewski then on the Yamaha, away through there. Oh, it's the number 19. It is Smith. So a cracker start there for Harley Smith. Walsh in third, Cahoon demoted to fourth place, William Graham in fifth, David Scott in sixth, Joel Herr seventh, and Brandon Kennedy across the line in eighth place. So at Fisherman's then, a few changes there. Swapping and change of position as further down the field. So as you can then, Smith, Walsh still there in behind. And it's William Graham now ahead. It was William Graham who got the better of Ciara Cahoon at Fisherman's as they head down the back straight once again. So Ciara Cahoon just struggling with that machine. She's done well in qualifying there, but maybe the slight change of weather. There's a lot more wind out there now than there was this morning. But there's Tomaszewski there, a 112.9 across the line there for Tomaszewski. Smith and Walsh. Walsh is closing up on Harley Smith now, so this could turn into a good race here Further down the field then, William Graham, Kirkistown, David Scott, Joel Hurd dicing it out there. And Joel Hurd just moving over the right hand side. He's looking up the inside of Scott, and he does it. Does he make it stick through Colonials? He hits the apex either side and away. Great move there for young Joel Hurd, and now chasing down Kirkistown, already looking past Kirkistown through Fisherman's. But it's Tomaszewski then out. And look at Walsh. So Walsh is right on Smith now at the chicane as well. So Walsh out. Oh, well, they're side by side on the exit of the chicane. Coming up through the back straight. Smith just has the legs there going down the back straight then. Graham in front. Her in the slipstream then of Kirkistown. Trying to get as much out of that wee 250 as he can. Tomaszewski across the line then. The Toyonda seems to work well with these 250 Kawasaki's. So it's Smith across the line from Walsh. Still just ahead of Walsh. Graham then on the Toyonda. Oh, Joel Hur's got the better of Kirkistown. Joel up into 5th place then, but Kirkistown up the inside of Joel through Deaders. Joel holds his own and moves over to the right hand side. Will he outbreak Cahoon into Colonials 1? They're side by side. Colonials 1. Joel up the inside of the Toyonda through Colonials 2 and powering out and already gapping Kirkistown, but Kira on the straight seems to have the legs, so we'll have to keep an eye out as they make their way down the back straight here. And that's exactly where Hubert Tomaszewski already is. Through the chicane then, Smith still holding off Walsh, but only just once again, deja vu. They're side by side behind us here. But again, slightly smaller frame there of Smith just holding Walsh off. So Joel Hurst still holding off Kirkistown down the straight this time. Kira in the slipstream, moving over to the right hand side. Not able to do anything on the brakes this time from Joel Hurst. Next up then, Super Sport Machines to the holding area, please. That's Super Sport Machines to the holding area. Hubert Tomaszewski across the line at 1:11.683. William Graham, Joel Hurst, Kirkistown. Kirkistown again looking up the inside of Joel through Datters. She's got the drive out of Datters now, heading for Colonials. Moves over to the right hand side. Does she repay the favour? No, she tucks it back in behind Joel. And he seems to be pulling away now, but Kira gets good drive out of Colonials too, but I don't think it's going to be enough here. Tomaszewski then on his way. Brandon Kennedy just ahead of him then. Breaking for the hairpin out of the chicane. We have once again Smith and Walsh are at it, absolute neck and neck this whole way around. So Smith moves over to the right hand side. So Super Sport Machines, please, to the warm up right away, please. We're trying to keep everything moving here as quickly as possible. So Tomaszewski away through that time of 1:12.4, so he's settling down this time. But Walsh and Smith definitely aren't settling down here. William Graham's got a front row seat at this battle. Just ahead of him then, Joel Hurd, a great 5th place there so far for Joel. Kirkistown then, that's David Scott. Oh, trying to get a move up the inside of Kirkistown. Kira closes the door through Datters. That would have been a brave move there from David Scott. Tomaszewski then just exiting the chicane now. That lovely liveried Yamaha. So he's coming up then. 2 laps to go after this one. So Kennedy just ahead of Smith, and Walsh. Smith was had to move over to the left hand side there and allow Smith just to tuck in front of him. That was a close one. Here we go then. Tomaszewski across the line. And we're looking back at Joel Hurd. Kirkistown still pushing hard, still tucked in behind him. 2 laps to go then, this one. Super Sport Machines, you should be in the holding area already. Ready to go. Look at Harley Smith. He's opened that gap now to 0.745 of a second from Walsh. and Graham is pulling them in actually 2.2 seconds then. Joel Herr starting to gap Kirkistown. He needs a comfortable move here, 0.592 of a second back from Kirkistown. Just here eluding David Scott then. Just a wee slip off, but he's up and okay. So David Scott was chasing the tail end there of Kirkistown. He is up and okay, which is always great to hear. So the leader then through the hairpin, powering on to the start and finish straight then on his Yamaha. This is the last lap flag going out now for Hubert Tomaszewski. Further down the field then, we're just looking. So that's Kenny just in front then of Joel Herr as they're coming up into the hairpin, but Kirkistown still in behind. Tomaszewski that time round, fastest lap again, a 1:11.65. Harley Smith a 1:13.91. So the gap is opened up once again. Back to Walsh, a 1:14.18. William Graham then in a comfortable fourth place, and Joel Herr starting to stretch that gap now on Kirkistown as Kira gets past Brendan Kennedy there. Kennedy through Deaders. Lovely smooth line there from Brendan Kennedy. And then braking, it's all about learning, it's all about getting the best out of the machines as you can. So a massive lead now, Hubert Tomaszewski into the hairpin. Power, how early does he get the power on for that one? But here it is, Tomaszewski on the Yamaha, takes the checkered flag and win number 2 as he just tips the limiter out of the way past the line. We'll just miss there, just back at the back straight. It's still Herr from Cahoon, but we're waiting on Smith and Walsh. Here they are. So it's Smith that takes it from Walsh, and William Graham caught right up to the tail end of them there. So another couple of laps, he could have been in the chance with a podium finish. Coming along, 5th place then, Joel Herr across the line, over the moon with that in his first race on the bigger machines. Kirkistown in 6th. Brandon Kennedy then on the Tyanda, takes the checkered flag. 7th place for Kennedy. More great racing. Again, stars of the future here in this Moto 1 class. And again, they'll be racing soon again in the Irish Minibike Championship. Brilliant wee championship for bringing up again through the Moto 1s, Super Sport 300s, Moto 3 class, and then eventually onto the 600s and Superbikes. Speaking of 600s, Super Sport machines up next. Race 12 in your programme. It's a 10-lapper crowned Prince of Kirkistown for the Big 3 series. green flag then is waved for the Super Sport. So this is race 12 then in your programs, the Big 3 Series Crown Prince of Kirkistown Super Sport race, a 10-lapper. And what a 10-lapper it will be. If it's anything, the first race is to go by. Graham Irwin didn't get it easy in the first race. Jeremy McWilliams in the restart got a cracker start off the line and stayed with him the whole way. Irwin just seen his front end and decided to put the hammer down. Chris Nelkin was third, Mark Conlon was fourth, Rob McCauley was fifth, AJ Carey in sixth, Ross Martin finished up in seventh. Of course, Rob McCauley, winner of the Cup class. Ross Martin was second in the Cup class. Oh, Jerry McWilliams not getting out late again. Jerry McWilliams. So I think will McWilliams maybe get starting from the warm-up grid, the pit lane? Maybe not. That would have been interesting to see as well, because McWilliams is on full slicks here. I just can't see who else would be on slicks. Oh, Elke's got a slick rear in anyway. So the track is more or less completely dry around here. A couple of wet spots on the inside, maybe a deaders. So no Corey McGreevy then. Graham Irwin on pole from Chris Nelkin and Kevin Lavery. Then we have Mark Conlon, Rob McCauley, Warren Knowles in seventh. Shane Mulligan in 8th, Kenny in 9th, Waddell 10th, Martin in 11th, Ross Moore in 12th, Stephen Love in 13th. But here we go then, the green light, the green flag, and they're told to watch the lights, and away they go. Wow, what a start once again for Graham Irwin. The two Ducatis of Graham Irwin and Mark Conlon are absolutely rocketing off the line here, but look at Chris Nelkin with a foot down into Clonales. Chris Nelkin up into second place. He's in a bit of a panic here. He doesn't want Graham Irwin to get away with this one. No Jeremy McWilliams this time, unfortunately. So Fisherman's then heading to the chicane. It is Graham Irwin on the Magic Bullet Ducati from Christian Elkin, who made a daring move up the inside of Mark Conlon. Onto the back straight then. That's a yellow plate there in third place. Mark Conlon just in behind. So looking at Rob McCauley perhaps. On the start and finish then. You can hear the thunderous Ducati over the top of the R6 Yamaha as they come through. It is the number 94 of Rob McCauley up into third place. What a start there. And Ross Martin up into fifth place, second of the Cup Riders. What a start there from McCauley and Ross Martin. So they're all through. Colonials then. Leaders breaking into Fisherman's. Again, just watching the curbs on the outside and the inside of the chicane. I thought Chris Nelkin was going to do something, make a move on Graham Irwin there, but he thought better of it. It's a long race. It's a 10-lapper in the slipstream of the Ducati. Look at the R6 moving over to the right-hand side. Is he going to try and outbreak Graham Irwin? He stays tucked in behind him, nice and comfortably through the hairpin there. For the leaders. Oh, look at the drive that Chris Elkin got. That's why he stayed behind him. Lovely move. Chris Elkin through Deaders then. Graham Irwin looking away around time the outside, but he moves over to the right hand side. Chris Nelkin goes defensive. Graham Irwin squeezes him out, and back into the lead goes the Magic Bullet Ducati. Heading the Fisherman's then. What a move there by Graham Irwin. I didn't think he was going to do it because Chris Nelkin was aiming to square that corner off, and Graham Irwin just moved him out of the road. Great start there for Mark Conlon as well, still holding on to that third place then. Rob McCauley just dropping back a wee bit. Fastest lap, Chris Nelkin, a 59.8 compared to Graham Irwin's a 1 minute point 124. On the start and finish straight come the leaders once again then. Graham Irwin, the Ducati still leading Chris Nelkin. Good drive again, but you see the front end going real light on Elke's bike. The wind has picked up a wee bit. The bikes will be handling a lot more different than what they were this morning. They've got full slicks on. The wind direction has changed. So essentially the setup on these machines is completely different than what they were this morning then. So leaders heading towards this chicane again. Just keep an eye on Mark Conlon then, because I was a 59.5 that last time Mark Conlon done. Slightly faster than Chris Nelkin, 59.8. But Graham Irwin a 59.2 that time. So Mark Conlon starting to come out of himself here on this Ducati. He loves the Ducati, Mark Conlon, but the problem is keeping the things going. They can be very expensive indeed, but they're fantastic machines. Graham Irwin then, number 2 machine, still in the lead from Chris Nelkin. Fastest lap there once again from Graham Irwin. 59.5, faster again for Mark Conlon. So he's just chipping away there. Rob McCauley just ahead of AJ Carey. What a result there for AJ in 5th place, and he's closing Rob McCauley down too, so he can be promoted up to 4th. Warren Nose, Brett McCallan, good run there for Warren Nose in the Super Sport class, 8th place. Okay. So the leaders then again back down the back straight. And the classic machines then up next. If the classic machines could make their way to the holding area, please. And just to let you all know, immediately after each race, the riders can pick their trophies up if they're lucky enough to win anything. Graham Irwin then, Christian Elkin with the fastest lap now, a 58.6. Graham Irwin a 58.8. Mark Conlon a 59.2. That's a personal best this race for Mark Conlon. Oh, AJ Carey then up the inside of Rob McCauley on the Honda, and he makes it stick to him, pulls a wee bit of a gap. He got good drive out of Deaders as well. McCauley closing back up there at Colonials 1 and 2, but it's not going to be enough. The Honda rider starting to pull away now. Chris Nelkin has closed that gap on Graham Irwin. This is going to be a cracker lap again for Christian Elkin as he sussed out the conditions of the track, and he knows where the puddles are, where the damp patches are, and he's got enough experience. He knows exactly what to do here. Will he hold out to try and do something in the closing stages of this race? 0.4, the gap is now down to 0.3. Chris Nelkin with the fastest lap again, a 58.428 for Chris Nelkin. Oh, Elke is a demon on the brakes here going in the Colonials. We all know how good Elke is anyway on the brakes. He's cut his teeth at the Northwest 200. AJ Carey way through. Rob McCauley still leading the Cup class from Ross Martin in 2nd place. 3rd in the Cup class, Brett McCallan from Crescent Boys. Evan Larkin there in 5th. Jordan Larkin in 6th. Joy Hennessy. Great run there for Joy Hennessy in 7th place. Mark Conlon there still in a very comfortable 3rd place, but the leaders then coming out of the hairpin. Oh, look how close this is. How close do you like it? Chris Nelkin on the back wheel of Graham Irwin. He was thinking about a move up the inside, but that would have been either very brave or very silly indeed. Great battle further back there at the chicane. That looks like Larkin leading the way there of that group. It is indeed. On the ZX6 machine, Larkin just losing a wee bit down the back straight. Warren Knowles just ahead of that group there. Ross Martin and Ross Moore. Great run there. Ross Martin a wee bit unstable there on the entrance into Deaders. So the leaders then, Christian Elgin. Larkin way through. Brett McCallum trying to squeeze his way through there. And Jordan Larkin. So here we go then. Out on the start and finish. That Ducati starting to move about a wee bit. 2 laps to go then in this Super Sport race. Has Graham Irwin, is that rear tire starting to go off a wee bit? Just starting to move. He's getting comfortable with it and he's starting to push a wee bit harder. That was a 58.1 there from Graham Irwin. Christian Elgin a 58.4. Mark Conlon a 58.8. Further down the field then we have AJ Keary still ahead, pulling away from Rob McCauley. Warren Knowles in 6th, Ross Moore and Ross Martin. Here we go then. Is it Larkin still leading the way on this pack as they cross the line here? It is indeed. Evan Larkin ahead of Christian Boyles and Jordan Larkin. So here we go then. Here they come. The leaders out on the start and finish now. Last lap. What's he going to do? Christian Elgin. So Christian Elgin with the fastest lap of 58.125. He has only a couple of chances left to do anything about Graham Irwin. So another call please for the classic machines to the holding area. That's the classic machines to the holding area. As quickly as you can. And there's a whole freight train of them going through the chicane, but the leaders of this race aren't too far behind them. The leaders through the chicane now. Christian Elgin was maybe trying to set up a wide line there to come out of the chicane to get good drive, but he wasn't able to do anything to get the power on as early as what he would have liked. On the brakes then, has he ran a bit wide? He's run really deep into that corner. Out on the start and finish straight then. It looks like it's going to be Graham Irwin to take win number 2 here at Kirkistown from Christian Elgin. Christian Elgin posting the fastest lap that time again, a 57.922. Mark Conlon in a very safe 3rd place there. Not the most exciting races there for Mark Conlon, but it's definitely, he'll definitely take that one in the books. Further back then, we'll have AJ Keary across the line. What a result there for AJ, 4th place. Warren Knowles getting the better, Ross Moore and Rob McCauley then. Further back, a great battle then. This is going to be close to the line here. Breaking into the hairpin. I think Larkin has maybe dropped back a wee bit, maybe into 10th place. His second bike there on the line, but across the line then, and it was Christian Boyles getting the better of Evan Larkin in the end. Brett McCallum, Jordan Larkin, Joey Hennessy. What a group to be in for his Super Sport race. Joey Hennessy in 13th, Jack Cadwell 14th, and Paul Cranston in 15th place. Go. So again, just a reminder for anyone that has borrowed a transponder, can you please return it as soon as possible? Sean Benson, Shane Doran. That's in the production twin class. Number 87, Sean Benson. Number 94, Shane Doran. Super Twins, number 108, Jack Mears. And number 355, Shane Mulligan, apologies. So Shane Mulligan. Moto 1 class number 919, William Graham. Super Sport class number 99, Jeremy McWilliams. And Andrew McCrum then, he's out in the classic machines here now. If you can return your transponders, please, as soon as you're finished. Here we go then, nearly ready to go for the classic machines in the warm-up lap. Machines now on track for their warm-up. Andy Kildare took the spoils in the open class with Ian Thompson in second in the first race. Brian Mateer came way back there and was able to win the 250 class then, the number 87 machine. Malcolm Love's machine not playing ball, and he dropped way back the field, but he still managed to hold on to second place in the 250s. Adam McKee in third, and Brian Matthews was fourth. Nigel Moore won the 350 class from Linton Irwin. Malcolm Benson, George Stinson, Colin McCann, and Brian Harding in sixth. Sean Leonard won the 500 class. Andrew McCrum was looking favoured for that one, but unfortunately a mechanical put him out. Phil Lunny was second, and Phil Murphy was third. So unlike the other some other races that we've had, no split grids for this one. Malcolm Benson on pole on his 350, followed by Andy Kildare on the 750. Linton Irwin in third from Nigel Moore and Brian Mateer in fifth. Malcolm Love in sixth. Sean Leonard in seventh. George Stinson in eighth. Andrew McCrum ninth. Phil Lunny 10th. Callum McCann in 11th. 12th is Ian Thompson. 13th is Brian Harding. Brendan Neeson in 14th. Adam McKee 15th. Phil Murphy 16th. And Brian Matthews in 17th. Next up then we have the Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines. If you can make your way to the holding area, please. That's Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines to the holding area. So here we go then. The green flag is waved. They're told to watch the lights. The reds go up. And away to go. Off the line. Oh, Malcolm Benson. Cutting across. Couldn't see who got the whole shot there. Andy Kildare in that second place then. As the break for Colonials. Through Colonials to for Fisherman's great grid of classic machines here. Richard Agnew's getting the steps up and down, marking off the transponders. So if you do have a transponder, please return it if you're no longer using it. We have a list of names here, and we have a list of addresses as well. Please return them straight after the race. So it looks like Benson then, so he's holding off that 750 very well here. Andy Kildare in that second place. Linton Irwin, keep an eye on Linton. He didn't have the best of starts there like he did in the second race, or the first race should I say. So here we go, look at Kildare's 750. Honda just blasting past in the wee 250 there of Malcolm Love. George Stinson, and that's George Stinson in second now. Malcolm Love then leading the 250 class in third. Nigel Moore fourth, second of the 350s. Adam McKee away through there on his wee 250. Looking back then at the chicane, still at it. Andy Kildare, Stinson, and that's Nigel Moore now. So Nigel Moore getting the better of Malcolm Love this time round. Nigel Moore looking down at the screen, or at the tank, of course, no screen on that machine. He has to get tucked into it as much as he can in behind that number plate there. On to the start and finish straight again. Andy Kildare, you can hear that 750. Lovely sounding machine down past us here. Stinson, Moore, and Linton Irwin has got the better of Malcolm Love as well. Malcolm Love struggling with that 250. Andy Kildare with the fastest lap, a 111.476. Stinson in second, a 113.4. Nigel Moore in third there, of course, second of the 350s. Linton Irwin third of the 350s and fourth. Keep an eye on Linton Irwin. Fantastic weather here now at Kirkistown. So here they are then through the chicane. Nigel Moore looking away past Stinson already in this one. He has to get tucked into the slipstream there. The 2 350s, and Linton Irwin, he's just sitting back there. You can hear the Jaws music already. Irwin a 113.385 that last time. Of course he had traffic to contend with, so we'll see what it is this time round. As Kildare crosses the line, Stinson still ahead of Nigel Moore. Nigel pushing hard now. Linton Irwin closing them in, a 112.8 that time for Linton Irwin. So these two, if they start dicing here for second place, Linton Irwin is in for a good chance. Nigel Moore up the inside of Stinson, and he closes it in back to Colonials 2, and he's already gapped Stinson there heading towards Fisherman's. They're coming up the slower riders as well, but I don't think it's going to do any difference for Andy Kildare. So another call then for the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines. If you can make your way to the holding area as quickly as possible, please. Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines to the holding area. So the machines are heading out of the hairpin already in the shape of Andy Kildare. Here we go then, 4 laps to go now for the number 51 machine. Nigel Moore still pushing hard, still can't get the better of Stinson. Stinson just biting back all the time, and exactly what we said the lap before. Look at Linton Irwin. Linton Irwin can taste this one. He's saying to himself, "You two boys, you battle away there, and I'll just do my own thing." And he's closed right back up to Nigel Moore. He tried to outbreak Stinson there into Colonials 1, but it wasn't to be this time round. So the two of them nearly have to work together just to pull that bit of a gap. There's too much now to claw back on Andy Kildare. So Linton Irwin, I think he may wait until the last lap. He's good at doing that. He loves making a show. So look at Irwin He's got 2 sets of slipstreams ahead of him now, and he's clawing in Nigel Moore. So he's very close to Nigel Moore now. He moves over the right hand side. I don't think he's going to be able to outbreak Moore into the hairpin. Nigel Moore runs really deep into the hairpin. Was he able to get Stinson up the inside? So close there. He had to let it off and run a wee bit wide, but he's slightly closer now. He's got the drive on Stinson. In through Deaders now. Slower rider ahead of him. They're going to catch him at Colonials 1. Will they get past? Will Linton Irwin get past? He does indeed. So the 3 of them still together. That slower rider just moving over a wee bit. Malcolm Love looking down at his dash. Of course, he had an injury last year, which wasn't ideal for him. 3 fishermen then. Andy Kildare already out of the chicane. Nigel Moore coming out of the chicane now. Stinson just in behind. Linton Irwin's going to need to get past Stinson pretty quick because Nigel Moore's starting to pull a gap on him now. Stinson looking behind him. He knows that Linton's there. You can hear that 750 Honda of Andy Kildare there in the number 51 machine. Across the fastest lap there for Kildare, 1:10.829. Nigel Moore still ahead of Stinson, but only just. Stinson seems to have the drive out of the hairpin. He's able to close them all back up again. And I don't know whether Linton Irwin is just waiting to pounce here in this one, but he seemed to have slowed ever so slightly. Linton Irwin that time a 1:12.227. 571 compared to his best time of 2:27. Again, back at the leaders then. Kildare has completely disappeared with this one. 1.5 laps to go then. Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines, please make your way to the holding area. This is the last call for Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines to the holding area. So again, this is Nigel Moore just starting to pull away. Linton Irwin struggling to get past Stinson now. He should have made a move whenever he's just pushed him out that wee bit wide. There's the last lap flag now for Andy Kildare. Oh, with a retirement over there, unfortunately. I didn't notice him pulling in there. Nigel Moore then still in second place, of course, leader of the 350. Stinson second in the 350s. And Irwin third in the 350 class, but fourth on the road. Irwin moving over. Again, slower riders just getting out of the road there. Oh, Linton Irwin maybe just getting caught up there with a slower rider, unfortunately, and he had to back off that wee bit. So there's the 51 then, Andy Kildare, as quick and as smooth as you like, through the chicane for the last time this weekend. Behind the pit lane, cafe lane, and then braking for the hairpin. Keeping an eye on Linton Irwin as well. I need eyes in the back of my head for this one. Linton Irwin in the slipstream, but here he comes, Andy Kildare. And out on the start and finish straight then. Again, another win for the number 51 machine. And takes the 750 Honda home. Is Linton Irwin going to be able to get the better of Stinson? But it's Nigel Moore who claims that second place. Stinson in third. And Linton Irwin in fourth, but third in the 350 class. Now we're waiting for that wee 250 of Brian Mateer then. That's Ian Thompson. Brian Mateer wins the 250 class. Sean Leonard then winner of the 500cc class in 7th place. Great battle further back here. Andrew McCrum. Then is Andrew going to get it? They're side by side. Oh, Brian Harding just pipped him on the line. But Andrew McCrum will be happy with that second 500cc machine home. Brian Harding just getting in there side by side. 0.023 of a second in it. McCann. Then we have Phil Lunny there, third 500 home in 11th place. There we go then, Andy Kildare with another win, and a win in the open class. Second place then in the open was Ian Thompson. Winner of the 350 class, and second on the road was Nigel Muir from George Stenson and Linton Irwin. What a race them three had. Fourth place was Brian Harding. Fifth was Colin McCann. And unfortunately, Malcolm Benson didn't finish that race. 250 class then, winner was Brian Mateer on his Suzuki. And we'll have to go down to 13th on the road. Malcolm Love was second of the 250s. Adam McKee third and Brian Matthews fourth. So Super Sport Cup and pre-injection machines out next. And they're just moving one of the ambulances at the minute, so they'll be down at Colonials very shortly and we'll get things underway. Another reminder, please, for all competitors, if you borrowed a transponder, please return it. So Andrew McCrum in the Classics, number 911. McCrum, can you please return your transponder? And if you're lucky enough to receive a prize or a trophy after your race, you can pick the trophies up here straight after. So I think we're nearly ready to go here for the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines as the klaxon goes. Next up then we will have the Big 3 Series King of Kirkistown Superbike race, another 10 lapper. So if you want to think about getting yourselves ready as the cup class and the pre-injection machines get themselves ready to head out on track. Slicks all round then for this one. We didn't think we were going to be saying that this morning. Tom Oliver just getting himself comfortable there. Number 333 dominated the first race. Armstrong away out. See the heat spots on the back of the back tire there of Armstrong's. Just dodging. Well, some people are dodging the puddles. Others maybe a wee bit more old school, just riding through them. It is what it is. So on the grid then, again, no split grid for this one. So Jonathan Gregory then on pole for the Superbikes, followed by Tom Oliver, Michael Press in third, Alan Armstrong in fourth, Almantas Monteves in fifth, Keith Richardson in sixth, Andrew McRae in seventh, John Cahill then in eighth place. On pole for the Production 600s, Conor McDonald, followed by Johnny Irwin. Paul Demain in third. Just hearing there that Johnny Irwin, number 9, has retired at Colonial 1. Well, I think the bike has quit on Johnny Irwin, so unfortunately he's not going to be able to start this race. Paul Demain then in third. Vincent Long fourth. Martin Walsh fifth. Dag Royale in sixth. And Alexander Rowan in the McKillop Motorcycle Racing Machine in seventh. So they're taking their grid positions then. Jonathan Gregory, again, different conditions than what it was in the first race. So this could really change things up a bit. So here we go then. The green flag is waved at the back of the grid. They're told to watch the lights. Oh, great start there by Michael Press, but look at Tom Oliver. He gets that Yamaha planted. Once he gets the front end down and through Deaders end, gets the whole shot. Jonathan Gregory trying to go around the outside of... Oh, look at the 600s in or away. Paul Demain looked like he was going to get a good start there, but he just dropped back a wee bit when he was changing gear. He's going back still on that pre-injection machine. Just making sure he's not pulling over it. No, he's fighting straight back. He took 2 up the inside of Colonials. What a move there. So Paul Demain on a charge now. Back at the front then, the Superbikes are through the chicane. It's Jonathan Gregory in the lead, Tom Oliver. And it looks like Keith Richardson then in third place, just pushing Tom Oliver. Oh, they're side by side. Richardson round the outside at the hairpin. Was he able to get it stopped? Out on the start and finish then. It is still Gregory. Look at Richardson on the Suzuki. So Richardson really pushing now. They're all bunched up through Deaders then. You can hear the overrun, the fuel. John Cahill going through there. So first the pre-injection machines then. Conor McDonald followed by Alexander Rowan. Great start there for Alexander Rowan from the back of the grid. Dag Royale then, unfortunately then, Johnny Irwin was a retirement. the chicane. It's still Jonathan Gregory only just. Look at the speed of that Suzuki. Richardson's absolutely leaves Jonathan Gregory for dust. Does he get it stopped at the hairpin? That was a real late braking manoeuvre there for Gregory. Out of the hairpin then, he might have lost a wee bit of drive. He hasn't, he's pulled the gap on him already on the one corner. So Keith Richardson with the fastest lap of 102.003. Jonathan Gregory 102.7. Richardson's really on it now. So another call please for the Superbike machines to the holding area. So here's Conor McDonald, followed by Alexander Rowan and Paul Demain. After that awful start, he really made it up in the first two corners. Have Vincent Long then in fourth. So again, Superbikes making their way up the back straight. Look at Richardson on that Suzuki. He's so comfortable on that Suzuki. And the Kawasaki in second place and Yamaha in third. This is going to be another fast lap here for Keith Richardson. The gap last lap was 0.6 seconds. What's it going to be this lap? It's obviously a lot more. Look at Tom Oliver. So the gap's up to 2.5 seconds now, but Tom Oliver is all over the back end of Jonathan Gregory. He's really taming that Yamaha R1 this year. Here's McDonald then. He's going to be under pressure very soon from Alexander Rowan. So Alexander Rowan looking away past on McDonald already. And Paul Demain just slightly further back. He might be able to close them in at the chicane then. Richardson just leaving them for dust, but Tom Oliver again in the slipstream moves over the right hand side on Gregory. Does he try an outbraking manoeuvre? So they disappear behind the buildings then. Richardson on the start and finish straight. Another call then for the Superbike machines. So the holding area, Tom Oliver getting the better of Gregory at the hairpin. Just with a foot down going through deaders. I haven't seen that one before. Just adjusting himself, getting himself comfortable. You're riding these machines all day. They can get very uncomfortable indeed. McDonald, Alexander Rowan, Paul Demain again just hanging in there in that third place. Oh, Alexander Rowan, he let the brakes off, but he ended up running wide in the Colonials 1, and McDonald has the advantage then. Richardson coming into slower riders now, but he's going to make short work of them before the hairpin. He does indeed. So on the brakes into the hairpin, Richardson, Tom Oliver pulling away from Jonathan Gregory already. Richardson's last lap was a 1:590. There we go, Richardson across the line then. And the pre-injection machines just ahead of Tom Oliver. Richardson slightly slower that time. That's a 1:01.5, nearly a second slower lap that time round, but he's done enough. He can just maintain that now. Here's the pre-injection. Alexander Rowan has got the better McDonald, and so has Paul Demain. So Paul Demain up in the second place. Alexander Rowan in the lead of this pre-injection race, and Conor McDonald demoted to third place. Does McDonald have an issue maybe? Or these closing laps of this race, he's just decided to go for it. All the slower riders there just slowing up. Gregory had to move over the right hand side. Here comes Armstrong, so Jonathan Gregory may lose another position here. So here's Richardson now. 2 laps to go of this race. A wheelie for the Suzuki across the line. And there's Tom Oliver. Gregory Armstrong's looking keen for this one. He's looking smooth. He's looking away through. If Jonathan Gregory makes any mistakes at all, it's his race to lose here. Alexander Rowan starting to pull away from Paul Demain a wee bit, but McDonald is closing back on Demain now. last lap flag is being readied. The leader through the chicane now on the Suzuki. Number 151, Richardson. Tom Oliver now. Jonathan Gregory has closed back up on Tom Oliver. Oh, look at Armstrong. Armstrong had a rocket coming out of the chicane there. Has he been able to do anything about him? So there we go. The last lap flag is out now. Keith Richardson absolutely flying this one. Tom Oliver has opened that gap back up again from Jonathan Gregory. Armstrong 0.2. What's going to happen on this last lap? We're looking back now at the pre-injection machines. It looks like Alexander Rowan has this one in the bag, but Paul Demain starting to come under pressure now from McDonald. So the leader already through the chicane then. And heading up the back straight. He's this one for miles. Tom Oliver currently in second place. Again, there's John Cahill just ahead of Tom Oliver. Armstrong round the outside of Jonathan Gregory. The leader coming out on the start and finish straight then. Still tucked in, still pushing hard, still winning. Keith Richardson, Superbike Cup winner. So here we go. Tom Oliver then, second place. Jonathan Gregory just holding off Armstrong and no more across the line for third place. Armstrong in fourth. Michael Press caught back up there in fifth. Pre-injection machines in. It's Alexander Rowan. Paul Demain was able to hold off McDonald at the end. He had nothing left in that one. Dark Royale across the line in 12th place. So Keith Richardson, winner of the Superbike Cup class. And well deserved. Miles away from everyone else. Second place was Tom Oliver, followed by Jonathan Gregory, who just held off Alan Armstrong and no more. Fifth place was Michael Press and Andrew McCrae. Seventh was John Cahill. Winner of the pre-injection machines, Alexander Rowan. Second place, Paul Demain. And third place was Conor McDonald, unfortunately just getting pipped at the line. Fourth place was Vincent Long. Fifth was Dark Royale and Martin Walsh in sixth. Superbikes up next. We'll be keeping an eye on the Spences here. Spence Engineering, Sebden Steel Machines. Johnny Campbell as well on that BMW. He seemed to have nailed the start. Again, different conditions from the were this morning. It's going to be a lot of hard work out there. So that's the klaxon then for this Superbike race as they remove the tire warmers, put on their gloves and get ready for battle for the last time in this Superbike race here at Kirkistown today. Super Sport Cup will be up next then. Race 16 and the last race of the day if the Super Sport Cup want to make their way to the holding area once the Superbikes have left for their warm-up lap. That's the Super Sport Cup machines then. There we go, machines going out on track now. Again, Jimmy Hamilton just making sure he's taking them tyre warmers off correctly. He doesn't want to rush himself. Carl Phillips away through there. Aaron Spence then. Dean McMaster, sorry. Daniel Matheson. Ross Irwin on that lovely liveried Works Honda coloured machine. And there's Johnny Campbell then just following Andrew Smith. Last machine out then on the warm-up lap. Rossi Dobson warming the tyres up on Susie. Andy Reid really emphasising it as the rest of them come hammering up behind him there. Carl Phillips standing on the front wheel, top rack style into the hairpin. So again, just a reminder for anyone who's borrowed a transponder to return it as quickly as possible. Andrew McCrum being one. So here we go then. Johnny Campbell on pole. Aaron Spence. Andy Reid, here we go then. The lights go out and away they go. Oh, Carl Phillips, what a cracker start once again. Carl Phillips, they're all side by side going in through Dennis. And it looked like, I'm just trying to see there, was that Johnny Campbell that got the whole shot there in that one? We'll know more when they come towards the chicane, back up towards us here. Whoever it is got the whole shot there, is starting to pull a lead already out of Fisherman's into the chicane then. Is it the number one of Johnny Campbell? It is indeed. So Johnny Campbell in the lead of this Superbike race. His first whole shot of the year. Again, all these bikes, all the setting up that they did during qualifying, during practice, it's all down the drain now because we're all in slicks, and Johnny Campbell's loving this one. Out in the lead, Carl Phillips in second, Andy Reid third, Ryan Gibson in fourth, Ross Irwin in fifth, Dean McMaster sixth, Aaron Spence across the line seventh, Mark Hewitt in eighth. Mark Hewitt on a fantastic first race here today at Kirkistown, clinching third from Andy Reid. They're all the way through, then heading for the chicane once again. Johnny, oh, that looked like Andy Reid was out of the seat there on the exit of the exit of Fisherman's. And I think Carl Phillips just had to sit up a wee bit too. Go down the back straight then. The BM. Chased by the Japanese. The Kawasaki's in behind the JMC racing machines. Into the hairpin. Take a look at Johnny Campbell. How stable is that BMW now? He's really got it clinched. Andy Reid still in second. And look at Ryan Gibson. That's more like it from Ryan Gibson. So this is more the Ryan Gibson than we know. Andy Reid posting the fastest lap of 56.48 that time. Carl Phillips in behind in third at 56.9. Johnny Campbell at 56.5. So Andy Reid is really on a charge now. Into the chicane then. And they're closing right back up now to Johnny Campbell. Johnny Campbell pushing the front down on that BMW. The Kawasaki's are seeming to struggle with the front end of their machines, trying to keep them down, planted on the ground. Oh, someone away wide there at the hairpin. Who was it? It's Johnny Campbell still in the lead of this one. Andy Reid. It might have been Carl Phillips just run a wee bit wide there. Way through the go. Dean McMaster still in that 6th place. Aaron Spence away through the Spence Engineering. Sebden Machine. Lovely Honda. Rossi Dobson then on the Suzuki. Rossi away through there. And 12th place. Damien Carson in 14th, first of the Cup riders. Back at the front then. Johnny Campbell, Andy Reid, Carl Phillips. And Ryan Gibson just starting to... That last lap, he dropped off a wee bit, but it looks like he's clawed a wee bit of time back there. Ross Irwin then. Ross Irwin in that 5th, but Dean McMaster's not far behind him. Carl Phillips posted the fastest lap the last time round. What has he done this time? Still pushing. He had to look over. You see the front end of that Kawasaki just lifting ever so slightly. He was doing the exact same thing. Johnny Campbell now with the fastest lap of 55.8784. Johnny Campbell. Ross Irwin still being hunted by Dean McMaster in this one. Dean McMaster not giving up. That was a 56.8 for McMaster that time round. 56.8 from Ross Irwin, so it's so close even for that 5th place. Here we go. Johnny Campbell starting to pull away now. He's got a comfortable enough gap, but he's still pushing hard. Carl Phillips waiting to pounce. He might have wanted to get past a wee bit earlier. He's going to get past pretty soon. He's feeling it. He's feeling it. He needs to get past Andy Reid. Johnny Campbell starting to disappear with this one. Posting the fastest lap once again. That was a 55.7 from Johnny Campbell. Carl Phillips desperately needs to do something about his teammate. He doesn't want Campbell getting run away with this one. 4.5 laps to go then. Super Sport Cup class, make your way to the holding area please as quickly as you can. That's the Super Sport Cup to the holding area as quickly as you can. Look at the lead that Johnny Campbell's pulling now. That you can see, you can visibly see that BMW pushing, the wings pushing the front of that bike. Dean McMaster has got the better of Ross Irwin. So McMaster is in front of the Honda at the hairpin. Here we go. The leaders, Johnny Campbell. You can see the smile under that helmet. He's grinning like a Cheshire cat. 55.358 for Johnny Campbell. Fastest lap so far. Dean McMaster away through there. A 56.6. Ross Irwin in behind a 56.6. This is very close here for this 5th place. In through Colonials 1 and out Colonials 2. Into Fisherman's. The leaders are exiting Fisherman's. Johnny Campbell, look. It looks like a fighter jet, that machine. And it's handling like one too. Wherever he wants it to go, it's behaving this weekend. So Carl Phillips ahead of Andy Reid then. And he's, wait, you see this lap time, he's already pulled on Andy Reid. Last time was a 55.7. The gap was 0.218 of a second. Johnny Campbell across the line. Carl Phillips, exactly what I thought he was going to do. Posting the fastest lap of 55.224 for Carl Phillips on the JMC racing machine. Look at Dean McMaster is on an absolute mission here. A 56.4. Ross Irwin getting left behind. He's in a safe 6th place at the minute. Aaron Spence in 7th. Sean Connolly in 8th. Mark Hewitt in 9th. Daniel Mathis in 10th. And the leaders then back at the chicane. 2.5 laps to go then. I don't think Carl Phillips is going to be able to do anything about Johnny Campbell this time round. Oh, a wee bit of movement there from the back end of Johnny Campbell's machine. Is that a bit of a sign? Is that back tire starting to chew up on that BMW? As they make their way back round here. So here we go then. 2 laps to go of this race. Carl Phillips with another fastest lap of 55.2. Johnny Campbell at 55.35. The gap is now down to 0.781 of a second. Ryan Gibson still holding off there in 4th place. Dean McMaster looking like he's in a safe 5th at the minute. So as we look out of Fisherman's End, this may be possible for Carl Phillips. Carl Phillips has closed right back up. And he's on the back end of, oh look, that BMW of Johnny Campbell's is definitely starting to move about a wee bit underneath him, even on a straight line. And that's the first signs of the rear tyre just starting to scrub up a wee bit too much here as it gets the power down on the start. There's the last lap flag then. Last lap flag for this Superbike race. It's still Johnny Campbell from Carl Phillips, Andy Reid, Ryan Gibson dropping way back, but he's in a safe 4th place. Dean McMaster in 5th. Look at Ross Irwin. Ross Irwin can't keep the front end of that Honda down as Aaron Spence is closing him in as well. The gap down back from Aaron Spence is 0.756 of a second. That's Spence's personal best lap. As we look back then at the leaders. Oh, look at Carl Phillips. Carl Phillips is right on Johnny Campbell now on this last lap. Surely Johnny Campbell knows he's there. Carl Phillips in the slipstream then. Heading, moves over to the right hand side. A down move up the inside. Carl Phillips in the lead of this Superbike race on the last lap. Surely he'll run wide. Surely. Oh no! Carl Phillips takes the checkered flag on the last corner and steals the win from Johnny Campbell. What a race that was. What a last lap manoeuvre. Last corner manoeuvre for Carl Phillips. Up the inside. Johnny Campbell did not see that one coming. Andy Reid then in 3rd. Ryan Gibson 4th. Dean McMaster across the line in 5th. Ross Irwin 6th. Aaron Spence in 7th. Sean Connolly in 8th. Mark Hewitt across the line there in 9th. With Daniel Matheson just in behind. Here's Rossi Dobson on the Suzuki. Oh, close race further back. That was Tom Nicol and Alex Duncan of the Cup riders. Tom Nicol just got 2nd place in the Cup and no more, but Damien Carson then taking the win in that one. Have to catch your breath after that one. Well, I do anyway. What a result. What a race that was for Carl Phillips. Taking the win. Fastest lap, a 55.219. Johnny Campbell, I'm sure he was not expecting that on that last lap. Next up then, Super Sport Cup. Last race of the day. Last race in the programme. Race 16. And again, it's going to be a good one. So Jimmy Dixon then will be pushing hard. He wants to redeem himself in this one. But we'll soon see as they get ready for their second lap. Again, another 8-lap race to round off the day. And what a day it turned out to be here at sunny Kirkistown. So we're near ready to go here. The klaxon then is being sounded and the tire warmers are being removed. It's great to see that Slemish Water Suzuki still out on track. Now I think we've got our breath back after that fantastic Superbike race. And the excitement, I've lost some of the paperwork here. There's paperwork flying everywhere. Arms flying, paperwork flying. But here we go then. Last race of the day, Super Sport Cup. So William Young, keep an eye on William Young. He has to get that machine off the line this time. And he give himself a wee bit of work to do through the field. But he got right up there. It was so close at the end. But he wasn't able to fend off Jamie Dixon. He came from nowhere from the first race. William Young. Lined up on the grid then, Alan Myers, William Young, Jamie Dixon on the front row. There's Scott Clements then. So here we go then, the green flag is being waved. They're told to watch the lights. Oh, here we go. Lights go out. Jimmy Dixon, what a start there. Oh, someone running into the puddle there on the exit of pit lane. It looks like Jimmy Dixon then getting the whole shot. William Young again looks like he's maybe going backwards in that one. Through Colonials 1. I think that's maybe William there in 4th place, just losing a bit of drive coming out of Colonials 2 then. But we'll know more as they head for the chicane now. Is it the Kawasaki then of Dixon? As they're pushing, oh, the Slamish Suzuki, by the looks of it, there in 3rd place. It's Dixon in 2nd place. Lewis Crompton way through there. Further up the field this time, Dean Graham. As they break for the hairpin and come back down towards us then. Oh, Jimmy Dixon under a lot of pressure now from Michael Clyde. So a wonderful start there from Clyde. And great drive out of Datters again. A dry race this time. And it all changes up at the front. Through Colonials 1 and 2. Is Clyde able? It looked like Jimmy Dixon was looking away past already on Clyde. As they exit Fisherman's then. Oh, Jimmy Dixon moving over to the right hand side. But look at the Suzuki of Alan Myers. Oh, right up behind Dixon. Dixon not able to get past Clyde. Clyde getting great drive once again out of the chicane. And so does Alan Myers. So Alan Myers in the slipstream of the Kawasaki. But just struggling with the speed of the Suzuki. He has to stay tucked into the slipstream there. He had to get back in behind Jimmy Dixon. But on the brakes, the Suzuki right back up again. A great handling machine. Out on the start and finish straight. Look at Jimmy Dixon. He's opting for a move around the outside of Datters. Surely not. He can't make that stick. Clyde tucks in. Had to tuck in tight there. I thought he was going to lose a wee bit of drive, but he wasn't. He's going defensive. So Michael Clyde going defensive already in this race. And that's allowing Jimmy Dixon through. So Jimmy Dixon, is he through at Fisherman's? They disappear behind the trees there a wee bit, but up to the chicane. It is Jimmy Dixon in the lead. Clyde in 2nd. Alan Myers wasn't able to get through. He was fishing for a way through at Fisherman's. Funny enough. And down, look at the speed of that machine of Clyde's in the slipstream now. Pulls over to the right hand side. Up the inside of Jimmy Dixon. Does he get it stopped? He runs a wee bit wide, but so does Dixon. Clyde gets the power down then. And that's allowing Alan Myers. Look at Alan Myers now. He's right on the back of them. Oh, Jimmy Dixon again trying to darn move up the inside there. Datters and Alan Myers then. Jimmy Dixon had to shut off, and Alan Myers is right back up with him again. Alan Myers with the fastest lap of 103.4. William Young just in behind him, but he's too far back. Close behind Young is Aaron McCann, Lewis Crompton and Scott Clements. So we head back to the chicane. And it's Clyde now. So Clyde, Jimmy Dixon under pressure from Alan Mears. Still, that Suzuki, it handles beautifully by the looks of it. William Young out in his own from Lewis Crompton now. So Lewis Crompton has got the better of Aaron McCann and he's pushing hard. He's put a bit of a gap in McCann. Someone's coming from way back there, breaking for the hairpin. Back at the leaders end, Clyde still ahead of Dixon. Clyde with the fastest lap of 102.5. Jimmy Dixon at 102.6. Oh, look at Alan Mears with a drive out of Deaders, but he's on the wrong side of the road once again. He keeps doing that. Maybe he's just waiting and to see what these pair in front of him can do. Alan Mears, plenty of experience. He knows exactly what he's doing, what he's playing at here. So Clyde still in front. Jimmy Dixon, there's Constantine up here on the entrance of the... Oh, again, Alan Mears with the drive out of the chicane. But then he just loses it. Mid-range power of the Suzuki. He just isn't cutting it here at the minute. But through the twisty sections, it just proves the rider that he is. And a great handle in the machine. That's Suzuki. Down on the start and finish straight once again then. Clyde starting to pull a wee bit away. 0.18 of the second is 0.3 now. So he's starting to put a bit of a gap on Jimmy Dixon. So Alan Mears is going to have to get past Jimmy Dixon fairly quickly here, or he's going to start to slow down to his pace. And then Michael Clyde is going to disappear off into the sunset here. Fishermen say that's exactly what's happening, but look at Jimmy Dixon so deep into Fisherman's. He's going to lose the drive coming out of it, and he does indeed. Alan Mears moves over to the right hand side of Jimmy Dixon. He's going to try and make a move up the inside. He pulls back in behind him. Oh, look at that again. Mears, what's happening with Alan Mears is he gets so good drive out of the chicane, he actually has to shut off because he's near running into the back of Jimmy Dixon, and it's causing him to lose everything up the back straight. So the gaps seem to have closed down, back down again. Jimmy Dixon then out on the start and finish straight. Michael Clyde, fastest lap again for Michael Clyde at 102.093. Jimmy Dixon at 102.253. And Alan Mears at 102.306. William Young then, he's just not on the pace as what he was at 103.3, but what a result in the dry there for William Young, back for his first year's racing. So the leaders then, you see Clyde just, I don't know whether he's just controlling this race or what he's doing. There's only 1.5 laps to go then, so Alan Mears is going to have to do something. I can feel that he has something left in the tank. Further down the field then, Scott Clements, 5th there, great there, up into 5th for Scott Clements. Lewis Crompton just in behind him. Aaron McCann then, the last lap flags out now. Michael Clyde, Jimmy Dixon with the fastest lap now, a 101.834 for Jimmy Dixon on the Kawasaki. William Young across the line there. Scott Clements, something has to go here at the front. Surely Alan Mears has something left. That's Aaron McCann, Gareth Dunlop now ahead of Barry Gaston, Ezra Clark, Dean Graham in that 11th place, Jason Whelan, Lee Hill, and that was Lewis Grove across the line there. So back at the leaders end, still Michael Clyde. Just look how Alan Mears is able to get the power on a lot earlier than the rest of them. And then that mid-range is just struggling with that mid-range. So here we go then, last corner, last chance saloon for Jimmy Dixon. Had to sit the bike up, nearly running into the back of Clyde. Oh, they're coming out on the start and finish straight. Who's going to get it this time? Oh, Jimmy Dixon gets the win from Michael Clyde, and Alan Mears posting the fastest lap comes in third place, a 101.547. William Young holding off. What a ride there for Scott Clements. He closed right on William Young, only a couple of laps left. Scott Clements a 102.025. That would have been good enough for that fourth place. Gareth Dunlop getting the better there of Ezra Clark, but Barry Gasson got ahead of Dunlop again to take the checkered flag. 8th place then for Gasson. Jimmy Dixon taking the win on that one. Michael Clyde, just about. Michael Clyde in second. Alan Mears came alongside him, was squeezed out there for that 3rd place. But consolation prize, that was good. Sir Stuart Heason and Noel Carroll across the line there, neck and neck. Consolation prize then for Alan Mears. Fastest lap of the race, a 101.547. William Young in 4th. Scott Clements in 5th. Lewis Crompton in 6th. Aaron McCann in 7th. Barry Gasson 8th. Gareth Dunlop in 9th. Ezra Clark 10th. Dean Graham in 11th. Lee Hillen 12th. 13th was Jason Whelan. Lewis Grove 14th. Keith O'Brien 15th. Noel Carroll in 16th. Stuart Heason in 17th. And 18th was Dara Ward. Great racing here all day at Kirkistown despite the weather. The club did an absolute fantastic job. A reminder please, Andrew McCrum, can you return your transponder as soon as possible? And can someone grab Ezra Clark's transponder when he gets off the bike? Yeah. Oh, so just Ezra Clark then to go. So if someone can grab Ezra's transponder and bring it back down to the timekeepers, please, as soon as you can, that would be fantastic. But again, massive thanks to all the riders, all the teams, all the spectators who make racing, and of course we wouldn't be racing without the marshals, the paramedics, the scrutineers, everybody involved, right to the photographers for getting everything out there and showing people what we're made of. Fantastic for the club, the Belfast and District Club, and of course Jenny and Margaret for doing a fantastic job and keeping me right this time on the flags. So thanks again everybody, and the timekeepers and the guru that is Richard Agnew for keeping me right as well. So again, thanks very much everybody, and we'll see you in the next time. And of course don't forget Tandragee at the end of the month. Looking forward to getting back there and getting some real road racing back on board. So again, thanks everybody, and we'll see you at the next one. Safe home.
Brap Moto are proud sponsors of Commentary Corner. Located at 5 Lisburn Road, Moira, the former Motor Shocks building, this is the place to go for something different. Only open 2 hours a week to the public, Wednesday 6 p.m. till 8 p.m. Everyone is very welcome to drop in and check out the weekly change in stock, ranging from mopeds to fireblades. Davey from Brap Moto is looking for all types of motorbikes, vintage, classic, sports bikes, to damaged end-of-life bikes for dismantling. Also job lots of bike spares. Top cash prices paid, in particular looking for good, clean road bikes of any age. Brap Moto is proud to support many racers on the roads and the short circuits.